Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. Bite my ass.
Good morning, boys and girls. It is the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's April.
Good morning.
Look at us. We match.
Cute.
Hey, I got it. Ready? Check it out. You're not going to believe this one. You're going to hear this and you're going to go, where does he come up with this?
Okay.
We're twins. Because it's like a double thing.
That is extra double.
It's twins.
Home run.
Hey! Ground rule double, I would have said, but I appreciate the sentiment. Welcome to the program, everybody. It's going to be a great show today. I can predict that early. Anytime I come down here, I get the show set up, I get all the streams set up, everything else. If I can add a couple of stories, a couple of topics, a couple of things, I always feel like, well, that's going to be a good show because the stuff I got together last night, good enough. I wouldn't stop prepping the show if I didn't think I had something good.
Mm-hmm. Now you're extra prepared.
Stop drilling, you struck oil, that sort of thing. Then I go in the morning, I wake up and I just kind of check what's trending on Twitter and all that. And if I can pick up a couple more things, you know who else is very helpful at that? You know who never stops working?
ROTC.
Of course, ROTC.
They did it first.
You know who never stops working is that goddamn the mice in the cage that Harvey Levin has employed. Those TMZ people don't stop working. Mm-hmm. I can always count on like an extra TMZ story from the time I went to bed to the time I woke up because these savages just sit there and camp out outside people's homes and hot spots and just sitting there, just scratching their balls until somebody walks out of a club really drunk, almost fighting somebody.
They wait on all the beaches, out by the yacht clubs.
Minnie Driver gets jerked off in front of.
Ooh.
If you remember that one yesterday. Somebody just starts jerking off on the beach. Minnie Driver's there. She calls the cops. Cops come out. They go, hi, Minnie Driver. What's going on? Yeah, just some guy whacking off in a cabana.
For some reason, TMZ always gets there before the cops.
I'm never they're, what? They actually hired the guy to jerk off in the cabana. It was a slow news day.
Yeah, Minnie's out here. Can you just go whack it for a minute?
Like, dude, my job is really in trouble. And if I don't get a good story, I think Harvey's going to can my ass for some intern that he's got bringing him coffee and blowing him. So I need you to go whack off in that cabana and just if you could just like try to make it subtle, but like whack off and maybe go, oh, Minnie, I loved you in Good Will Hunting.
Aw. So, that's sweet.
It's actually complimentary.
Yeah.
It's offensive to watch, but the sentiment is nice.
Is it, though?
Yeah.
Could be all right.
I don't want to watch someone whack off to me. It feels like you're seeing something you shouldn't be seeing.
Maybe Minnie enjoys it.
TMZ, they had a story about some athlete got in a fight outside a club with some people who were just giving him some shit. And I saw the story, I saw the headline, and my immediate old man millennial reaction was to go, you got millions of dollars. Can't you just stay out of trouble? Can't you just stay in your beautiful home and do some stuff? Don't you all have bowling alleys now? Just go bowling.
Go in your home.
But then I thought about it, and I'm like, okay, but if you would have given me tens of millions of dollars at 25 years old, and, put a target on my back and people want to test me out in public and give me shit out in public. Yeah, that's probably happening to me too.
Are you sure? Because I tend to think the old man way where it's like, no, I've kind of got it made now. I don't know if that seems beneath me.
At 25, though,
I've never been in a fight.
like being able to, right, but I'm saying when you're a celebrity, it's going to be easier to get in a fight because people are going to poke you and test you more. Like if you're a nobody gives a shit. They go do their thing, you go do your thing. But if you're a celebrity, be like, yeah, you sucked in game 6, bro. You're a real choke artist. And maybe you're just not having it that night. You were having a nice time. You don't need to hear about game 6.
I guess.
So you just punch that guy in the head to teach him a lesson. But then those people don't fight fair and they call the cops and it becomes a whole thing. It would be lovely if we lived in a society where people took responsibility for the dickhead things they did.
Oh,
so like
keep dreaming.
Right, but if like, I think it was Tristan Thompson got in a fight. I'm not positive, but let's say Tristan Thompson punched some guy in the head for giving him crap about game 6 of the playoffs.
It could happen.
And then the cops come and they're like, do you want to press charges? And they're like, no, dude, I really was giving him a hard time. And I was really busting his balls. I probably had that one cut. We're even as far as I'm concerned.
You know what the problem is with what you just said? You have to press charges because it's Tristan Thompson and he's got a bank account.
And 9 lawyers have already tweeted at you and told you, hey, do you need some help?
Brother, we can take this as far as you'd like it.
We've got this. Hey, have you ever heard of the word settlement? We ask for 4, we get $200K. This will be a nice payday for you.
Have you ever considered about how much you can't sleep right now after you've been punched in the head by Tristan?
How bad does your neck hurt exactly?
You definitely cannot turn your head anymore, can you?
Show me on the doll where the Tristan Thompson punch hurt you.
You can't even drive to work because you can't turn to look both ways.
Oh.
So therefore, you're missing out on your wages.
Yeah, lost wages.
Wages.
Emotional distress.
It's causing emotional distress. It's ruining your
PTSD.
home life, really. Your wife doesn't like you anymore because your neck's in such bad shape.
Right.
You can't work. You can't provide.
Can't eat pussy.
Can't do any of it. Really.
That would be great.
I really think we should work on that settlement here.
That would be great to hear in a lawsuit. You just have a guy go, Your Honor, it's been terrible, the things I can't do. Drive a car properly, go to work, eat pussy. Tristan Thompson has really ruined my life. And the cop or the judge is like, oh, man, I get it. As you get older, who knows? You know what? $4 million to this gentleman. And Tristan Thompson, how do you live with yourself? He turns into the judge in Ghostbusters 2. He's like, I wish we could reach back to a simpler time and have you burned at the stake. When the Scoleri brothers come out, it becomes a whole thing. One thing I never want to see the rest of my life is I never want to see any of those old bastards in any Ghostbusters gear ever again. Shut it down, boys.
I think they've probably got that out of their system by now, right?
Into their bank account. I mean, at Afterlife.
Do you think
thing.
they got paid big for that?
Yeah. You could probably look it up. How much did, I don't know, Bill Murray make for Ghostbusters Afterlife? Right here. Their salary.
Ew.
Carrie Coon got $2.25 million. Paul Rudd. Oh, we got the whole cast and their salary. Showbizgalore.com. I've never seen this before. So the mom got $2.25 million. That's not a lot.
It's not really, but she did a terrible job acting too.
By the way, I don't want to hear this. Oh, women and the pay gap in Hollywood and this and that. Carrie Coon as Callie got $2.25 million. Paul Rudd as Mr. Gruberson. Can we? God damn it. He got $2 million. So we got who brought more people? I know it was the Ghostbusters brand that brought people to theaters the most, and probably the old cast. But who brings more people to the movie theater? Carrie Coon or Paul Rudd?
Oh, Paul Rudd all day long.
And
Nobody knows who Carrie Coon is.
Paul Rudd got $250,000 less than Carrie Coon did. And you don't hear Paul Rudd, marching with placards and, talking about what an injustice it is and all that, even though he would have a reason to.
No, he probably even came out and said, I just think it's great she's getting paid that much.
Yeah, this is criminal. McKenna Grace, the girl who pretty much carried the whole movie. We can admit, no matter how much we didn't like Ghostbusters, McKenna Grace didn't write the movie. It's not her fault that shit was in the movie. She did a really good job. The little girl did. I didn't want her in there.
As far as the kid actor goes, which I'm usually against, she did a good job.
I didn't want her in there. I didn't want it to be a kiddie movie because Ghostbusters isn't kiddie movies.
But it is now.
It's weird. They kind of switched Ghostbusters and Star Wars when they started remaking them. Like, Star Wars was supposed to be a kids movie, and they turned it kind of a little too adulty in the newest ones. And then Ghostbusters was supposed to be an adult movie, and they turned it kiddie.
They kind of went the Goosebumps route. Now it's all about kids.
It's like the way it's like the people who inherited these things, like the ones from the ones who inherited Ghostbusters from the Reitmans. They like remember the cartoon from when they were a kid and the Ecto Cooler juice boxes, and they don't remember, Bill Murray using a brain shock machine to try and hook up with a chick,
right? Like when
he's a dirtbag.
It's so different when you watched Ghostbusters as a kid and you didn't technically pick up on how creepy that was, but then you go back and watch it as an adult and it's like, wow, that would not fly today.
Bill Murray's a pervert and a swindler and a huckster and a complete charlatan. Ray Stantz is just a child in a man's body, and Egon is autistic nearly beyond function.
Belief. Needs medication.
Yeah. He's actually terrified beyond all rational thought. But McKenna Grace's Phoebe for Ghostbusters Afterlife only got $500,000. To me, that's criminal.
Oh, what kind of bills does she have to pay?
That's true. What does she have to pay for? Her driver's test? Finn Wolfhard, the Stranger Things guy that they got just so they could say they had the Stranger Things guy because he did nothing that entire movie. He got $500,000. So remember how long the Ghostbusters guys were in that movie?
A few minutes.
Bill Murray, $300K. Dan Aykroyd, $250K. Poor Ernie Hudson only got $70,000. Oh, Ernie Hudson.
Wow, now see, that's racist.
Man, Winston only got 70. Winston Zeddemore, after taxes and everything else, he can't even buy a new car, like a domestic new car. He can buy a used Suburban from like 2015.
You'll buy a nice middle of the road Corvette.
A
new one. Oh, I was going to say
not after taxes. I got $30,000, $40,000.
Oh, yeah, you know what?
He can buy a used Challenger.
Let's just get a Malibu.
Yeah, right? He can get a Dodge Dart. Congratulations.
No, he can't even fit in one of those.
Yeah. Sorry, Winston. They don't value you near as much. The ghost of oh my God, why am I blanking on Egon's name? The ghost of Harold Ramis got paid more than Ernie Hudson did. Sigourney Weaver got $60,000. And she was only in it for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, that was so brief.
Yeah.
It was the easiest role she's ever played.
Yeah, Justin Dabbler says he can rent a car. That's about it. Mr. Nagel says they're in the new Ghostbusters movie coming out. No. They were seen in New York City during shooting. Oh, please tell me they were there for a colonoscopy and not to do more of that movie.
How about just moral support? Or maybe a little bit of like directing advice or something. Oh, let's not put them in the movie.
Just don't. They're making more. I get it. I'm guessing Afterlife made a little money.
Well, it was probably great with kids.
Yeah.
Like kids probably, if you think about it this way, kids probably all begged their parents to take them. So it was a big money.
Did they? See, I feel like it would have been more adults being like, Ghostbusters is back. Yeah, isn't this wonderful?
I think it would go both ways just because the kids see the ads and all the kids in it.
Just please, whatever you do in the second one, don't make it kids. Put some funny actors in it. Like, put some people we know. Give it some name. Like, we were all... The offer for Ghostbusters 3 back in the early 2000s was they were going to go, like, Seth Rogen, Kevin Hart, Ben Stiller... Like, they had some names mentioned.
I think Ryan Reynolds should be in one, too.
Peter Venkman type character. Creepo. Pervert. That kind of a thing. Like, kind of almost Van
Ladies
Wilder
Man.
as a Ghostbuster.
Actually, you know what? He could skip the ladies' man part. He can skip that.
Who's our dork? Who's our Egon?
See, Paul Rudd would have been a good one.
He would have been a good dork.
But they already ruined him for this. Oh, God.
Right? Exactly.
A dork.
I mean, Joaquin Phoenix could do anything. You could throw...
Jack Black?
Too old.
Is he?
Oh, have you seen Jack Black these days?
Look at the...
He looks like Santa Claus.
The Jumanji movies, though.
Yeah, the Jumanji movie was about 6 years ago.
Really? Oh,
yeah,
God.
he looks like Santa Claus
I didn't know it's been that long. God, I feel old now.
Right.
Jeez.
How about Mike Tyson as a Ghostbuster? Let's put Mike in there.
Screw that.
You know what I'm saying? These ghosts are ferocious. Their style is impregnable, and they're just ferocious. They want your heart. They want to eat your children. All praise be to Allah.
Shaq. Let's do an all black Ghostbusters.
There you go,
because
all black
you
Ghostbusters.
You had the all women's. Now you had the kids. Now we got to go black or trans.
We'll get Charles Barkley and Shaq to fight with each other. We'll do senior citizen black guys.
Oh, I was going to say Kevin Hart fits too, though.
We'll get Ice-T in there. We'll get Ice Cube. We'll get Shaq, and we'll get Charles Barkley.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I think they're the ghost behind there. I want fucking Finn Tutuola in Ghostbusters.
I'm really not against that.
You know what I'm saying? I think that ghost in there has been raped. You know, like he's just gonna go like, no, Finn, no, I see. This isn't SVU. I'm sorry.
His ghost holes have been fondled.
Yeah. There's definitely signs of penetration. There's semen on the inside of that ghost's thigh. Like, no, that's not in the script. Stop trying to inject.
Yeah, the little toaster thing they throw to catch the ghost is all gooped up. What is that called again?
Ectoplasm.
No.
Oh, the trap. I thought you meant the goop,
trap.
the actual goop.
No, I was talking about your fluids they found on the inside.
I'm sorry. I'm a bigger dork than you than the question you were asking.
Right.
Oh boy. Delco Lou says they couldn't let the series close out with the lady Ghostbusters. Look, I get that.
Like I said, they still haven't ran. So they did women's, kids. Now they got black and trans to go.
Oh God, the trans Ghostbusters. The ghosts are all their old dicks. The trans Ghostbusters have to hunt down and trap their old dicks as they terrorize New York City.
Oh no.
There's a scene where they go to a lesbian bar and they're just the dicks are all just slapping the women in the face, and it's just, oh my God, it's a hate crime.
They're angry at the injustice done to them.
Cockbusters. Do. When there's something weird going in your head, who are you gonna call? Hopefully a therapist.
That should have been first step.
The Mood says, I was allowed to watch Ghostbusters as a kid, not Star Wars. That's odd. Wow.
I watched both. I remember Ghostbusters scaring me worse when I was about this tall, you know, but they were both good.
Citizen M says Winston the volleyball had a better contract than Winston Zeddemore. He's right. I bet you that goddamn volleyball got paid more money.
You mean Wilson?
They want Andrew Garfield, Henry Cavill for Ghostbusters. I'm always down for Ben Affleck jumping in a movie.
Ben Affleck's great in anything.
Ben Affleck in a Ghostbusters film? Sure, why not?
Do we have to do a Latino one too eventually down the road?
Michelle Rodriguez, ?
Oh, see, but they'd put like a Sofia Vergara in there, and I don't like her.
No. Citizen M says Dream Team, Amy Schumer, Trevor Noah, John Oliver, and James Corden. Oh, you couldn't even write his real name. You didn't believe in that so much. Yeah, Return Trip says Black Ghostbusters busting old racist white ghosts. That would be awesome. It takes place down south, and they're just hunting old Klansmen.
Plantation. Yeah, or like plantation owner
ghosts. Monsieur Candy makes an appearance, and they trap Monsieur Candy.
So, I'd go watch that.
There you go. We got crossover ideas here for our new Ghostbusters.
Wow.
Annoyed Wawa Supervisor is back. Aww. Hey, buddy.
There he is.
Somebody get that man a membership, for God's sake. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor without a green lettering next to him is nonsense. You know what I realized about some of these guys? That, like, they don't show up for a week and we're all like, oh, where'd they go? It's summer. These people are taking vacation and stuff.
Vacationing, they're busy, they're doing sports.
They're doing sports.
They're doing sports.
You got to do sports. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says Ernie Hudson came into our store when he was filming Ballers. He got one hot dog and got mad when we explained he could only have 3 sweet and low with it. Pretty nice guy, though. I missed him.
It is true. Aaron was asking about you a lot.
Oh, Randy Marsh, you know what? That's a good idea. He says dicks don't shoot ectoplasm, though. We could make them shoot ectoplasm for the trans Ghostbusters.
We can do anything in that movie.
Yeah.
I think we can make that happen.
Randy Marsh, also not a big fan of my Ben Affleck idea, says, shit, have Jack Black at this point. Sorry. Ben Affleck looks great.
Ben Affleck And Ryan Reynolds, like Brad Pitt, all just have like the sexy dream team in there.
Boy, let's be honest though. You and I are spending a shitload of money on this You and I are spending a shitload of money on this Ghostbusters movie. Probably a little
Joe
more.
Manganiello.
He needs the money. He's
Did
getting
you
divorced.
hear he's single again?
Yeah. Which
that
one
means
is
we
he?
have a chance.
I forget who Joe Manganiello is.
He's tall.
Like, what did he? Okay, horny. But what did he play? Like, what do I know him from?
Magic Mike.
Yeah, of course.
Actually, no, I don't. Yeah, he is.
What do I know him from?
I don't know. I just know
Exactly.
that he's hot.
Was he in Sopranos?
No.
He's got a Sopranos name.
I don't think so.
See, I don't know.
You got a whole computer in front of you, man.
A whole one. I don't even have a half one.
You got 2 screens.
Joe Manganiello.
One for each of his pecs. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I know that guy.
Oh, dear.
I just don't know where I've seen him.
Well, there's his movies right there.
No, it's not. I don't want the True Blood,
2
Magic Mike,
Mikes.
Spider-Man in 02, Rampage. Boy, he's made shit.
True Blood. He was in True Blood for years.
He's made garbage. Pee-wee's Big Holiday in 2016.
Wow, he was in How I Met Your Mother for a long time.
One Tree Hill, The Sleepover.
You can't make fun of any of this.
Sabotage. They're all shit.
I haven't seen most of this.
What
but
do you
he's
mean
in
I can't make fun of this?
He's in a lot of series here.
The Batman, he was in the end credit scene as he was going to be, oh, God, the orange and black guy.
Pulp Fiction.
What?
Oh, the
no,
Kill
that's
Room.
the Kill
I saw.
Room. What are
Wow,
you
I
doing?
saw her and I'm like, Pulp Fiction. It looks like that.
You
picture.
saw Uma Thurman. Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back in 01. Oh, he guest starred on Scrubs. All right. So
for a long time, 9 years.
no, that's how long the show was on, honey. Not how long Joe Man. Yeah, so Joe Manganiello has had a very. He's like Joe Manganiello is striking me as one of those guys who's famous for being famous.
He's famous for being hot. I think like he has hot like cameos all over the place.
Aya's Port, and then their last name is Jenna's Hide with $4.99. Says a bunch of miniature Slimer peckers because of puberty blockers. Oh yeah, they're shrunken down in the trans Ghostbusters because the puberty blockers mangled them.
They all look sad and brainwashed.
Yeah, they're really terrible. Keely Chow says, speaking of Wokebusters, there needs to be a second Wokebusters book from the world-class bullshitters where there's an all-female Wokebusters played by the lovely ladies of the fandom. I have no idea who the fuck you're talking about.
Heavy.
I assume there are other shows. Best of luck to them, but
Very
I've never
heavy.
heard of any of it. Mr. Nagel says, Joe has a popular geek clothing line.
Oh,
He makes a lot for the D&D community.
that is way off base from what I was thinking.
And Coctif says what I was thinking. I've never heard so many shitty movies named in 5 minutes.
What I'm saying is the guy gets a lot of spots. Okay, I haven't seen most of them.
I just realized I'm not a Joe Manganiello guy.
Oh, you can't even look at that guy and say that's an attractive man.
You know what? Honestly, as I look at him and I go, I'm a bigger Timothy Oliphant guy.
Ugh.
Wow. April's got problems, y'all. She's got
I
some
like how
problems.
Aaron apparently has better taste in men.
Yeah,
than
I do. I have better taste in men, that's for sure. Because guys,
You put a wiener guy like Edward Norton in front of him, and he
Edward
melted
Norton
into
is a
puddle.
goddamn gentleman, and how dare you?
Going to say he's hotter than Joe.
Who is more interesting? You know, when women tell like their boyfriends or their husbands, like, oh yeah, I think this actor's attractive. That when men think about that, they're more going like, who would be more fun to hang out with? So when women go, oh yeah, I think Joe Manganiello, we're like, gay. And then women say like,
think he's gay.
if they go with like a Brad Pitt, they're like, oh yeah, he'd like do coke with you and drink and like have a good time and like talk about horse shit. Brad Pitt would be all right, but they're like Joe Manganiello. You're like, I guarantee that's an empty-headed coconut right there. That is just a dumb guy.
It's just mean-spirited, really.
Or like women go like, oh, The Rock is attractive. I'm like, yeah, but then you're going to hang out
I
with
don't
him.
say that.
Yeah, but you're going to hang out with him all night and you're going to go, oh, this guy's probably gay.
No, that guy, he strikes me, like, I can't go for dudes who look like you put one of those, like, the little pumps that you fill up basketballs with? It looks like you inserted one of those into him and pumped him up. Like, I can't do that.
Boy, somebody's anti-steroids over
I
here.
am not a steroids guy.
Jeez. Yo P says Timothy Oliphant is a dude. Exactly. He's a dude. You look at Timothy Oliphant in The Girl Next Door or in, I think he was great in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. In the limited time he had, he was really good in
I was going
that.
to say, what kind of limited time are we talking here?
Coctif says, Edward Norton won my heart in American History X. He's a hero. Well, yeah, because he turned against the white supremacists, right, Coctif? That's why. because he turned against them. Lemmy says, I've had a long-standing crush on Timothy Oliphant.
Man, maybe I'm screwing him up in my head with somebody else. I don't know.
Rational Redhead says he is divorcing Sofia Vergara because he is sober and she won't give up her partying and drinking. Oh, what a good woman.
She's terrible, by the way. I hate her in everything she's in. I don't think she's particularly nice to look at.
She's one of the, and now I have to disagree with you on the second part, but I will say that with Sofia Vergara, she does look like one of those women where if you told horror stories about what a bitch she was, I would believe them.
Yeah.
Like I would not have a hard time. Like sometimes there's celebrities, you hear stories about them, and you go, oh my God, I never would have imagined that if they would have said, oh, Sofia Vergara's a bitch, she treats the staff like shit, she's garbage, this and that, I go, that looks about right.
Do you remember back when like Modern Family was all the rage and everyone's just watching Modern Family every
third
night?
Season?
I don't know. I never watched it because you know why? I tried to watch 1 or 2 episodes and she ruined everything for me. Just even listening to her, watching her act is just horrendous.
It was just cool to see Al Bundy back in something again.
That's not enough for me. I'm not a Membersberry type of guy like that.
I watched maybe a season and a half of that show, and I didn't think it was bad, but it was like there were a couple things in that show where I just had to tap out. I was like, we got it. There's 2 gay guys in it, and they're gay. Get it? Like I don't know.
That seemed like a slap in the face.
Hollywood likes to call everyone else like racist or this phobic or that phobic, homophobic. It's like I feel like the rest of the country is way more just accepting and okay, let's move on about gay people than Hollywood is. Like people see gay people in a movie or show, we're like, okay, we got it, they're gay, that's cool, let's move on. Whereas Hollywood's like, gay, look, gay, look, gay, look.
Right, you flash it as your token.
It's like, guys, let's not just take it easy. We know they're gay and that's totally fine. Now let's do a show. It's same thing I hated about The Big Bang Theory. Got it. They're nerds. Okay. God damn it. How many Isaac Newton references do you want to smash into this series? Look at their clothes and their look and their general appearance and the contract that says they probably can't get a tan. Yeah, they're nerds and dorks and they don't go outside. Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
By the way, the blonde in that show in real life is
Kaylee
only blowing those guys so they'll write her term papers. That's it.
I don't think she's actually doing that.
She's not in real life, of course not. I'm saying in real life, that situation.
She's making like Travelocity ads or something.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, I caddied for Joe Manganiello once. He's a really nice guy and a big O&A fan. He only wanted to talk about Dungeons and Dragons. And when he gets drunk, he won't let the slobbo bit go. Oh, but E-Rock. Mr. Nagel says, Ed O'Neill and Fred Willard were great in Modern Family. I want to amend that statement if I could. I want to correct that statement. Ed O'Neill and Fred Willard were great in anything they did.
I literally have no complaint about anybody in that show other than Sophia.
Fred Willard, one of my favorite roles, because Fred Willard is just like a bit player in every movie you've ever watched, and he's awesome. But Fred Willard in Harold and Kumar, it's such a stupid, childish line, but I love it. He's interviewing Cal Penn. And Cal Penn is purposely bombing his interview because he doesn't want to go to med school. Mm. And Fred Willard is like the dean, and he's interviewing. He's like, "Can you tell me the symptoms of this?" And Cal Penn goes, "Blah blah blah, diarrhea." He goes, "I'm aware that it's diarrhea. I understand." And he kicks him out of his office because Cal Penn's purposely bombing it. And he goes to his assistant. He goes, "Could you bring me some fresh towels, please? Or no, could you bring me some towels, please, and some fresh diarrhea? I mean coffee." And I don't know why, but that line has always stuck with me. I think because it's so childish and stupid. Fred Willard asking for a cup of fresh diarrhea. Just the simple things.
I'm happy for you.
The simple things.
I just had a brilliant idea going with the Ghostbusters thing, circling back. If we were to go with like a goofy cast, like an entirely goofy cast, I want like the cast of like Super Troopers and Slam and Salmon, like all those guys.
You want to just hand Ghostbusters off to Broken Lizard.
That's it.
There you go.
Broken Lizard. I want
Broken
that crew.
Lizard presents Ghostbusters.
I just need them to go back to the greatness of Slam and Salmon and Super Troopers instead of what garbage they're putting
Farva as a Ghostbuster just kind of works.
Yeah.
I like it. I like Kevin Heffernan as a Ghostbuster. I got there
somehow from thinking about, well, Jonah Hill could have been kind of fun, but then I went with somebody who's just kind of slightly chunky and like a round face.
Kevin Heffernan.
You know.
There you go.
Fits.
All right. Yeah, Lemmy with a good point. How about make new shit? You know, this is kind of the reason that nobody gives a shit about all this strike. The writers and actors are both on strike now. They're not making anything new, and nobody talks about it. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a damn. It's over. Like Hollywood is crumbling because nobody cares.
Our boy Christopher Maloney was out in Times Square.
Was he striking?
Supporting the strikers yesterday. I heard The Rock has donated like $1 million to the people striking to help them through tough times.
The Rock gave him $1 million.
The therapist from The Sopranos is out there.
Lorraine
Brockard or
Lorraine
something.
Bracca. Yeah. April, sometimes, depending on who the actor name is that I know and how, like, bit player they are, April's almost disgusted sometimes when I know actor and actresses' names. But yes.
I'm trying to skate past it.
Rob Manugan says any sitcom that has a laugh track sucks. I'd have to check that. Most of them do.
Yeah, you did have to walk that back at some point because, like, there's, like, even Seinfeld has a laugh track, and that one's pretty well.
Yeah,
like, loved.
Like there's some like Cheers. It was a live
Cheers.
audience, and that's fine. Like I have no problem with a live audience.
You know what?
But
Frasier. I'll watch Frasier.
Frasier was laugh track.
I will watch Frasier any day, and they have a laugh track.
Coltrane with $5 says watching American History X is how I learned how to properly see. I can't read. How am I supposed? Rumble Friday. I can read the rest of that.
Coltrane.
Now I can't read that. Coltrane. How dare you? Mr. Nagel says I saw the Times Square protest. Brendan Fraser was there, and Bryan Cranston. I mean, it makes sense.
That does make sense.
I mean, they're actors. They got to support their guys. You've been in a union before.
I have been in a union.
You got to support
my brother's union just went on strike, too, a couple weeks ago.
Damn.
It's pretty crazy.
Mr. Nagel also says now the airline workers might be striking soon.
Delta. Did you hear about that?
Yes. I'll just fire them again. Yes.
Did you hear about the planned Delta strike at MSP?
Well, this would be all the pilots. Or the airline workers. Everybody across every airline.
I don't like this.
Not going anywhere. Our plan to destroy the country is nearly complete. I don't know. You can pretty much put that plan in autopilot.
Should just really start road tripping everywhere.
Boys and girls, no goal today, if you're wondering. We're going to do straight up a 4-hour show today. Anything you contribute to today's show goes right to this evening show and tomorrow morning's show. We settled things with an old client and some, a bunch of their back funds after they went out of business are coming in. And what we do, if anything that comes in that we didn't expect on this program, we do not keep it. No. Like I said, being the most honest e-beggars in the business, we throw it right towards our stuff here. So we're going to do goal free today. We're going to go till 10, and then we've got a little something we're putting in. We'll call it a rainy day fund in case we have any like Monday morning show. Just throw it towards something like that. Perfect. SC Motorsports says, no goal. What kind of fucking show is this? I'm out.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, no, we've conditioned them too much.
Right.
So if you want to do Streamlabs, PayPal, memberships, subscriptions, all that stuff, Rumble, YouTube, you can go ahead and do it. It's just going to count towards the evening and the mornings. If not, enjoy the show. Sit back. We do it for you. John Sotera says everyone is striking, but the economy is great and people are making more.
Right.
Mr. Nagel says we're on strike with this goal bullshit. What I'm trying to do. You think you're doing a nice thing.
What if some people tune in just to see the goal?
Right. They're like, boy, he really works up a sweat shaking around that heavy offering plate
looks
now.
Sweaty.
Oh, this is what I tune in for. Oh, man.
You got a nice piece of wood to shake around now.
Yeah.
And
I like a good
plate.
piece of wood to shake. Coltrane says, old Cap is finally paying. Fucking sweet. My mod check won't bounce next month. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Let's all go on a tax strike. Everyone just stop paying taxes. That's kind of like the idea that if we all take off drunk at the end of the night at the bar, they can't arrest all of us. But here's the problem. The IRS just got a shitload of guns and ammo. They can shoot all of us.
Literally armed agents.
Yes.
How weird is that?
In this country, not weird.
I'm against it. Well, I remember the day we found out. Did we find out on this show that they have armed agents and stuff like that?
Yeah.
It's pretty...
Well, we've known that for a while.
It's unnerving.
They have armed agents.
I don't like it.
Slap My Ass Sally says we don't get overtime today. All right, look, if it's going to be a problem, if we knock out today, we'll do overtime. There.
We kind of thought you
guys would be excited about this news as we were... to not have this gold thing hanging over our head this morning, but apparently we've upset a lot of people by not asking for money today.
Wow. I get it. Like when I worked my old job and did this, it did suck when you guys would cut out earlier.
Okay.
And, I lost that half hour. I get it.
Well, anyway, Dudapest says, holy shit, Old Capital actually paid their bill. Yeah, we didn't see it coming either. And they were like, oh, by the way, we got a little gift for you for being so patient with us. We're like, all right. I mean, cool.
I think like 3 days ago, we brought it up on the show for some reason.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I would never plan on seeing that. And then like the next day, oh, hey, Aaron, I just wanted to give this to you. It's been a while.
Okay, cool. Sounds good to me. Yeah, we missed by like 150 on Monday, and Fairline Defense is like, oh, by the way, we're just going to keep going with you guys. And we're like, oh, we thought this was a 1 month thing. All right, everything knocked out from there.
Nah, things are going great for us with you guys.
Yeah, all right, cool. Gary Crouch gifting 5 memberships. Very cool. Let's get those memberships pumped up. Next week is the 1 month anniversary of our last strike. So that means that we're going to get to rebuild all those memberships that expired during our strike time. So thank you guys very much. We appreciate that, Gary Crouch. So I guess if that news was upsetting to you, we're 30 into tonight. There you go.
Yeah, it all counts towards the next goal.
Look at this. Everybody's going, wait, no overtime. We thought it would be a nice trade. Like, we don't ask you guys for anything. You go, we take a half hour for ourselves, and I thought you would be like, oh, good, they're not going to ask or, post any links or anything like that. And we're like, oh, we can take off in a half hour early. Everyone just got mad.
Boy, were we wrong.
Boy, I was Samsonite. I was way off. Well, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, hit share, put the show out there. Help it continue to grow. We grew by about 60 followers on Rumble yesterday because we got rated by a super Christian show on Rumble.
WH Grandpa.
WH Grandpa rated our show, and a bunch of his audience came over, and almost 100 of them started following the show immediately, like pumping up our numbers instantly by like 100 people.
Most of them crucifying Aaron for his lack of faith.
Yeah, and then they all like turned on me because I was taking the Lord's name in vain, and I was
swearing.
Not taking God seriously enough.
Oh, yeah.
So it kind of became, that term golden handcuffs, where it's like, oh, awesome. Instantly 100 new fans to your show. If you did that every day, you'd be huge in no time. And then and then all of a sudden they're just like, did you just say Jesus Christ? I'm like, uh-oh.
You said it like 6 times in a row.
And I was like, Jesus Christ, you guys.
That one lady did not like that you were swearing so much.
Ooh, she did not like that I was. And look, Can't
you clean that up?
I could clean that up a little. I'm not saying she doesn't have a fair point.
It's ungodly.
Do you really have to be that goddamn annoying? See, and then I go, goddamn, son of a Christian. Just a Dabbler says, someone gifted me a membership at some point. Thank you. Yes, somebody gifted you one yesterday. Bulls Deep getting one to Kurt Gustafson. Toastmaster St. G, Tridio, Mark Stevens, and David Harrison. All getting a membership today. Yo P says, you don't want that crowd. Well, look.
I don't think there's anything wrong.
I accept every new audience member. I don't care. I mean, how many people watch this show because they can't live without it because they hate our guts?
Right. I feel like I'd take the Bible thumpers over that.
But I take them all. I like everybody.
Right. It's an open door.
Right. They can't make it 30 minutes without you, says fucking Phillips. Sad. Well, look, I mean, you guys, if you want the overtime, I'll make you a deal. If you knock out tonight in advance, I'll give you 30 minutes. I honestly, I'll say it again. I thought that you guys would be really excited to hear this news because the only complaint we get about this show is, you guys are e-beggars. But then I say, hey, just a regular show, no e-begging. They're like, bring back the goddamn e-begging. I guess we do it in a fun way.
Look what you've done.
I don't know what to say. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, that sounds a lot better than the last time we were raided by the Pop Lock for Jesus guy. I understand his cause, but come on. But on and on about how he loves God.
Pop Lock for Jesus?
So I got to work on not saying the Lord's name in vain.
Yeah, and the whole swearing thing.
Exactly.
Aaron was trying to do a rundown of the commandments last night, and he had to quick skip a couple because he's definitely in violation.
I've definitely. I found out yesterday we start doing the show, and I start finding out I'm going to hell.
Yeah,
that was a rough one.
I did notice that I'm gonna have to pray a little extra for your soul if I want to see you in the
Don't
afterlife.
I just have to say I'm sorry though?
You know, there are some people out there who truly believe that they can sin in whatever capacity they so choose, as long as they ask for forgiveness and believe that they've been forgiven. They believe that it is done.
Your boy Roy Boy with a great point. He says, "Don't let the Christians strong arm you, bruh. Next, they will be asking for protection money from the show." Oh, okay.
Maybe it's your offering plate that attracted them.
Oh, maybe it was the offering plate they thought, and the gospel music.
Right.
That's what it was.
Oh, I've never thought of that.
All right, guys. So I guess we're putting overtime in your hands. We were just going to go,
have breakfast.
We were just going to tell you guys, hey, no go. We don't need anything from you today. Just sit back and enjoy the show. And you're like, no, piss on you. I want the half hour. All right, knockout tonight. We'll do it. How's that? So you mentioned The Rock giving $1 million to the Screen Actors Guild Fund. Mm-hmm. Now they can go and collect their money and, to help them out in this very difficult time. Also, speaking of movies with that Sound of Freedom going really well, I've got people actually, like, you go on, social media and stuff, and people are, like, feeling guilty about not going to see Sound of Freedom.
Okay.
And I have to be honest, I get it. Like, it's a movie about a very sensitive topic, and people are glad that it's doing well, and people are hearing the message, and everybody likes to see Jesus Caviezel, making movies and all that, and it's making a lot of money and profiting a bunch. I don't want to see it, and it's not because of, political reasons. It's not because I don't think it's an important topic or anything like that. I mean, good for them. I just don't want to be that bummed out going to it. Like, I don't want to watch a movie on child trafficking.
Yeah,
I just feel like it's a bummer.
But on the flip side of that, it's about people trying to end child trafficking, isn't it? It's not just about child trafficking.
They're like rescuing them from child trafficking,
right.
But it just seems like one of those movies where it's just too much of a ride.
You watch SVU.
That's a good point. See, now that's where I'm conflicted, because I'm like, okay, I watch Law & Order SVU whenever it's on.
A lot of child stuff in there.
I fall asleep to it, and you got like children with like, orifice invasions and shit like that. Yeah, I mean, look, you're right. I don't know. Maybe the Barbie movie is for you, Aaron.
Oh, see, I still haven't seen that.
I don't want to watch Oppenheimer either.
Wow, see, I want to watch all three. I just can't seem to find the time.
I don't care about... It's kind of like Patton Oswalt's bit about the Star Wars prequels. Like, I don't care where the cool things I love came from. I just love the things I love. Like, I'm interested in the atomic bomb and World War II, but more like the us dropping it on the Japanese part and why. I don't really give a shit about the guy who invented it. Like, to me, Robert Oppenheimer was just a necessary tool to get the thing we needed.
Yeah, I mean, without him, it didn't happen.
Right, like him and Einstein all working together. And
I don't know. I find historical stuff like that interesting.
I guess. People say it's very good. But again, Alan Chihuahua says Oppenheimer was ass. That's the only time I've ever seen it. Donkey Kongington, Sound of Freedom, Passion 2, Jew Boogaloo. No, it's a different. Mel Gibson did not make Sound of Freedom, as far as I know. If Mel Gibson made Sound of Freedom, every child trafficker in the movie would be going, "What kind of child would you like? Is this going to be?" Then all those people who protested Passion of the Christ saying it's anti-Semitic, they might have a point with old Mel.
Well, they did kind of really screw over Jesus, didn't they?
I love how Mel Gibson...
It's just the movie, man.
Mel Gibson made The Passion of the Christ, and everyone's like, it's anti-Semitic. And he's like, no, it's not anti-Semitic. It's a story about Jesus. I'm a super Christian guy. He goes to mass where they speak Latin and shit. And they go, oh, it's anti-Semitic, it's anti-Semitic. And then he fights all that off. He gets all the PR. The movie does incredibly well. And then like a few months later, he gets arrested for DUI, and he goes, yeah, the Jews started all the wars. You're like, oh, no. Like,
oh, Mel,
you just got out of that swamp. Why did you dive in again?
It just feels too good.
There was no reason for that, Mel. It was not worth it. So anyway, Sound of Freedom, I don't think I'm going to see it.
I'll watch it. I don't know if I'll see it in theaters. But
That's what I meant. I'm not going to go to theaters to check it out. I mean, April still has to see Barbie.
Yeah, I mean,
Just got to find time.
any days that I thought I had coming up to go see it have all been filled.
She overbooked her week, and now there's no Barbie movie.
It's okay.
I want to switch gears a little bit and go to this this next one here. Thank you guys very much. We're only 45 minutes into today's show. About 600 people checking it out at the moment. Go ahead and hit share, hit like, hit subscribe on all your platforms. We do appreciate it. New York City, let's check in on them. I like checking in.
Always a good time.
Yeah, I like checking in on our coastal cities, whether it's New York City, you got Los Angeles, San Francisco, Portland. Seattle, all those cities that are close to the ocean. They seem to be going through a bit of a time right now. But every time we check in on them, I think I'm a positive thinking guy. I go, maybe it's getting better. So I checked on New York City, and just in this video we're about to show you, you look at it and you go, it just looks like a shitty place to be.
Okay.
It just looks
I'm
like
sure it won't take me long to feel this way.
It just looks like a bad place to exist. So a guy tried to rob and stab an Uber driver, and then I guess he screwed that up. Like, he couldn't even rob and stab an unsuspecting Uber driver. Ran away from the guy and had to make a getaway off a crowded bridge, and he decided that jumping would be the way to go.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Have you ever like hit a fly out of the air?
Yeah,
and it doesn't die, but it goes on the ground and keeps trying to take flight, but he can't get there.
Stunned.
Yeah, like you really messed that fly up, and you should probably put him out of his misery.
You karate swapped.
Yeah, or you just gave him a big bear paw smack out of the air. Boom! You feel that little nub against your hand, and then chink, and then
he just lifelessly falls,
and then just kind of flops for a little while. And you step on him.
He's seizing.
Yeah. Well, this gentleman, who I don't think anybody can feel bad for, tried to stab an Uber driver, tried to rob him, then wanted to get the hell out of Dodge, as you do, and run away from the police. I don't know why you'd run away from the police in New York anymore. I mean, they just kind of throw you in jail real quick and then let you go without bail.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like the consequences are, that bad.
Mild inconvenience. It's not like this arrest is going to screw with this guy's employment plans. It's it's not like it's going to come up in the interview he's got scheduled this weekend.
Can we not jump off this bridge, though? I've been on that bridge. It's big.
It's not this one.
Oh.
It's this one.
Oh, okay. That's better somehow.
It's kind of like, remember in Scarface where they show that big paradise picture, and then they zoom out and you realize it's a billboard, and right below it is the Scarface sandwich truck that they're working out of. That's this picture. You're looking at this big bridge and going, oh, that's beautiful. It's like, no, it's this one.
Yeah, but terrible fall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, does that couch fold out into a bed? Yeah, a totally sweet bed. But that's Jinxie's bed. This is your bed. Dude, how am I supposed to get a chick in that? Relax, dude. You couldn't get a chick if you had a $100 bill hanging out of your zipper. You ever seen Basketball?
Yeah, one time with you.
It's great.
It was. I don't want to put my opinion out there on that movie.
Wow.
I don't.
Wow. One of the truly great original comedies of our time.
I was kind of unimpressed. I feel like I've just seen. It's not like a bad movie, but I've seen much better. Like, I would never go out of my way to watch it again.
Wow. That is. That's gonna have to be something we address in therapy, I think.
Oh, are we going to couples counseling
We're
now?
going, well, only because of your opinion on Basketball.
It's over.
Oh, man. You'd better love King Arthur when we watch it.
Okay.
Tell you what. All right, let's go to this guy trying to stab an Uber driver, trying to rob him. Let's see how it ends. One of those memes, how it started, how it's going. Here we go. See him right there?
Oh, yeah.
There's our guy. See, now already his plan looks suspect. I know what he's thinking he's going to do. But I have a spoiler alert for you. At no point in this man's life was he ever bitten by a radioactive spider.
No, he's not going to stick the landing here, guys. I feel like when I picture somebody jumping from a concrete bridge onto more concrete, I picture your legs crumbling like a toothpick.
I imagine, those animations they show like in Cinderella Man when a guy gets punched in the body and they show his rib cage rattling?
Ugh.
I just imagine this guy hitting the pavement and they show the animation of all of his insides just popping at once just from the pressure.
Being jumbled about.
Yeah. See, I understand what he's going to go for here. He's going to hang from here, get down to here, and he's going to slowly inch his way down to a point where he can hang and then let himself go.
Nah, he'll climb down that little the post there.
Oh, yeah,
man.
get to the post.
Oh, great.
Also, pay attention to the ice cream truck. It provides a great soundtrack for this whole thing. So remember, before you start to feel bad for this scumbag, tried to rob an Uber driver, tried to stab him.
Okay.
Do or do not. There is no try in that situation, in my opinion, but hey. So here we go. He's thinking. And there's our ice cream truck.
That's great.
Oh! Now let me give you a little idea of how bad of a fall that was. If that is a bag of fruit, it's hard to watch.
It looks like applesauce now.
If that was a bag of potatoes, that is a difficult visual to stare at. But it's a human being, so it makes it more difficult. But the fact that he's garbage and he tried to hurt people makes it a little more enjoyable. And the fact that the goddamn good humor music
I know.
is playing
The
in the
ice
background.
cream truck. Come here, little kids, get some ice cream.
I love that everybody's happiness in their life keeps going as this guy literally smacks against the pavement.
Oh, I'm just picturing, like a watermelon falling in just a million pieces.
Right.
Juices everywhere.
This guy turned into a Gallagher concert right before our eyes. So let's see how it goes. So he hits the ground, and you would think it's.
Will he stand?
My God, that man has a family. As God is my witness, he is broken in half. Okay, think of how far away that camera is.
Yeek.
And think of how loud and clear that smack was.
With traffic everywhere.
With traffic everywhere, with that camera being high up in the air and across the street, you still heard a very clear smack from that man hitting the
God.
pavement.
There were people down there, too. Can you imagine how scared they are?
Well, you're going to see how concerned they are for this gentleman in just a little bit. And this might be the saddest part of the video coming out is this is how the people of New York City react to something. Imagine if this happened in your town in front of you.
Bananas.
That whole street would be shut down.
Oh, there's, it's Division Street. You know how there's that big overpass where the railroad tracks come across?
Yeah.
If somebody fell from that, oh my God.
It would be horrifying. It would back up
terrifying.
traffic. Let's see how it happened. Let's look at the misery index of New York City and see how they react to something like this. Did you hear the one lady? Did you hear what she said?
Yeah. You okay?
Yeah, fine. I'll be all right. I mean, you literally heard every bone in my body break.
He's literally twitching on the ground, unable to speak. But are you okay?
Are you okay? Oh, we need more.
God bless her.
We need more of you in the workforce.
It's so innocent.
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
Look at him. He's trying. Look at that is a man move right there. And they just walk away. This is what I mean about how miserable it must be to be a New Yorker right now.
God.
A man just fell to what eventually will be his death, I'm convinced. This guy, he's trying to walk this off.
He's probably got adrenaline a little bit from the fall.
But the first thing I thought when I saw this was this guy's bleeding inside.
Right.
Bad.
If somebody were around him, like a doctor, they'd say, no, stay down.
Yeah, this guy's ruptured all over the place.
You just burst like a water balloon.
Exactly. So they just, if this happens, like I said, in the town you live in, people will be like, oh my God, call an ambulance, blah, 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 blah. These three women are like, are you okay? Okay, guys, this guy's killing my vibe. Let's go a block down.
Right. They're probably actually walking away like, oh, that was kind of weird.
Yeah. This is a bummer.
Sad.
This party sure died.
What do you think they're doing? It doesn't look like a nice place to walk.
No, it doesn't look like a nice place at all.
They turn back for him.
Yeah, they turn back. And there's the ice cream truck.
It feels like a movie.
Look at him. He's trying to get up, but he's realizing at this point nothing is working.
A Mercedes just drove by him.
Everything has failed.
This feels like a fever dream video.
Oh, he
don't,
is. Like I said, I don't know if we'll check later in the article here if there's an update on this guy, but I'd imagine the clock is ticking. because you're leaking internally.
I feel like your legs at least have to be shattered.
Yeah, your legs aren't getting anywhere. I just love that the ice cream truck is still ding 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 ding, and this guy's like, kill me!
Can you imagine?
Kill me!
Can you imagine how annoying that'd be if you're him, like in so much pain on the ground? You just hear the
Ding, ding,
dingling of the
ding, 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 ding.
Just,
He's just going, my legs. The ice cream truck driver's like, you're killing my business. Shut up down there.
I feel like we have to have Oh Fortuna playing instead.
Yeah.
Something dramatic.
By the way, that guy survived with just 2 broken legs. That was it.
I mean, good for him, I guess.
No broken ribs, nothing else.
Now, I have to ask you, what are the odds that he uses this as like a wake-up call? Like, maybe I shouldn't try to stab Uber drivers and flee off of a bridge. What are the odds?
For a normal person, that would be a pretty good conclusion to come to from this whole thing.
It would be like, wow, God just really gave me a second chance here to turn this around.
But if you're this guy, I have a hard time believing that message is going to be taken out of
Yeah, if you're willing to jump off a bridge to just to get away instead of being like, dude, I screwed up, I'm sorry.
So the authorities scooped him up off the pavement, took him to the hospital. And ironically, he's now in the same hospital that the Lyft driver is in, that he stabbed and robbed.
Oh, see, that's not good. I feel like
Should get a free shot, right?
Yeah.
Not at the legs. They've already been taken care of. Above the waist.
Ribs.
So he's 2 broken legs and probably scarred for life at the music coming from ice cream trucks. It's probably going to shake him up for a while.
I kind of hope that every time he tries to fall asleep, he has that falling sensation and pisses himself.
Right? Yeah, he shits his pants every time there's
right. I hope that's his punishment for life now.
Thank you very much to Leprechaun Blood for becoming a member for his 13th month. He just writes parkour.
Thank you.
He doesn't quite have it down yet.
No, he'll get there.
Yeah, he's gotta practice more. Balls deep. There's a great movie line. Beautiful big-titted women don't just fall from the sky, He jumped because of Aaron's movie choices, says Pool Scam Sam.
Aww.
Oh, that's quite frankly none of his business.
Wow, so is Pool Scam Sam on my side with the basketball thing?
Maybe. He doesn't like basketball.
Okay.
Whitney Chapman says, do you have any Rocky Road?
Can I get a bomb pop?
Actually, there was a more appropriate moment that I think there's a better song that Ice Cream Truck could have played. But look,
Oh yeah, you know what? This could have been cool.
I think this might have been a better decision.
Yeah, hallelujah! It's raining things, and it's all wet out here. It's wet out here. Rough and tough, it's wet outside. It's raining things. Oh!
Yeah, you could have given him a little raining stuff.
I shamelessly sing that to myself sometimes.
It's raining stuff.
It happens in the shower a lot.
Look, it's a solid song. If he would have lived long enough to fully flesh that song out,
it
would have been nice.
Like, I understand that I kind of came upon all the O&A stuff like after the fact.
Right.
But it's so good, and sometimes when I listen to the Patrice like specials on YouTube and
it's
stuff,
sad.
Like, it really does depress me. Like I can never go see that guy.
Why is that guy not still here?
We need him.
Mr. Tony Soprano gifting a membership to Welsh Republic 2 podcast. I love Welsh.
Nice.
That was
He's a nice guy.
Just a Dabbler says, "Sing it, you two, sing." Oh,
it is a good one. We have sang that on the show many times.
there's a lot of different songs that man could have had, but I think he much would have rather had not fallen from a bridge. Well, don't stab a motherfucker then.
Well, yeah, fun. I mean that is kind of on you at that point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or you could have chosen. You probably could have just stabbed somebody and like walked away too. It's not like cops care anymore.
Your best thinking got you here. Put it that way. Thank you guys very much for the gifted memberships. We're $35 into tonight's goal, and we are going goalless today. So, and that apparently, thought you guys would like that. Apparently it upset some people. So I will throw it out there. If you want to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, all that stuff. Anything that comes in during today's show will go towards the evening show. And if we knock out the evening show goal ahead of time, we will do 30 minutes of overtime tonight. Today, this morning.
But then we get to the evening show and we're like, hey guys, they knocked it out this morning. No goal tonight. We're going till 9. And they're like, what?
Then we'll have to keep
overtime.
We'll keep it going.
So yeah, I think that's a fun cycle, actually.
I've been gaslit into thinking that people, like the goal thing was an inconvenience for people, and then they get mad when I take it away from them.
I really just think they like the way you beg.
I like the way you beg, boy. Darren Orson says, sometimes I get sad about Patrice, and then I see what a Gadoff, I see what you did there, Bill Burr became. No guarantee Patrice would still be good. I have a hard time believing,
I guess,
that Patrice would have bent.
Yeah, I do too.
But you never know.
But then,
die a hero, live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Back when Eminem was still absolutely on fire, if he had died when he was absolutely on fire, just burning the whole rap scene down, everyone would have been depressed too. But look what we could have avoided.
Now we're just going to be like, oh yeah, I forgot he was still alive.
Right.
Gree C. Inward with $2 says, watch Oppenheimer, Barbie, and Sound of Freedom at home. And then a plug for a place called fmovies.com. Well, there you go.
Okay.
They're on strike, sir. They could use the money. Yeah. How dare you?
What did Barbie do its first weekend? Like over $150 million?
It was about 150, yeah.
It is now well known as the movie of this year. Did you know that?
It's the movie?
It's the one. Like everyone on the news is like, it is the one money-wise. It's the one that's caused movements. Like it's all the Barbie core now. Everyone's doing the Barbie clothes and pink, and it's made people do things, apparently. So
Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, this is starting to sound like Ponzi economics, but what do I know? I just had to kick a guy out of the store for rubbing honey buns on his belly. I don't know. Ponzi scheme economics usually isn't, hey guys, we're giving you a bunch of shit. That's usually the opposite of a Ponzi scheme. Yeah, anytime something extra comes in, we always tell you guys it goes right to, not having goals. So we've had a lot of extra come in this week from places we didn't think it would be, so we're passing it on to you guys.
See, since Annoyed Wawa Supervisor brought it up, controversial. Do you or do you not think honey buns were good?
No.
Oh, really?
I don't. Most of those little gas station snacks I don't like.
I don't like most things like that either, but
I like a good Hostess pie, though.
See, I'm more of like the Little Debbie branding of things. Like I feel like they had a lot of sleepers in there.
Honey buns, though, can go fuck themselves.
Really?
No offense.
I liked honey buns.
I was not a honey bun
God,
guy.
I was such a honey bun girl. I'd get done shoveling horse poo in the barn and stuff, and I'd be like, God, what sounds like a good snack right now with my horse poo hands?
Great.
A nice honey bun.
No.
Maybe an oatmeal cream pie. Oatmeal cream pie.
April loves a good oatmeal cream pie.
Tell me you didn't like those.
I mean, I liked them. I thought they were fine, but yet when it's me and it's cream pies, you get mad.
Messy.
Wow. All right, let's continue on. This one's going to make April mad.
Oh, that's great.
It's going to make April mad. It's going to make half of you mad. Actually, the audience we've cultivated over the years, I would say this is going to make a lot of you just laugh with disappointment. I know I chuckled when I saw it. It was just like, I just kind of saw it and I went, of course. Why wouldn't it be this? Of course. And the Freedom of Information request for the Defense Department, a watchdog group put in a FOIA request for where the weapons that we're sending to Ukraine are going.
That's appropriate.
You guys are never going to believe this. I mean, what I'm about to tell you. And remember, this is hundreds of billions of our taxpayer dollars going to Ukraine in the form of weaponry. And some would say it's only because Ukrainian billionaires gave the Biden family tens of millions of dollars in basically shakedown money.
Well, some are saying that's not proven, right?
Some are saying that the Biden family enriched themselves by tens of millions of dollars when Joe Biden was vice president. And that now as a trade-off, they've taken $200 billion of money we as Americans do not have and gave it to Ukraine to fight a war that was instigated, some would say, partly by us. It's really something. Well,
Sure
hey,
is.
at least those weapons are going to the Ukrainians, and they can use them to fight back against this Russian, right?
Right.
Sort of.
Stop doing this to me.
The 19-page report, which was issued last October and only became public after a Heritage Foundation Freedom of Information Act request, details specific incidences in which U.S. shipments were intercepted by criminal actors in Ukraine. By the way, I want to say this. Criminal actors in Ukraine, as though we didn't know it was happening and weren't totally okay with it.
Oh, right.
The American military is the most powerful one in the world by far. When it's not, busy appointing women as the head of the Navy and making sure there's enough trans people doing desk jobs. It's the most powerful military in the world. Our weapons are not getting into the hands of anyone that we're not okay with the weapons getting into the hands of.
No.
Secretly or openly.
There's a whole lot of money at stake here. I'm sure we're fine with it.
So the shipments were intercepted by criminal actors in Ukraine. Totally probably not people that needed shakedown money from the Bidens to make those bribes complete. Totally not. In one example, Ukraine's security services disrupted a plot by gangs to pose as members of a humanitarian aid organization who distributed bulletproof vests. Now, let's say that we didn't know that these groups were intercepting these weapons. How did you not consider that if you're throwing $200 billion worth of weaponry at a country, it's going to create a black market of people that are going to try and get their hands on these weapons?
Yes, that is an awful big supply.
The group illicitly imported the vests and sold them rather than distributing them to Ukrainian forces. A member of the group was found with a cache of vests worth $17,000. By the way, one of many examples.
Yeah, I like how
given in the report.
we're only talking about vests here. Something that can't hurt people.
It gets, you know what I like about Not the Bee? They do the build properly.
Okay, so we're starting low.
Yeah. In another instance, the SBU disrupted a group of arms traffickers who were selling weapons and ammunition stolen from the front lines in southern Ukraine. Again, stolen. It's not like Zelensky was okay with it and somehow there's some backdoor kickbacks coming to Ukraine. Ukraine, remember, is one of the most corrupt nations in the world. People forget about that because, the war and everything.
They're being bullied by Russia, though.
Right, yeah. The reason Ukraine couldn't join NATO previously is because they didn't meet NATO's corruption threshold, which I imagine is a remarkably low threshold, seeing as NATO is saying yes to any former Eastern Soviet bloc country that wants to join NATO. Imagine being so corrupt that even NATO is like, look, could you get this shit down to shoe level so we can at least pretend to be surprised when corrupt shit happens in your country?
We're having a hard time acting right now.
I love that we're the ones telling Ukraine, like, hey, guys, you got to cut down on the corruption. Meanwhile, the only reason that regime exists is because we helped them stage a coup and we gave their current leader hundreds of millions of dollars and estates in the UK. And we're like, hey, guys, come on. What's going on with this crooked behavior when it comes to money? What do you think you're doing? Now, in some other instances, criminal groups were found to be storing weapons sent to Ukraine by the United States. In mid-August of last year, the SBU disrupted a group of volunteer battalion members who took more than 60 rifles and almost 1,000 rounds of ammunition and stored them illegally in a warehouse, presumably for sale on the black market. And personally, I don't believe that any of this is happening without Zelensky knowing.
I don't either. I feel like it'd be pretty easy to keep an eye on that.
Yeah. I really don't think that any of this is like a crazy accident or that these weapons caches are getting hijacked or anything like that. This is happening. Zelensky's getting his boys some kickbacks.
Yeah, it keeps some of the groups happy.
Yeah. And also, the examples that they're giving are pretty weak examples.
They're so weak. That's the one thing I noticed. Very unimportant, like, a bunch of vests and 60 rifles.
We've heard stories about legitimately how like heavy weaponry is being sold on the black market to warlords in African countries. Yeah. And look, we can't track.
It's traveling.
We can't track if they're Islamic extremists. We can't wonder if they're militias that are just out there murdering civilians. No idea.
No, we just know nothing, huh?
That's it. Citizen M says, you first said hundreds of billions. We have.
Hundreds of billions,
Yes. we've given Ukraine hundreds of billions of dollars. We've given Zelensky personally a fortune of, I believe, $100 million. I can check myself on that, but I believe they took care of him very well personally. And then he took care of the Bidens. Also, that's not why Ukraine was prevented from joining NATO. Look it up. There is a threshold of NATO countries. There has to be a certain corruption score. And one of the reasons they ain't in is because they did not meet that threshold for preventing corruption. 100%. That is why.
I mean, they've got some Nazi factions over there, too. That probably didn't help.
And yeah, their military being 1/3 literal Nazis. Someone says, why are you arguing with Citizen M? I'm not. I'm educating him. I'm helping the boy. We've sent more than $100 billion of our tax money to Ukraine with no signs of slowing and have no clue how Zelensky and the corrupt Ukrainian government are using them. Yeah, they're like, that's because the Biden military and the Biden administration, once they just ship the weapons off, as far as the Bidens are concerned, they go, our job is done.
Yeah. It's you've done your good deed for the day.
The Bidens owe. They got tens of millions of dollars personally from the Ukrainians, and now they owe. So once those weapons are shipped off, they go, all right, we're good. They're going to Ukraine. They're postmarked. We're good to go. And then when they get to Ukraine, Zelensky gets, his black market buddies to get their pick of the weapons and then go, all right, here, send these to the front line now. There you go.
Oh,
they're insanely corrupt.
Bidens are doing well.
Good for them.
I heard this morning on the news briefly about how, what's his name, Hunter's, he's expected to plead guilty today, in some plea deals and stuff. I'm like, that's not going to do anything.
Right, to the bullshit tax and gun charges they gave him. He'll not do a day in jail.
Like, you start the story with like, look, he's in trouble. And it'll end, though, with, no, he's really not.
You know what makes me laugh about, in this case, Democrats, is that Democrats will sit there and talk about like how terrible our justice system is and how racist it is and how against poor people it is. And, this black guy, if he faced tax and gun charges, he'd be in jail for 15 years. Whereas if you're white collar, you would get probation. And now it's happening. They've got a great example of their racist legal system right in front of them, but they can't call it out because it's their guy.
Yeah.
It's like, Hunter Biden's a great example. You're wealthy, you're powerful, you don't go to jail, you don't get held responsible. And Hunter Biden has broken way more laws than any gangbanger in New York or Los Angeles has.
We haven't seen in an administration, I don't think, anything like that in a very, very long time.
Right. I mean, it's probably the most corrupt administration, at least since the Bush administration.
The most egregiously.
But going back from there, probably the most dirty we've seen since Nixon. This administration.
I mean, you've even went so far as to say like Nixon didn't do the evil things he's been doing. So
I'm going to say this again because I think Nixon, outside of Watergate, actually did a good job as president. If he just would have turned in and not helped the burglars at Watergate, because he didn't do it. He didn't instigate the burglary. He just covered for them once they were discovered. He was like, they're my soldiers. They're on my team. They were doing it for my campaign. So I got to protect them. If he would have turned them in, called the cops, said, slap the cuffs on these guys. Here's the people involved. I'm not getting involved. Basically, he was handed the gun. Remember the gun in Goodfellas after Henry pistol whips that neighbor and he hands Karen the gun?
Yep.
Nixon was given the gun and he hid it for them. And he helped them hide it and facilitate the hiding. If he would have just taken the gun and shit, and called the cops immediately, Nixon would have served out both of his terms. But he had to fuck himself over. Yeah, Kyle says, Trump will drain the swamp. Remember that? Remember when people, honest to God, thought Trump was going to fix this whole thing in 4 years? No. They just put it on hold. Nixon was set up. Read the Rockefeller Files book. Oh, that's interesting.
Okay.
Nixon fucked us over with the China deal. Yeah, he opened up China to the United States, and that did help China become more powerful. But
boy, did that age.
Yeah.
Well, depending on which view you have, I guess, well or terribly.
I honestly, if I was president, I would have a very strict we don't deal with commies policy, but I hate communists so much. I'm like, I hate communism to the level of like a Cuban refugee.
Most people, I think.
I just really hate it. Not as many as you'd think.
Not enough.
A lot of people see communism as like, oh, it's just a political philosophy we disagree with. I'm like, no, it's
different cultural norms.
Yeah, different cultural norms. It's a gateway to mass murder, and I'm not okay with mass murder and oppression and all that. So no communism for me, thank you. I don't think we should be dealing or doing business with anyone who's communists. But, hey, China, right?
China.
They are right. Nixon did open the door for that. I want to talk about this for a moment, get off the Ukrainian stuff and all of those things. Let's get into the lovely sport of golf. Now, we're not going to break down golf. We're not going to break down the next tournament or anything like that. Don't worry.
Your golf game.
My golf game. Don't worry. By the way, 700 people tuning in at the moment. Keep that going. Let's do 8 or 9 today. It's still early yet. Thank you guys very much. You're also $35 into tonight. We will do overtime. We made people upset. We will do overtime if we knock out tonight's. We just thought you would be excited that we weren't hitting you up for anything today.
Yeah.
And we didn't need a goal. And we thought you would be happy with going till 10. But a lot of you expressed your disappointment. So Streamlabs, Streamlabs, PayPal, everything else. There's the link. If you want to knock out tonight's goal, we're about 215 away from that. So there is a PGA golfer. You know, when I talk about, you know, using a pocket ball when I'm golfing by myself or taking an extra tee shot,
Mulligans.
you know, a few mulligans here and there, you know, or, you know, maybe a gimme because I'm frustrated that I missed a putt, you know, shit like that. Also, I did find out, I checked the golf rules because someone told me that if you hit a ball out of bounds and you grab it and you toss it out, that's a 2-stroke penalty. It is not. It is a 1-stroke penalty. So I've actually been over punishing myself.
Oh, God, Aaron.
My cheating might be balanced out by my over penalization.
I don't know. I've watched you golf.
So anyway, I hear about my little flubs and foibles in my golf game. And people go, oh, now a respected golfer would not do such a thing. All right, you know what I don't do? I don't just get a score and then blatantly lie on the scorecard. Okay. I don't get a 7 and then go, fuck it, 5. I don't do that. That's disgusting.
Nobody saw that.
That's
right?
really a terrible, shitty thing. So then you got this guy, Justin Doden. He's a professional golfer, and he was at a PGA developmental tour event in Ottawa, Canada. Now, PGA Tour developmental tournaments are basically the minor leagues of the main tour. So if you do well enough at developmental, they move you up to the main show.
Okay.
Right? He's in Ottawa, Canada doing a tournament. A fellow player ratted him out to officials. Hey, you might think, hey, what are you doing stooging out the guy? But in fairness to the other gentleman, you're all doing this for a living. Like the place you finish determines how much money you make. So you're going to rat a guy out. Doden withdrew from the tournament after he completed the second round when questions arose regarding his score on the 18th hole. You know what's amazing about this is no matter how many technological advances we have in the game of golf or anything else, we're still just basically relying on a guy to golf his round and write down his scores.
Yeah,
isn't that weird?
But I don't think it's the same as us just being out golfing and keeping track of our score. I think people do watch them.
You're going to find out in this story that it absolutely is.
Nobody watches and makes sure?
No.
That doesn't...
You and your caddy keep track of your score, and you get your score, and you write it. I mean, what you write down, nobody knows until you're done with your round and you turn in your card. Think about it. If you're writing down your own score...
I just feel like, you know how like in different sports and stuff, there's judges that watch people. I feel like there's got to be somebody watching them golf that can keep track of strokes.
That's what I thought. A player who competed with Doden at the Eagle Creek Golf Club noticed on the leaderboard that Doden had a score of 3 under par. However, what he witnessed was different. According to a report made on Monday, Q Info, the golfer said he watched Doden take 7 strokes on a par 5 hole. God, you know how good that makes me feel that professionals do that sometimes?
Yeah.
That makes me feel great. I've 7'd plenty of par 5s in my day.
Pretty much 7 all the par 5s.
Yeah, see? So. I'm this close to being a pro.
It feels good.
So he was perplexed when he saw Doden's score was 2 strokes less. When the player approached tournament officials, Doden's card was pulled and investigated. Officials reportedly noticed that the number 7 written for the 18th hole had been erased.
You can't do that.
and replaced with a 5.
If you're gonna cheat, you better just write down that 5 first.
Right. You can't have like conflicted feelings about. Take it from somebody who cheats at golf. You can't have conflicted feelings about your cheating. Anytime I've ever been conflicted about a pocket ball, like if I take a pocket ball and I hit a really nice shot, I'll feel guilty and I'll add that stroke. I'll just go you know what? I was hoping for like a halfway decent shot, but that was really nice. Like if I hit that shot, I re-hit it, and it's a gimme, like I chip into a gimme, I'll add the extra stroke for the pocket ball. But if I take the pocket ball and I hit just a half-ass shot, I'm like, all right, there we go.
But I feel like you're also the guy who will tell all your friends, like, I shouldn't have given myself that penalty shot because this, and this happened.
I will excuse the living shit out of it, but I'll do the right thing.
That's me.
I'll tell you why I'm a good guy for cheating and then taking it back, you know?
I always prefer guys that cheat and then take it back.
Exactly, and those are the good ones.
Those are the good ones. They'll be with you for life.
So this guy got a 7 on a hole, wrote down 7, but then he raced it and wrote down 5. You can't do that. The number 7 and the number 5 look nothing alike. You're not fooling anybody.
Not only that, like just because you erase pencil doesn't mean there isn't an indent of the old number there. Like, come on, man. The
difference in score meant that Doden would make the cut and move on to the next round of the tournament. Furthermore, his newfound score meant the cutoff score would be shifted. So put it this way. For those of you who don't understand how golf works, after the second round of a tournament, they cut down the field. If you don't do better than a certain score, you get cut. This guy, lying by 2 strokes, shifts the average and actually moves the cut down. Mm-hmm. Or no, him lying moved it up.
Oh.
So if you had a +3 and the cut was +2, but if this guy had told the truth, the cut would have been +4, you would have made it. You would have moved on to the next round. So he not only fucked the leaderboard over, but he also fucked the littler guys over.
I feel like if you're going to cheat at golf, you probably shouldn't do like more than 1 point per hole. Like you better be like doing a point here or there throughout.
And don't write down the score and then erase it.
Well, yeah, you have to be decisive about
your
Stories
with Joe 13 says, what do you want, Aaron? Powered hover balls? I mean, it wouldn't hurt.
Powered hover balls?
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. If you could find some, that would be good.
You actually just need drone balls that you can, like, program to go to certain places.
Stories with Joe 313 says, no, I will hit the ball 30 times if I have to, but I won't cheat because I'm not a cheater. Hey, wait a minute. We're talking about when I'm by myself, a little pocket ball, just getting a little practice in. That's it. God, sometimes golfers can be remarkably cunty and no fun.
Oh, wow. You're talking about golf.
Jesus, you guys. Fucking loosen the belt on your plaid pants and just have a good time with me.
Golfing for me, I already know I'm not good. I do my best for the most part. I try to do better.
Yeah.
It's about the sunshine and the beers.
Sure.
And being out with people.
Now,
I don't care about my score.
If he would have told the truth about his score, an additional 13 players who originally thought they were going home advanced. So luckily, that guy ratted on this dude, and more people were allowed to play. According to reports, Doden actually handed the scorecard to another player who then signed the card with the 7. Oh, you dirty fucker. That is a really cheap dog shit move then. So he wrote down the right score, handed it to the guy he was playing with, got it signed, and then he erased it and switched it. Which, by the way, raises no red flags when you see it.
I don't like it because then he's involving that other guy too.
Well, that's the guy who snitched on him.
Yeah, but can you imagine if he didn't catch it and like he had signed off on it?
Right, like if he would have just been handed the card and went, there you go.
That seems not okay. Like,
but instead he checked the score and then looked on the leaderboard and he went, wait a minute. That's not what I saw today.
That's not what I signed off on.
Yeah. I am here to confess of the biggest mistake I have made in my life to date. I cheated in golf. Wait, time out. Now you're lying.
That's the biggest mistake you've made?
You're a cheater and a liar, sir.
I feel like if you've ordered from Taco Bell, you've made bigger mistakes before.
Right. This is my biggest lie to date. What's that? I've cheated at golf. Well, then guess what, sir? All of us who have ever stepped foot on a golf course are going to hell.
Probably it is the devil's sport.
Yes. This is not who I am. I let my sponsors down. I let my competitors down. I let my family down. I let myself down. Boy, just letting everybody down.
You let Jesus Christ down.
Bro, it was 2 strokes at golf. God damn, you didn't like give a homeless guy AIDS.
You let Gam down. Now
Gam's upset.
She's upset with you.
I pray for your forgiveness. John 1:9. You invoked the Gospels.
I like that. I think you should go religious when somebody really screwed up.
You
like
are
embarrassingly.
really laying it on thick.
I think that's great.
If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse from all righteousness. Unrighteousness. I'm sorry. That's
See?
John 1:9.
That goes back to the people I've heard before where they're like, I technically can do whatever I want, and if I feel sorry for it later and just ask, I'm forgiven.
That's what some people believe, that like, hey,
But
if I just say whoops-a-daisy, my bad.
you do have to believe that you're forgiven. If you don't trust,
Yeah, that's
you
true.
know, what's the point?
Fuck you, dude, over on Rumble says, I golf with a tennis racket and aluminum bat.
See, that sounds fun.
Well, one's the driver, one's the putter.
Can we play tennis today?
No, it's going to be like 96 degrees
Yeah, I
today.
sweat a little bit.
We're going to die. You're going to bring the kids out playing tennis?
Dude, one of my former classmates apparently almost died hiking the Badlands yesterday
Why are you smiling?
of like heat stroke. It's just
You're a terrible person. I almost died.
I might be terrible, but you can't. I don't like people that think they're better and more equipped than nature. Like they're gonna beat nature somehow.
Oh, so you feel it was just what happened to them?
Kind of. Don't like she went on about this whole diatribe on Facebook, like this long ass post about how, I didn't pack right, I didn't bring enough water, and I was doing a 10-mile hike up a Badlands hill, and I made it 3 miles, and my whole skin was beet red, and I had heat stroke. Should have lay there dying on the ground for an hour and a half for somebody to get to her with water, and then bring her back to an ambulance.
I tell people all the time, like, quit being so proud.
Just
Stay
stop.
inside. It's nice.
Right?
Nice inside.
It was 110 degrees in the Badlands yesterday, and she thought she was going to go for this 10-mile hike all alone.
Yeah.
And it's just like,
learn.
You'll never meet somebody who's more excited to go do something outside than me. I would never do that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to think I'm better than.
The kids already informed us today that we will be playing Wii and Wheel of Fortune today.
I forgot the Wheel of Fortune one.
Yeah, Wheel of Fortune, Wii. And the 9-year-old is probably going to bust out the what do you meme at some point.
Yeah, but every time she does, she's like,
It's a boring game.
You know what that is? There's something about a 9-year-old, like she's starting to show signs of like incoming attitude.
Right, yeah.
And it's like red flags starting to go off his parents, like, oh, here it comes.
You can't stop it.
No, it's coming.
I don't care.
Or like you can try to tell them something politely, or like just let them know of like some news or something.
Yeah.
Like, oh, fine.
And this is the weirdest part. Like this is this is how you know you can't stop it. She's the most polite, wonderful child.
Usually.
She's incredibly smart, well behaved, everything else. But it's like you just can't stop it.
She's been a model kid.
Yeah.
For forever.
It just goes to show it's a phase everyone goes through, and you can, as a parent, you cannot stop it.
Just one day, I remember how I felt. It was on the deck like a month or two ago. I was just telling her something very nicely, just, hey, like we're gonna do this later. Something fine. I'm like, jeez.
Yeah, see, here's what I do in those cases, and maybe this is bad as a parent. Is I don't let him go, but I don't let him shake me up, because I go, I recognize that from my childhood. Like, I recognize that. Like, April will go through these times like, why don't they like really good food? I'm like, because they don't. I never did.
I don't think I say that.
But you're like, they want this instead of this.
No, they want
for dinner.
like crap that's not like, like there's no health value
So
in it.
did I.
I'm like, well, as the only person in the house that cooks for everybody, like, you want to make sure that the kids have nutrients to grow, okay?
Right.
You don't want them eating junk.
But you also want them to eat. And sometimes
I want them to eat, but they need to grow.
And sometimes they're like, no, I just fucking want a chicken patty, thanks.
But I'm like, the chicken patty is not even chicken. There's cat in there or something.
You're making the mistake I always tell people not to make. You're thinking like an adult for a child. You can't do that. You have to think like the child.
I'm going to argue you on that. You have to think like an adult for a child. Otherwise, they won't get anywhere.
Well, yeah, you can't let them eat chicken patties every night. But once in a while,
you gotta balance it.
I see parents just get so stressed and they get so angry and anxious. And I'm like, would you calm the fuck down? This is normal.
That's
is
not
normal
me.
shit.
I think you're making a blanket statement.
No, horse shit. I see it from so many people. They're like, run this and that. And I'm like, dude, this is normal. You did this. Your friends did this. Like, everybody did this. This is not a new, like, everyone thinks they're encountering something new like, everyone thinks they're discovering Atlantis.
Oh boy, I don't think that way. I just
a lot of people,
see
you're being defensive over something that's not coming at you. I'm saying people in general do this thing where they're like, oh, I'm the first person who's ever gone through this. And it's like, relax. You're not. You know why you're not the first person to ever go through this? Because you did this to somebody at some point.
I feel like as a parent, you just need to, both with like behavioral stuff, like with attitude that inevitably shows up with children, or like their inability to eat anything healthy of their own accord. Like, you just need to find a balance for all that. Be like, hey, we could check that toot a little bit, or, here, you can have your chicken patty, but eat your stupid vegetables with it, or no treats.
See No Evil gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, buddy. Fack You, Crispy Critter, the Fed Up Canadian, Marcus Chandler, and your friend Paul, all getting memberships. You guys are 45 into tonight's goal. We did say you guys were very upset that I said, hey, no goal today, no money, don't worry about it. We'll tap out at 10 today. You guys, what? No overtime, no no offering plate. So I said, all right, look, if you knock out tonight early, then we'll do the 30 minutes. And I'm trying to keep everybody happy. As if April never snapped back at her parents. We all did.
When did I say that? That is something I don't appreciate, when people put words in my mouth. I absolutely just said, yeah, I can do both. I can recognize that that's what happens. That's what kids do. But you should also leave it in check sometimes if it gets out of control, because you don't want your kid to grow up to be a brat.
Lemmy says, April, just beat the individuality out of them. LOL. Yeah, that whole...
Wow, people must really be sensitive as parents or something, because I don't think I said any of those things.
Somebody says, I can't say anything about my kids not eating vegetables because I don't eat fruits or vegetables.
What a weird, sensitive topic for people. I've said nothing controversial.
I don't think anybody's being sensitive.
I think a couple of them are.
I don't think, I gotta say, I think everybody's being very funny. I don't think anyone's being sensitive. All right, we'll move on, because I was just trying to be funny, and everyone's now all agitated and worked up, and we gotta see how he's all agitated. All right, let's make lemonade. Let's talk about Barbie. And we got fights going on. Apparently, they're starting to do some research on this Barbie movie, some social media video research. And we're finding out that at the Barbie movie, bitches are starting to punch each other in the face.
Oh, why?
They're starting to hit each other.
Why are we punching?
Well, I don't know. I don't know why you would fight at the Barbie movie. I mean, but then again, like, women punch each other in the head for no reason.
Do they?
Women
I've
are
actually
far
never
more,
witnessed that.
Women are far more angry, hostile, and violent than men are. You cannot convince me otherwise. Men are far more...
Aren't men, like, programmed to be more
Men are
aggressive than
far
women?
more reasonable, calm, and willing to solve stuff with words.
Okay.
Women left to their own devices are psychotic. Like, I see more times women starting public scenes about stuff confrontationally than men, because men are willing to go, it's not a big deal. Like, move on with your fucking life. It's not a big deal. How many times have you seen men get into a problem because their fucking woman goads them into it? The shit where women will be like, oh, are you going to let him say that? And you know what most men would say? Yeah, you know why? Because it's not a big deal. I'm not going to ruin my fucking day over it.
Well,
and
now
women
you're
are like,
broken up.
And then women will go, hey, well, a man would do that, and a man would. Women are so, like, brave and ballsy with other people's physicality. It's fucking disgusting. I hate it. My misogyny's going for a walk.
Yeah, you are really.
There is this societal poison that's been pumped into people's brains that men are somehow these big, bad, violent creatures. Most of violence between men is instigated by a woman. Are you going to let him talk to me like that? Are you going to do this? Are you going to do that? And now you've put a man in a position where he's got to get in a fight now because of fucking you.
Has this happened to you before?
No, but I've watched it happen to too many people.
Good Lord.
I'm not dumb enough to be that guy, but I've watched it happen to enough poor dumb bastards. Men are dumb. That's true. But women are calculating, conniving, conflict-based, conflict-oriented. The problem is they'll do they'll fight women conflict with male muscles and get them to do it. They're the United States foreign policy of genders.
There is
It's
nothing
gross.
nothing less appetizing to me than enticing myself or my man into a fight, let alone at a movie theater.
Conflict
Like,
in
I
general.
can't imagine doing that.
Women steer men into conflict instead of letting shit go all the time. They'll go, are you going to stand for this? Or this would never happen if this and blah, blah, blah. It's like, bitch, do you want to be happy or do you just want to be in a constant fucking state of conflict your entire life? And like this shit at a movie theater. I'm sure nothing happened. It was a tiny little thing. Someone wore the same clothes. Someone spilled a little popcorn or a slushie. Someone sat in the wrong seat. And these women had to make a thing out of it.
You know what I do when I catch myself wearing the same outfit as another girl? Especially at something cool like a movie or something. I'm like, oh, look at that. She had cool taste too. Like, oh, look, we had the same taste. That's fun.
Yeah, Skeezy with a great point. Prime example of what I'm talking about. Will Smith and Chris Rock. Now, modern society tells you, oh, that's toxic masculinity. Bullshit. Those two were marionette puppets. Who was the puppet master?
Well, Jada Pinkett.
Jada Pinkett Smith. But that's not a rare thing. That's most men on men violent situations in those cases.
I'm truly thankful for my own well-being then that I enjoy being alone, especially in public, and then instead of having attention of others. I think it might be one of the top most mortifying moments to me ever if I were to get in a fight publicly. And
Yeah.
it should be. Like, that should never be something you're into.
Women have this idea of what being a man is, and they're so retarded and stupid. And it's got to be, not physically, but psychologically beaten out of the next generation of women. Where they're like, you know what being a man means? That means I had a problem with this person. Go address it. No, you know what being a man is? It's going, I'm not 12 years old. I'm not going to pick a playground fight with every asshole who said something that you don't like in public. So you know what? Sit down, shut the fuck up, and enjoy the movie.
I feel like
it's over.
Being an adult in general is deciding, is the juice worth the squeeze on this one?
Right. I do
that a lot more, especially in the last 2 years, I'd say, of my life. I'm like, I don't even know if it's worth bringing that up.
But here's the thing. People will do that too. They'll go, oh, it's not even worth bringing up. No. Women need to be taught this too. It's not about not bringing it up. It's about not feeling it in the first place and letting shit go. Women have this idea of like, oh, I just won't bring it up. No, bitch, let it fucking go.
I think that's
Drop
what
it.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, it's human. Like, I don't know if you know this. It's human nature to feel something about an issue initially, and then you make a decision. Okay, am I going to carry on with that, or am I going to forget about it?
Right.
I just said that.
And it's got to be fucking forget about it.
You do have an initial moment where you feel something. That's a human reaction.
That's fine. And then an adult reaction is, this is not a big deal. But I've seen so many men fucking ruined. Will Smith, a great example, by women who, and a lot of them are such fucking sociopaths, they don't even know they're doing it. You could yell it right in their face and go, this is what you've done to everyone around you. And they'll go, I'm just standing up for myself. You fucking, and then they vote. It just always goes to that point with me.
If anybody had questions on Aaron's feelings towards females, I hope that your questions are answered.
Just shit like this. No, just shit like this, because I'm right.
Somehow, if
the world should listen.
A movie theater brawl between two women took you.
But
here.
no, only because like the propaganda that our children are being fed is that men are toxic, men are violent, men
I
are
think
this.
that's terrible to say that.
It's terrible
yeah.
because it's not true. You know what it is? Women manipulate and push men into being violent with another man because it ain't the woman who's going to get punched in the face.
Well, Mean Girls was basically a documentary. Like people can take Mean Girls to the bank and cash it. That's a real thing.
Delco Lou, Helen of Troy, wasn't alone with troublemaking. There you go. Men are more likely to get punched in the face, so they're less likely to call an asshole's bluff. Right, exactly. Because a man thinks, okay, I'm having a nice time. Even if I kick this person's ass, I'm going to take some damage. Is it worth it? And they go, no. And then I've seen women tell a guy, "Oh, so you just so it's okay." So they'll be passive aggressive. You've probably seen it before too. Oh, so you're just gonna let him talk to me like that? So you just let people do that to me, and that's it. It's like, bitch, you go get punched in the fucking face, and then I'll respect your fucking opinion. How about that?
I do think there's a very small laundry list of things, or excuse me, a very small list of things worth getting into a physical altercation over. And it's got to be basically somebody physically threatened you. I think.
I agree with Friendo. You have to be cruel to be kind. That's exactly right. Like, everyone's like, oh, I want people to be honest. And then when someone's honest, like, that guy's a dick. It's like, all right, well, then fucking, shit like this gets called asshole behavior, this, that, and the other thing. And then they look at the way the world is now and they go, oh, this world sucks. It's like, well, my opinion didn't build it. Like, my opinion is rejected and it's wrong and it's mean and it's terrible. So here. Go live in this world. Go ahead. I don't, I don't need to, spill my fucking guts and have people, it's kind of like when someone asks you for help on something and you go, well, here's the answer. And then they go, yeah, no, I'm just going to do it my way. It's like, then don't fucking ask me, Don't look for my advice because, I'm hopeless and I don't know what to do. And then the person goes, well, just do this. And they go, no, I think I'm going to work on it on my own. And then fuck you. Coltrane says spanking and beating is the best way to fix the... No hitting. No. Yul Gibbons says men tend to be more diplomatic, in my opinion. Women act more on emotion. Yeah. Yeah,
but somehow I've still made it almost 30 years into my life of never goading somebody into physical violence.
Then fucking talk to these bitches.
I don't think, I see Friendo saying women have no clue how to avoid violence. I don't think that's true at all. I think a lot of women are not.
Women are
violence.
very generous with men's physicality.
I've been with men my entire life, and I've never wanted any of them in a physical altercation on my behalf.
You've never shamed a man's masculinity for not doing something you wanted him to do.
No.
Never.
What are you referring to here?
If a guy...
I don't want men fighting.
Not even fighting, but just not getting in a confrontation. Like a boyfriend, even in high school. Think about it.
I think the worst thing I've ever said was, hey, are you going to let your dad say that type of stuff? That's the worst thing I've said. Yeah, I've shamed somebody about their family talking shit about them.
Yeah, that's a little different.
I mean,
I don't think that's...
Yes, absolutely. I've done that before where somebody's clearly overstepping and been like, hey, are you going to let that happen?
But then you are kind of, okay, whoever that, you are kind of passive aggressively forcing that guy into a confrontation.
No, it never happened. No, it was just that's a conversation to get brought up. And then that person still decided, yes, I'm going to let that happen.
And see, here's where I go. A man would never do that to a woman, ever, in a million years. I don't think that would ever happen in the reverse.
You would never,
because it's disrespectful.
You would never watch somebody outright harming another person, saying very nasty things to them, and be like, hey, are you just going to let them talk to you that way?
No, because that's instigate. I would never instigate someone.
That's fine.
Into another fight, because that's an instigation. It's
the fight never happened in my situation.
Look, hey, we planned to rob the bank, but nobody robbed the bank. It's not a big deal. But if you go
I'm clearly
in the movie Goodfellas, in the movie Goodfellas, where they go to Tommy, they go, "Oh, you gonna take that from Spidey? You gonna take that?" And then he fucking shoots Spider to death. It's like, well, those guys kind of.
We're not talking about the same thing here.
That's what I'm saying.
We're not talking about the same thing at all.
Johnny Knoxville says, same shit with Harry and Meghan. One's a hoe and the other is a cuck. Exactly. You get the wrong guy and he'll fucking listen to that girl and he'll blow his fucking life up over a Meghan Markle, which he has.
Well, then both of you are bad people because she shouldn't be asking you to blow your life up and you shouldn't be blowing your life up.
That guy is not a bad guy. That guy is...
You can stop that behavior from being in your life.
You stay away from those people.
That's what I'm saying.
Stay away from a Meghan Markle.
He's not staying away from those people. That is, on some level, also his decision.
Skeezy says, I lost a good friend because his cunt girlfriend started a fight because she didn't like a joke I made. Yeah, that's the kind of shit
I've seen
pisses
that happen
me off.
before.
Yes.
I've seen girls do that.
But that's my problem is that's our society right now. Our society is that. All the problems we have is that type of shit. Will Smith, Chris Rock, and to a greater extent, America in general.
Well, yeah, our society's not doing well in pretty much any to any degree. There's nothing good going on here.
Neat Drift says this feels personal, Aaron. No, this is the power of noticing. This is what happens when you notice shit.
I'd say you got pretty aggressive, though. That did seem personal.
It matters. I mean, this is a societal issue. This shit fucking matters. And men are not being listened to anymore. And I'm sorry, but men built the good parts of this shit. And they're not being listened to anymore. And not only that, they're being treated like scum. They're being treated like they're dumb, like they don't know anything. Meanwhile, I'm sorry, but the good ones, most of them, have the answers. And they're not being listened to. It's unfortunate. We've given up our power. Men have been shamed into thinking they've done something wrong in building the modern world. And now they're giving it up, and it's falling apart. When is Aaron going on Fresh and Fit? I'm just saying, man. The mood says it about April. Much like my girlfriend, April, you are the exception to the rule. Absolutely. You don't have to feel the need to defend women as though they're talking about you. If it doesn't apply to you, then it's not.
I'm not defending women as a whole, but I am a co-host on a show and the only female here. So I do have to say something to the effect of I don't believe all women want to be that way. I don't believe that.
I believe too many
I believe
of them
I've gone 30 years without trying to get men into fights because I don't like confrontation myself. I don't want that. It's not comfortable.
But you're an exception.
I don't want my guy involved in confrontation either because you know what happens if my partner's in a confrontation? Now I'm in it.
Right.
I don't want that.
That's just it. But now this is where you're different thinking that way. A lot of women don't get involved in the confrontation.
When you're in a partnership,
Jada Pinkett
whatever
Smith
they're going through turns into you're both going through that now. Because it's going to affect your relationship somehow.
In a good one. But using the Jada Pinkett example, did she get into a confrontation? No.
Not directly.
She spun a man into doing it for
I do believe there was a lot of stuff that she brought upon herself on the outskirts from that. Like it came at her from other places than Chris Rock.
Right, but her husband had to take the fall for it.
Yes, but I also do believe that if you allow that type of thing, you're making that decision as a man too. You don't have to be with somebody like that.
D. Gulag says, I've been in so many fights because of mouthy bitches I dated when I was in my 20s. Now I just let them get their asses
Absolutely. Kicked. Like, you should either let them get their asses kicked or don't be with that person.
Matt Melt with $4.99 says, Bill Burr had a great bit about how women would act if they could get punched.
You know what would be great?
It would be a lot different. Bill Burr was absolutely right in that bit.
You know what would be great if, like, all men feel the way that you just went on, rightfully angrily about, is if you people would stop dating these women then. When they start getting you in fights and stuff and goading you into things, dump them, divorce them, leave them. Don't continue to be with people that behave that way because you're just teaching them that they can't.
I would tell a man that when it came to like a confrontation that could turn physical, and a woman goes, are you going to let him talk to me like that? Or are you going to let him do that? You don't go to that person then and start a confrontation. What you do is you look at your woman and you go, when it breaks down into a fight, are you going to throw a fucking punch? Then shut it. Stop it.
I just wouldn't be with people like that. Any of the boyfriends I've had, if they were the type of person who needs to get into fights and stuff,
right,
I'm gone.
Yeah.
It's not for me.
Walking away from dipshits who are being assholes is about the most masculine thing you can do. Any ape, any gorilla can fight. Any gorilla can go and punch a guy in the face in the middle of a public place.
Yeah,
it is stupid. It is retarded. You're going to get arrested. You're going to fuck up your life. And you could get hurt if the guy can fuck you up.
I started seeing that specifically, I'd say, when I was 20 years old. And I was starting to go downtown here to the bars for the first time, especially the Press, the one that burnt down in town here. When you'd go in there, there's always a fight in there, and you can see the total division between two types of men. There's a type of man who joins that fight because their buddy's in it or something like that. Yeah. Their buddy got pushed. And then there's the men that are like, you know what, guys? Not for me. Let's go. And make sure the women get out.
Get your women out of there.
You get your women out of there. You get out of the violence. And that's when I first started seeing there's two types of guys. Because you're right, any ape can throw a punch.
Any ape can throw a punch. But yeah, and then you're like, oh, I'm going to show my woman I'm tough. It's like, how about you get your fucking woman to safety?
There are, and that's where you see there's two different types of women too. If you got a woman who's like or are you just going to stand by and let this stuff happen? That's that girl. That's the punchy girl. And then there's the one who would be like me, where I'm like, I don't want you fighting people. I don't want to be with a guy who's just fighting people.
Here's the difference between, this is how you can find out if you got a good woman or a bad woman. Lay out a scenario for her and tell her, all right, we're at a bar. Some guy said something offensive toward us. And we got a group of people, and one guy decides to stand up and get in that guy's face. If I go back my buddy and start throwing punches with this guy, what do you think? If you have a woman who goes, oh, yeah, it's good that you would stand up for me, run the fuck away, get out of there. She's using you. She's manipulating you. Now, I've heard women say this a lot, and this is the right answer. They go, I'd be so fucking pissed and embarrassed if you got in a fucking fight at a bar. That's
the correct word, because you know what I'm doing now once we go home later? If you ever sober up, I'm absolutely pissed at you that you got in a fist fight.
And ruined the night.
I'm actually probably not going to be with that person much longer.
You could walk out, go to another place, and restart the good time, or you could just wreck the whole evening. Skeezy says, how many times has April been in the situation to start a conflict? I'm sorry, but I do believe all women are capable of this. It's just a matter of being in the right situation.
So you're sitting there saying, oh, maybe April just hasn't been in a situation where I would want to get my man involved.
That's interesting. It's kind of an interesting
No, it's not to me, because I think people... Like, I get what he's saying. He's like, well, you don't know till you're in the situation. I have been in that situation. I have been in a situation with an ex before where there was a clear situation where there's a fight about to happen and there was some aggression. And I'm like, you know what? This is the start of a downslide for me then. I'm not into it.
Yeah.
So I guess you're wrong regarding me. If Aaron were to start getting in fistfights and stuff, like I know people give him shit like, oh, you back down from Max and all that stuff. At Max Weirs at whatever the red carpet.
I mean, I'm not the one who I'm not the one who got
care.
But hey, the Max Weirs thing, I got to say this. I'm not the one who got pulled away by women. I'm the one who stood there and go, what?
And that's just a weird thing you had to bring up there too.
Yeah.
It's not for me, Skeezy. I'm sorry.
All right, let's go to the phones. Ryan, the garbage man, has a point to make. Hello, sir.
Hey, good morning. Would you agree that guys naturally want to take the high road?
Yes.
Sometimes their women really push them make them go against their nature.
100%. I think that's the whole point I'm making. If I could boil it down into one statement, it would be that. It would be a man's nature is, and women will laugh at this because I don't think they understand the role they play. A man's nature is peace. I do believe that. A man's nature is calm and peace and quiet.
And naturally, men are not complex creatures.
No,
unlike women.
Very simple.
We are very basic.
Yes.
And I mean, I think nuance was invented by a woman.
I also don't think women realize how much of the good and bad things that men do are motivated directly or indirectly by them. Like big houses.
Oh, absolutely.
Big houses, great architecture, giant cathedrals. A lot of it made to impress women. I mean, men would not build big, elaborate houses for themselves. They never would. But to take care of a woman, provide for a woman, all that stuff, they will because it's impressive. It's the same as peacock feathering and everything else.
Yeah. And April, this is in no way trying to slight you at all. I mean, this is just a widespread, basic, and natural fact.
It's hurt, and the thing that makes me so passionate is it's hurting like the society in general. Like what I'm saying right now does not apply to everyone's individual situation. I'm talking about something I'm seeing because there's very few things we can actually fix. We talk about that on the show all the time. Mm-hmm. There's very few issues we can actually fix. No. This is one we can actually fix if people pull their head out of their ass. But that requires talking tough truths to women, and people are too intimidated and scared to do that anymore.
Well, I mean, and trying to talk truth to women, I mean, they came up with a word for that. It's called mansplaining.
Right.
It's ridiculous in itself.
Women created a phrase, the women who created a phrase to insulate themselves from criticism or insulate themselves from learning anything. And they made that phrase mansplaining. And I think it's really unfortunate. But
yeah. And I mean, it's almost like they're incapable of being told they're wrong.
Right. And that's mansplaining. Like I said, mansplaining insulated a lot of women from criticism. And I think a lot of it in the workplace because they wanted to be men. They wanted to jump into the workplace and they said, we can do everything a man can do. And they found out they couldn't because we're both good at different things. There's a lot of things men don't do as well as women do, but you don't see us trying to invade it and take it over and doing a shittier job. So women had to protect themselves with things called mansplaining and microaggressions to try and even the playing field, in my opinion.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, buddy.
You mentioned Bill Burr. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Thank you, buddy. Oh, Ryan the Garbage Man, always great. RS says, the woman on this show is being very quiet here is telling. She knows her role, LOL.
Yes, I do know my role. There was a person on the phone talking to Aaron.
RS is being... Aaron Tate is based, says Eddie S. Oh, now I'm Aaron Tate. No, look, we talk about a lot of stuff on this show that, like April and I will talk about it where we're like, God, it's kind of really going downhill. Like we're kind of noticing.
I don't think our society is in a good place at all.
It's not in a good place. And a lot of it's because, we've made a lot of changes that weren't necessary.
I think not only a lot of changes, but we accept all the bad behavior now.
Right.
If somebody isn't accepting of it, another person will excuse it.
Right. And this is, there's always a reason, right?
There's always an answer for every bad behavior.
And like, to me, I don't give a shit what the reason is. Don't do it. That's
remember, my take with like physical altercations. Like you don't, like I said, there's a very small list of reasons to actually physically approach somebody.
Yeah.
I really don't think it's a necessary thing.
I always got a kick out of like Hillary Clinton. She always said we need a woman to be president because there would be less wars. And I'm like, bitch, do you know how many wars historically have been started because, fucking women? Like, because of that, like the greater geopolitical, are you going to take that? Are you going to let him say that to you? Are you going to let him, like, and it's not just women, weak people who aren't willing to throw a punch in general, instigating people into throwing punches. That can be, as April calls them, wiener guys. Like, how many times in high school did you see the guy who was friends with the football team? He wasn't a football player, but if he ever misbehaved and gotten some shit with another student, he'd go run behind his football player buddy and be like, oh, yeah, well, he'll do something.
No offense, I really didn't see that a whole lot.
No,
just in general, like fights at school.
Oh.
It didn't really happen very often at all at my school.
You farm kids didn't throw punches?
Not at school.
Oh, us suburban kids are known for being badasses.
Yeah, I feel like suburban kids are just all obsessed with being better than each other.
Well, just, better than everybody else. So let's go to these Barbie fights. Let's see what these broads are doing. Remember, all these men are just violent creatures, and if women were in charge, it would be so much more peaceful. We'd have so many fewer wars. You would think that at, like, Oppenheimer, fights would break out, right? Because it's the atomic bomb, I'm saying if anyone's going to fight, men or women, it's going to be the man movie.
I don't think there's fights breaking out at Fight Club when that came out.
Well,
I don't think it's a place for fighting.
Well, here's the women, and this is becoming a trend on social media, is fights at Barbie theaters, and this is the latest one. And by the way, is that a woman or is that a gay dude?
I have no idea.
I'm not sure what that is.
Eu que fui no Belbar assistir o filme da Barbie.
So they're yelling, they're arguing. By the way, during the credits.
Yeah, the movie's over.
It's fucking over. Go home.
That is the thing. Like, if I were in that room right now, like, can't you just go home, girls?
How many of these bitches voluntarily ruin their day and then blame it on somebody else?
Do you know how much easier it is to just leave a situation than to get in a fight? That's actually how I see it a lot of the times. Like, even if you're just having like an argument with somebody, I'm like, I could just go home right now and it would be a lot less taxing on me.
You know what would start a fight with this woman if she was at this movie with a guy? Is if she yelled at him and went, did you do what that woman did to me? Here's how a big fight starts. Ready? And the guy is totally right. If the guy looks at her and goes, hey, let it go. It's over. She's going to, that girl, she's going to go nuts. She's going to flip out. She's going to yell at him. Oh, you're on her side. You're a piece of shit. It's just like, you know what? And it's at that point that if you're a young man and you find yourself, unfortunately, with someone like this, that's the day where you just leave her at the movie theater. You go like that, you wash your hands, and you go home.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys, if you want to get angry about how women are always like goading men into physical violence and arguments and stuff, stop being with those women.
Right.
You have to stop, because if you don't stop, that's also partially your fault now.
And don't, yeah, you're right. And don't just break up with them.
You tell them why, too.
No.
Oh, I think you should.
Just leave them at the theater. Go home. Leave them.
If it were me, I'd be like, you know what? I'm not going to be with somebody who's like this. You're disgusting. I'm out.
Well, not only that, you're crushing my good time. We just saw a movie. We're having fun.
You're a real buzzkill.
Yeah, you're a fucking buzzkill. You get in these moods like you go, she was in my seat. It's like, I'm not. This is why you have to leave her at the theater, because you're like, I had a good time. I'm not losing my good time because of you. You're staying here and I'm going somewhere else.
You finally found your inner Ken.
Yes.
Now it's all over.
You found it. There's a reason that Ken rhymes with Zen. Oh, I hate
Zen
this.
Ken.
I hate this woman so much.
We still haven't seen what she did.
I know. I'm just busy hating women just all fucking day today.
I will keep my distance.
Do you understand how good of a woman you have to be? That I'm like, I want to be around this one all the time.
I've said that on the show before. I'm like, I must be doing something right sometimes if I'm sitting here.
You must be fantastic, and I'll tell you why. Because if you were like this broad, I would be too henpecked to talk this way about women in front of you, because I go, it's going to ruin my day.
Right. Aaron needs a lady he can walk on.
And I know, because I'm not walking on you. That's very funny, but I'm not, because I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about this bitch right here. You know,
that's a bitch that'll like square up to you and get in your face.
I know that you can't say as much because, you know, you do Simcast and stuff. You know who I guarantee would instigate shit like this and have men handle it?
I don't want to answer that because I go on that show.
I want to see
how about you answer?
I will answer it. I want to see if the audience knows, because I think we're all thinking of the same person. Who is someone, an internet personality, who definitely would get into some kind of drama and tell her man, like, are you going to let him talk to me like that? Okay, they're already. Yep, there we go. Not the lovely Keanu C. Thompson, not in a million years.
I feel like Keanu would handle her own business and leave Gino out of it.
I feel like she would walk the fuck away, I hope. Yeah, they're almost everyone, like 99% are saying Brittany Venti. I don't know. I can't remember who I was going to say.
Yeah, I bet.
I can't remember.
I bet.
All right, let's find out what this broad did. Aaron, stop hating women for 6 seconds so you can watch this video. Look at it. Uh-oh.
She's talking with her hands.
Right, she's sitting here going like this and talking shit. It's like they're walking away. They're doing the right thing. This woman is trusting her instincts. Lady, keep fucking walking.
You know that weird gut feeling you get around a woman when you see somebody talking like this or doing like this a lot, or like just like those weird sway moments, or the hand gestures, or the clapping, where you get this weird gut churning like, oh God, they've just got to be miserable. It's correct. Stay away.
But yeah,
it's a correct assumption.
That's why even in my head when I'm thinking, I hope somebody decks her in the face, I'm like, no. I got to fight that, because what you got to hope happens is everyone leaves this theater and she's left alone rambling to herself.
I think what would be, instead of hitting her, what would be the better solution is she's left there alone. Nobody even looks at her.
Yeah.
And she's like left feeling crazy by herself.
Right. If you hit her, she's now a victim.
Yes, you've given her a reason to put you on blast now.
Right. But if you all walk away and she's yelling at people to a dwindling number of people, she will never have the self-awareness to go, oh, maybe I'm insane. But at least she will be shown to be insane by yelling in a room by herself.
Right, and you're all proven to not be.
Right. She'll be, what's his name? She'll be James McAvoy in Split, essentially.
It wasn't me, it was Patricia.
Oh, now they're coming back. Oh, no, don't. There's no reason to. See, now that's very satisfying. That's very nice.
It is, but
now you fucked up.
But now you really, you laid hands on somebody. Yeah. Now you're the worst
And now
person.
to prove my point, look who has to now jump in the fucking middle.
Right, who was probably chasing.
Right, look at this. See, now look who's got to be in the middle because you
Right.
bitches couldn't just
Doing
fucking...
this. Could you just... No.
Do you not? Okay, I hate to be a dick because I ranted and I raved and I made people feel uncomfortable and everything else. But did I not call this video from the goddamn start before we
Aaron,
watched
you're
it?
always right.
I'm sorry, but what's the, there's a great quote. Political correctness is a war against noticing. And I'm sorry, but I watched this girl in pink second one of the video yelling at people and I went, somehow a man is going to have to come in and fix this when all that man probably wanted to do was go, let's fucking leave.
If you've made me see this, though, I at least need an explanation as to why this happened. What could we possibly be fighting over during the credits of the Barbie movie?
Probably some stupid opinion about the Barbie movie.
But they weren't even by each other. Like, those people, that person that came up to push her was way up front.
Right. And
They're way gone. You two could have ended this by just going home.
right. And the entire time, you know what that guy was probably saying to her?
Let's just go.
Let's just go.
Because I absolutely, that's what I say too. I do not like confrontation like that. I get very uncomfortable and tense.
Right. Because this man was more concerned about taking care of the people in his life than he was protecting his ego.
Well, because now if you let your woman, again, I've got to say though, don't be with the woman that's going to put you in that position. Stop it.
Right.
Stop letting your women hit people. But
This guy should leave her at the theater.
Yes.
Yes.
Both of those women should be left standing there alone and stupid.
And by the way, those women, just to show you that those women should be left alone, don't try to teach them anything. He'd leave her at the theater, and you know what she'd tell everybody?
That
Poor me, he's a bad guy.
He gave up on me. He gave up on us.
He left me at the theater. Do you know how dangerous that is?
Yeah, but that's the risk you run whenever you leave somebody.
Yeah.
They get to say what they want, I
Right,
guess.
that's what I've always thought too. Yeah, they get to say what they want. When people fight in Spanish, it always seems so much more angry. It's quicker.
Film better.
Yeah, right?
Move the
Come on.
camera.
Oh man.
Wow, that was a terrible ending to that video.
I don't know.
It was
He
just-
jacked her. She jacked her in the face pretty good.
Yeah,
She got a good shot in
but
there.
yeah, you can't be. The thing about yelling too versus hitting is if you hit somebody, you can catch a charge now.
Yes, absolutely.
Because you push that girl, she falls backwards over a theater chair. Oh, my back and my neck, and I just
my
can't
pussy
even,
and my crack.
I can't drive home. I can't sleep at night. I've got PTSD. I've got killer headaches. Like, you've opened up a whole new realm of trouble for yourself.
I'm just feeling really good after that rant because my rant was played out perfectly in the 45 seconds of that video. It was I just love when something comes together because I had not seen that video yet. And I'm like, some guy's going to get roped into this horse shit because a woman's going to be like, you're going to let him take that? Blah, blah, blah. And it's exactly what fucking happened. And who had to come in and clean the whole thing up at the end? A fucking dude who probably just wanted to go home, fuck, and go to sleep.
If I'm that guy, I'm livid after the fact that she went and did that.
Again.
Now you've caused relationship problems and we were having a nice day.
Again, leave her ass at the theater. Am I right or am I wrong?
That's right. You leave her there. And
leave
then
her ass.
whenever she's crazy calling you for the next 30 hours, you don't pick those up either.
Thank you very much to Truckin' Scooter with $20.
Thank you.
Says, been a fan since you came on Compound. Well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. We are, plus those 5 gifted memberships from Camel Toe.
Nice.
Puts us now $75 into tonight's goal. No goal today. We said, hey, no goal, guys. We'll go 6 to 10. And you guys got mad at me. You're like, no, we want the e-begging. We want overtime. And I'm like, I thought you guys were going to like this. So I made a deal with the audience. If we knock out the evening show goal, we'll do overtime this morning and this evening. We'll do both if you knock it out in advance. You guys keep us on the air the last 3 years. We'll bend over backwards for you. Thank you very much. Kyle says, I have the perfect video for this topic. Please play it. Send it to me. Where can I find it? I will play it. I think I've gotten April even to buy into this bit. I like it when April turns on women.
I don't think there was any buying into it necessary for me. I'm very clearly like a person who is not for physical. Here, Because you know what I don't like? I'll bring this up one last time because I never appreciated this at all. Like the whole teasing Zumach to come to our thing and I dare you to come here and let's get in a fight. We'll show you the door with your head and stuff like that. No offense, if you did that, like if that ever actually went down, which it never would have, I wouldn't be there anymore.
Well, and it was never happening.
I'd be gone.
It was never
like,
happening.
In my opinion, if that situation had gone down and I would have been fine with it, I'm going home now.
You don't think Cheetos would have people escort him off the premises?
It's not like that. I'm saying if you were part of it and stuff and you used to talk all big about it, like, I know Cheetos and I'll show you the door with your head.
If Cheetos,
I'm not going to be there for it.
If Cheetos would come to me and go, I want this guy out of here. Yeah, I would help him remove him from the fucking
That's
premises.
fine. But
Absolutely.
But the whole like taunting somebody before the fact too, I don't like that either.
That fucking cunt was never coming.
I know.
That cunt was never
I'm using
coming.
it as an example. I don't like it.
And by the way, right about that one too. Cunt was never coming, and then he had to admit it. It's just, again, noticing. You just notice. You find patterns. It's social Tetris, essentially. And I knew that square was going right into that square spot.
In my little woman small brain opinion here, like if he had showed up and there was an altercation between any of you, no matter how much he deserved it, it'd be embarrassing.
Especially for him. Camel Toe with Honk the Homeless Clown, Bad Back, Stephen Weisfout, Blake Baines, and Arnold all getting a membership. Thank you.
Thank you
very much. So we're at 75 for tonight. Thank you very, very much. There's I think I put all the links in the chat. No, I didn't. There you go. If you want to contribute, it's also pinned to the top of the page. Over on Rumble, April usually don't do it for me, but the unbuttoned jersey is nice, says Chevrolet JP. Is that not did you not take that as the compliment I believe it was intended as?
Thank you, sir.
I mean, it was...
April usually don't do it for me. I don't have to do it for anyone, I suppose, but that does seem backhanded.
Can I translate that for you? April, usually I find you hideous, but hey, you know what? You're pretty mid today.
I'm glad I could do it for you today.
Yeti Flyer says, April, so were you concerned with St. Cloud Superman coming to the old studio? I think the Superman stuff was actually done by the time April came around. I don't think we were really...
I wasn't with you, but I mean, I've heard of it, and it does sound righteously embarrassing for any woman involved with you for you to be in a fight with that guy.
Oh, Superman.
That guy I've talked to that guy before, and I don't find him to be somebody worth scuffling with either. If I had been with Aaron at the time and he got in a fight with that guy, yes, I'd find it remarkably embarrassing.
It was great. It was great radio, and I don't think I can't let anyone talk me out of that because it's 100% accurate. Superman and I were always Superman and I were always in contact with each other. He was believe it or not, Superman was a pro about it.
You're wrong. When you and I first started dating, you two were in a thing, and he talked a lot of mad shit about me to you over the phone and in posts and stuff on Facebook and stuff like that. Things that men would get in arguments over, like calls.
I don't remember talking to him.
And
are we sure this isn't cowpoke? Because
it was the time when he was trying to get you to pay him to show up.
Oh, I thought we were done with all that a while ago.
No, he was talking about me to you and the things that he was going to do and stuff like that.
Are you? I 100% think that might be Cowpote.
No, Cowpote did it too, but this is still on radio.
Wow, really? Those two, can I tell you this? Those two run together for me big time because they are very similar. I got
together with you first in January of 2020. You weren't off radio until Thanksgiving.
Right. I feel like we were done with
I mean, that's still
Superman.
quite a long time. You weren't.
Cheeto says, April, there wouldn't have been any confrontation that day if there was, it would have been on him. Right. That was my thought. Absolutely. Cheetos, I 100% agree with you. And that's what I was saying the whole time, buddy. 100%.
Not my point at all.
Yes,
it's not my point at all.
But I agree with him. I think that's correct. All right. Oh, we got more Barbie fight videos. Oh no, not this guy. Oh, this guy went to the Barbie movie. You can't do like oh man, look, tight shirt and muscle shirt and shit like that, and then go to the Barbie movie.
Oh, we've seen this guy.
Yeah, this guy is now what do we? Whoa, shit. Okay, that escalated quickly.
You're a couple dudes going to a Barbie movie together because you were made to. Can't you just commiserate instead of hit each other?
Look at him. And then he's strut. Now, you don't get to strut out of the Barbie movie. Stop it. But that was like a cobra strike. That was like in the wild, you see a snake like snap and lunge at somebody.
See, what I don't like about these videos, nobody ever tells me what happened. Like, why did this occur?
You guys shouldn't even be talking this close
Not at all.
a movie.
No, you know what? Screw that. You shouldn't be talking to anyone who you're not there with.
I'm going to go ahead and say this is both of their fault.
When I go to the movies, I don't remember talking to strangers around me.
No.
The most I say to a stranger around me is, excuse me, if I had to go to the bathroom and I had to walk by them.
What do you mean, excuse me? You trying to say I'm fat? You want to start some shit? Like, I can't imagine that happening unless I engaged it and like gave it fuel. So it's not right to hit this guy, obviously, but why are you, we got to look at him. We saw what this guy looks like. Why are you arguing with the guy in the muscle shirt and the short pink shorts?
Why are you talking to each other?
Right. Just lunged up. Oh, and he banged his head on the rail.
See, now she's over here trying to get him to stop, too. I don't know.
She didn't try very hard. She started putting on that bag awful quick.
You do talk about how women are smaller and less physically capable than men. What are we supposed to do?
Okay, I would say you probably, like, going back to your point.
If you got in a physical fight with somebody, I'm not jumping in. You know what? Closest thing I've been to with that is actually at our buddy's wedding. I'm talking to the groom at the wedding, and I turn around, and my husband's being choked out by his friend. So the groom and I go over there, and no. Why are we choking at our friend's wedding?
Like, and from behind,
that's the closest thing I've been involved in. And you know what? That was embarrassing.
Yeah, like you turn around, you're talking to people, and a guy comes up from behind you and starts choking you. Like he's a badass. And you just go like this. You're like, whoa, it's a wedding. I'm not doing any. Like, my whole thing was I was going, I'm not doing anything. This is nothing to do with me.
And I don't know the 100% reason why he did that, because I wasn't talking to you two at the time. You were behind me. I was talking to the groom. And I will say that because I didn't know exactly what happened, I didn't know if you ran your mouth or something.
No. What happened
I was embarrassed of the two of you.
What happened was, not me. I didn't do anything wrong. What happened was we were drinking, and our buddies were like, we were just kind of having fun, joking with each other, going around the table. And then all of a sudden, everybody wanted to do rap battles.
I was there for that part.
That was all it was. All it was the rap battle thing.
That had passed.
He gets made fun of in the rap battle thing. No, I'm telling you exactly what happened. I made fun of him in the rap battle, and he's kind of a CTE dumb football player guy. And I ripped into him pretty good, and everyone's laughing and having a great time. And I think he got a little embarrassed. And so then when I turned around away from him, he sneaks up behind and goes, "Ugh!"
So a man's natural reaction to embarrassment is, I'm going to choke my friend at my friend's wedding.
Yeah, when you're a big ape like him, though, like he is a big retard.
I mean, that seems a bit unstable.
And he is an unstable guy, and he did get embarrassed pretty badly. And when
it's
you
just
can't
embarrassing, like it's like somebody to turn around and see your husband and a friend. And you thought it was a friend, like involved in that at a wedding. It's like, come on.
Yeah, it's one of those deals where you're like, look, dude, I know I embarrassed you. I know, but that was kind of what we agreed to do. We were getting into a situation where someone could be embarrassed. If you can't handle losing, then don't engage. Garrett says insecurity and immaturity. And that's exactly what it was. If I thought I was under any threat, I would have maybe tried to struggle a little bit. But it was literally me just throwing my hands up and going, what the fuck are you doing? Like that, and then I went right to the ground so nobody would think I was fucking up their wedding or anything like that.
Man, then the poor groom, though, like that's a memory he has at his wedding now where he's got to split up his two friends.
Right. And then people start like apologizing to me. And I'm like, dude, don't apologize to me. Like I'm fine.
Apologize to the groom.
Yeah.
That's who you apologize to.
Thank you very much to Thomer Gomer. He says, heading to the National Shit Trade Show in Grand Rapids, your steel toe shit guy. Thank you, Thomer Gomer. $50.
Thank you.
Whoa. From our buddy Thomer Gomer. So you guys are now officially halfway through tonight's goal. And if you guys knock out the rest of tonight's goal, you're 125 away. We will do overtime today. Magic 8 Ball says, Aaron, watch it. The count is rising. All right. So that means I was keeping it down. And now it's coming back up. But here's the problem. When you guys mention that counter, I start doing it more. That's my problem. Mm-hmm. If you bring up...
I'm waiting for you to say it.
Right. I need you to speak so I don't fuck up and do it.
You know what I've been doing a great job of? Cleaning up my My language.
Your language? You feel like you've been kind of a potty mouth?
I don't think I've said the F word once today, and I didn't say it I almost said it last night one time.
Well, you're just
And I have not said the C word.
Well, congratulations. You know what? That's one I need to maybe work on.
Can't's the real C word.
Can't is the problem. The Hulkster's getting married, you guys. Yes! At, I believe, 71 years old, Hulk Hogan is engaged to his girlfriend, Sky Daly, after a year and a half of dating. Now, I would never marry someone or even date someone named Sky Daly. It just sounds like a problematic name.
Yeah, I was just wondering, is that her real name or does she do like a porn thing?
But then again, Hulk Hogan is 71, and look, you're susceptible at 71.
That's kind of a
She's cute.
cute couple,
Yeah.
right? Like those two fit.
And if she was a wrestling mark when she was a kid, you got a thing for the Hulkster.
And he's probably really rich too.
Buddy of mine must be watching. He just texted me. He goes, Hulkster looks rough. Hey, Hulkster's 71 years old. All right, think of a 71-year-old and then look at the Hulkster.
He looks rough by comparison to like what he used to look like,
Right.
maybe, but that's a pretty great 70-year-old, right?
The Hulkster that slammed Andre looks, he looks like shit for the guy, who slammed Andre, but he also slammed Andre, 37 years ago?
Right.
You're allowed to
you
get
forget how like quick time passes.
By the way, you ready? Like talking about achievement in life and feeling bad about yourself. I am the age right now that Hulk Hogan was when he body slammed Andre the Giant at WrestleMania 3.
I do that with athletes a lot. Like I think Patrick Mahomes might even be younger than me. I know Jake Paul.
Yeah, he's
Jake
younger
Paul's
than you.
younger than me.
Yep.
Those people are just lapping me for days.
I believe you're Logan's age, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought Logan was the older one.
He is. Hulk Hogan
sorry.
Hulk Hogan has wedding bells in his future because he just got engaged to his girlfriend of over a year. Good for the Hulkster. He deserves happiness. His first wife was a bitch. The pro wrestling icon. Look, I'm not saying that like being married to one of the most famous professional athletes, forget wrestlers. Hulk Hogan in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s was one of the most famous athletes in the world.
Okay.
Like he was on that level of Ali, Michael Jordan. Like no matter where you go in the world, you'd recognize Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, but as a wrestler.
Right, but that you are an athlete. I do believe that professional wrestlers are athletes.
I think on a lot of levels, they're a bunch of pumped up steroid men, just doing remarkably gay things with each other.
Well, for a long time, so were baseball players and football players, big steroid guys.
I'm not leaving them out.
But they're professional athletes. And a professional wrestler to me is a professional athlete because you cannot, if a golfer is a professional athlete, can we agree on this?
So a lot of people will argue golf is a hobby, not a sport.
But give me this. If the criteria determines that a golfer is a professional athlete, then is a pro wrestler not a professional athlete?
Oh, sure.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
The Fauci definition of athlete.
Right.
We're going with.
If I say that a
then
NASCAR driver and a golfer are pro athletes, then a pro wrestler is a pro athlete.
100%.
There we go. If boxing was staged and the results were predetermined, which actually a lot of them are sometimes, if they were predetermined, but you still had to do the punching and the cardio and all that stuff, would you still consider those guys professional athletes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think the steroids, hurt anything though.
Right. I do believe.
I think you can throw a punch and still not be fit.
I do believe that Hulk Hogan, in his prime especially, and maybe even now, may be one of the most recognizable athletes on the face of the earth because he wrestled in Japan, Europe, Asia, Australia, South America. Like he was everywhere. And they knew who Hulk Hogan was. They always used to say, even if you'd never seen pro wrestling in your life, if someone said pro wrestling, people would say, "Oh, that's that thing Hulk Hogan does."
Somebody, it's gone in the chat now, but somebody had put actor/athlete, and that's the most accurate way I could describe that.
I think they're okay.
You're acting as much as you're being an athlete.
How about? Well, I would actually say they are better athletes than they are actors.
Oof, I would flip that, but
Really? Because
to each their own.
the acting can sometimes be porno quality.
But you're only there because you're acting out a scripted event. You're not there for your athletic abilities.
What I'm saying is I think their athletic ability is more impressive than their acting ability. Most of the time.
Okay.
Like, okay, maybe not
Like
The
I said,
Rock.
to each their own. You can say that. That's fine.
Tiger Woods made golf athletic. Okay, look. You got to remember, those guys don't get to use carts, and there are a lot of muscles you're using in golf. 18 holes, 4 rounds a week. And walking, you can't be in shitty shape most of the time and be a world-class golfer.
That's how we're doing it, then I think roofing crews could be considered athletes, because I had to do that for 2 days this year.
Here's why.
Do you know how sore I was after that?
Here's why they're not athletes. The only reason they're not athletes
Well, you got a skill set there, and you got to be.
The reason they're not athletes, there's no competition. It's not like there's no scoring.
Competing companies.
Yeah, that's business though. That's different. That's business. They're hard work. They're blue collar workers, but they're not athletes. Because you've seen. Well, I was going to say you've seen fat roofers, but you know what?
No,
not many.
You haven't.
They usually look pretty anemic.
Yeah.
April needs to put some respect on WWE, man. Says Alex Nario.
I don't think I do. I think there's enough people out there that put enough respect on the WWE, and I am unnecessary.
I personally think you're exposing. I think you're exposing the goddamn business.
I still think a lot of Hulk Hogan. I mean, I think just as a character in history, the guy needs to be respected. I've never denied that fact.
So to Bill, who says that Hulk's looking rough, I mean, that's a 71-year-old man. That's
Bill.
pretty good.
Who's Bill?
Yeah, it's my buddy who texted me.
Oh.
That's a pretty good-looking 71-year-old dude.
I think he could still get it. I'd look at that guy at 70, and I'm like, wow, you're 70, huh?
And yeah, his new wife is gorgeous. And it's good that he's getting married at 70 because he won't live long enough for this one to divorce him and take his money. You know?
He's never say never, Aaron.
He's probably got a nice trust fund for his 2 kids. They're well taken care of. She can take the rest.
How old are his kids?
Oh, boy.
Older than me?
I would say that the daughter is in her mid to late 30s, and the son is in his early 30s.
Okay.
At this point. Yeah, there's the Hulkster. Look at it. Hulkster and his girl. Hulkster's bringing a whole bottle of wine home. Attaboy, Hulk. Get it, buddy.
Oh, I like that couple. They look good.
I'm happy for the Hulkster. As reported, Hogan and Sky, a yoga instructor.
Ooh. Maybe he met her through DDP.
Yo, Hulk, man. I got this I got this new one for you. She's really bendy.
She's bendy.
She can really do a downward dog, if you know what I mean. I got to work on my DDP impression.
She'll keep you limber.
Yeah. Bro, she can hold back the hands of time.
Yeah, there you go.
Got to use some of your DDP lingo. He's like, yo, Hulk, man. Listen, dude. Now I'm starting to talk like Hulkster as DDP.
Right, it's a mix. It's a hybrid.
Bro, that's what DDP always says, bro. Bro, listen to me, Hulk. You got to get with this girl. Oh, I don't know if I can, brother. Whether you say you can or you say you can't, you're right. You've got this. You can do this. Hands to the sky, Hulk.
I kind of wanted yoga today.
I know. Now I just want DDP. DDP's the best yoga instructor in the business.
It's almost like you do it almost more for his
commentary.
His commentary, especially if you're having like a bad day or something. You go listen to some DDP, just hyping you up a little bit. You're like, you know what? Maybe my day's not so bad. I can do this.
DDP's coaching Hulk while he's fucking. He's like, that's right, Hulk. Now, tighten those glutes. This is how we hold back the hands of time. All right?
He should be as much of a life coach as he is a yoga instructor.
Yeah.
Like, he's just really positive and uplifting.
I don't know about that ice bath shit, though.
I'm very conflicted on ice baths.
I'm sure it's great for inflation. If it's great for inflation, we should all be taking ice
for
baths.
Everyone.
Yeah. I'm sure it's great for inflammation.
And inflation.
But
of your ego.
But it's also, that's got to damage you, that cold of water.
I think going from that hot to that cold on some level has got to be bad for your heart.
Yeah, like that level of cold.
It's a shock.
I think if you want to stay young, like Rogan takes the ice baths and the float tanks, and DDP does the yoga and the ice baths. I think as you get older, your body's just going to naturally break down. So if you want to preserve something, you've got to give up something.
You just kind of got to start ingesting small amounts of formaldehyde as you go.
Just develop a tolerance.
Right.
Yeah. No, it is. It's one of those things where like, okay, I want to keep my body in good shape. I want to keep my muscles looking good and my body looking good into my 60s and 70s. And you have to like sacrifice some of your heart to do it. You know?
God, I hate thinking about that.
Right? Like you got to improve one thing, but you got to give up something else.
I know.
Like there's a lot of those guys who like they get really buff bodies in their 70s, but then they drop dead.
Yeah.
And they go, oh, how'd they drop dead? It's like, oh, a heart attack. Why? Because you're not supposed to be that big at that age.
No, your body's like too old to support that.
Your body's trying to wind down and you're fighting it. And so you can look great and die at 70.
Well, you better take your, any supplements to improve your heart. You better do your cardio. Keep that ticker strong.
Keep that ticker strong, man. That's what you got to do.
Well.
Thank you guys very much for checking us out today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit share, all of that stuff in the 700s consistently now. Boy, remember when the audience was telling me, like, I was happy with 550 or so on YouTube at a time? And the audience is like, why don't you just bring back Rumble? Who cares if all the views are in one place? And then I bring Rumble and everything into it, and we're like 800, and I'm like, oh, I like this way better.
Well,
Talking
babe,
to this more people. It's almost like the audience is right sometimes, and I should listen to them.
I hate to pull a Corey Adam, too, but I told you that. Cameras turn off. I'm like, why do you care if they're all in one spot or not?
Why do I care if they're split up or
That does
somewhere
seem weird.
else?
Whether like it adds up to the same number or it just exists in one spot is that number.
It does seem like a little bit of silly goosery, doesn't it?
Why not give people the option to watch from the platform they prefer?
Oh, give the people a choice. Oh, look at
The
April.
people's choice.
Fucking Robin Hood over here.
I don't know.
Huh? All right, guys, before we go into these 7 o'clock hour story. Whoa, excuse me.
Are you going to be okay?
Before
Can
we
I
go,
get you anything?
Before we go into these 7 o'clock hour stories, let's talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, with Stoney's, we've got the Steel Toe Anniversary Party. Mods, if we could throw these the links to the Eventbrite in the chat, let's do that. We got about 3 weeks until the big anniversary show when Gino's going to be here, Keanu's going to be here. We've got the comedy show, the cornhole tournament. It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a lot of fun. Now, you can just come join us for free and hang out, but if you want to stay for the comedy show, that's going to be $20, and we got 16 seats left. If you want to do the cornhole tournament, it's $10 to do it. It's free to watch it. So come by, hang out, have some drinks at Stoney's. What's today, Wednesday? Tomorrow night at Stoney's Bar in Rockville, they've got the bike night at Stoney's. So bring the motorcycle, come on out, enjoy some live entertainment. The food truck, Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack, really good food. Have a few drinks, have a great time. Party at Stoney's Bar in Rockville, the best dive bar in central Minnesota. I dropped my pen. Eventbrite.com. And then for the anniversary show, Steel Toe Anniversary Show, just go and get it. Get your tickets today. 16. Actually, you know what? 14 left. There was another order yesterday. So 14 tickets left. And then after that, they're going to do standing room only. So be sure to get those. Jive Turkey says, is anyone else getting a hotel? Interesting. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing in St. Cloud. That's, of course, if you're one of our OGs in central Minnesota, 320-253-5203. If you go in the ditch, you need a tow. Nobody's quicker than All Care Towing. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com for your next firearm, suppressors, knives, optics, parts and gear, you name it. They've got it at Midland Armory, midlandarmory.com. That easy. Go there, make your order, have it sent right to you. Or if it's a firearm, have it sent to an FFL dealer near you. Also, use the promo code SteelToe and get a great discount at Midland Armory. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And Fairline Defense. Look, if you have to use that firearm from our friends at Midland Armory, be prepared to defend yourself and your family with peace of mind at $19.99 a month for subscription-based legal defense. This is a revolutionary new idea And if you are someone who lives somewhere where you may have to defend yourself and your family with a firearm, maybe you work as a bail bondsman, security guard, repo, anything like that, where you may have to use deadly force in self-defense, please subscribe to Fairline Defense, and that's something you don't have to worry about, defending yourself and some guy suing you or criminal charges or anything like that. You're all taken care of. They'll get you your legal defense. They have 24/7 response teams ready if anything has to happen. That's fairlinedefense.com. You're looking at it on your screen. fairlinedefense.com. Become a member today. It's $19.99 a month, and it gives you great peace of mind if you're someone who ever feels that they're, more at risk for being in that kind of a situation. fairlinedefense.com. And also pick up your April's Magic Bean and your Steel Toe Coffee at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Mods, links in the chat, please. April's Magic Bean, ground coffee, a smooth blend of coffee from South America, and also that Steel Toe Coffee, which is also fantastic, in whole bean or ground coffee. We've also got 12 or 16-ounce bags, and those prices include shipping. We're also going to have a Steel Toe Select Anniversary Celebration Coffee coming out August 1st, so next Tuesday.
Nice.
Be sure to enjoy that as well. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. So April's drinking Liquid Death for the first time. And
Cattling on me again?
I have to say, I didn't like the first one.
You're not a sparkling water kind of guy, though. Like, for me, I do like sparkling water, but I don't like it when they, like, try to overpower the fake fruit flavor. And the first one I tried was the severed lime one, and it's such like a weird dainty amount of lime and a weird dainty amount of carbonation that I thought it was refreshing. I'm just trying a couple flavors. I've got convicted melon here. Never had it before.
Convicted melon. I hate that they have
sure, you take the first sip.
I hate that they're just water, and they've got to have like such a hard, convicted melon, liquid death. It's fucking water, dude. Relax.
Well, but if you just say, hey, I've got melon water, who cares? It got me to try it.
Yeah, sparkling water is just, there's something
You just
about
don't
it.
like sparkling water.
You know what I don't like?
I like that there's pretty much nothing in here but that. It's carbonated water, agave nectar, citric acid, natural flavor, which is watermelon, paprika, and lime. That's it.
I enjoy the aftertaste, but the crispness, I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of how crisp that it is.
That actually tastes like a melon instead of tasting like sugar. I like that. I think that's good.
Aaron is a Capri Sun kind of guy, says Kyle.
You are.
You
like a nice juice box.
I like a good Capri Sun. Yeah. Suck those down in no time. Golden Loaf Piggy says Capri Sun is for black Chevy owners.
I have a black Chevy.
What are you talking about? Magic 8 Ball says Steel Toe Morning Show is Beauty and the Beast. Right.
Beauty.
Yeah.
Beast.
Y'all.
You
didn't need to say it. I didn't want to make anyone feel bad.
Our camera's doing that thing again.
It's doing the thing. I didn't notice it.
Yeah, I just did it again. I don't know what's wrong with it.
Are you sure your eyes aren't fucked up?
No, I tragically need new contacts. I've needed them for about 8 months now.
Order the fucking contacts.
Do you want to know something actually sinful that I'm going to admit here live to all of you so I maybe change it?
What?
I wear, I have monthly contacts.
Are you just too cheap to change your contacts?
Yeah.
Oh.
For me, the type of contacts I wear, you take them out every night and put them in the cleaner solution. I'm supposed to replace these with new ones every single month to keep them, from drying out or getting grimy. I've had these for at least 7 months.
Look,
now.
man, you don't have to explain yourself to me. I hate when I have to spend my money on
annoying.
responsible things.
I don't like spending money on things that are disposable.
Right.
That really bothers me.
If I find out I have to spend money on something that's like a responsibility issue, I'm like, but I could get a round of golf for that. It's like, hey, fuckface, what do you need more?
Well, and for me, it's like an inconvenience. I don't know if I'm due for an eye checkup, so you have to have your prescription renewed to even order them. But I don't know how long it's been or not. So I'm putting it off. I have glasses. It hurts me to wear glasses on the show. It presses them into my head for some reason, and it hurts.
Optic Nerve says Aaron eats Lunchables and fruit by the foot. No, I do not. Although I would love a pizza's Lunchable.
Oh,
I enjoy a Lunchable. Is there like an acceptable adult Lunchable, like a grown-up?
I think the closest thing is a Totino's party pizza when you're wasted.
No. It's those. They sell them in the grocery store in the cooler. They're those
The snack packs.
the
with,
snack packs that have crackers and
salami and
Genoa
stuff.
salami and cheese and chocolate covered almonds.
It's not really a Lunchable, though. That's definitely a big step up.
You want to hear something gross?
Lunchables are
You
disgusting.
want to hear something gross? I'd rather have a Lunchable. Those
I
crackers
have
and
no words.
those crackers and the fucking shitty turkey and the block cheese. I would
I
love
have
one.
no words for you because, like, those crackers that you find in the Lunchables, they are like straight cardboard.
They are.
It's cardboard.
And that wet, sweaty turkey.
Oh, the wet, slimy, sweaty turkey.
I like it.
Even the cheese has sweat. The cheese
Yeah,
is sweating.
look, man, I have not had a Lunchable probably since I was in middle school.
Like,
but
to me,
I would love to have one, especially the pizza Lunchable.
like, to me, the closest thing that's acceptable as an adult to like a Lunchable maybe is like having like Hot Pockets or Lean Cuisine or a Totino's party pizza. But
See, now
even
those-
those are like very borderline.
But I've outgrown those. I haven't outgrown the Lunchable,
that's
the urge
weird
for
to
the
me.
Lunchable. I was
I've
last
outgrown
night.
them all. I don't eat them.
I watched David Letterman drink minestrone soup out of the can, and all I could think was, fuck, I want some meatball SpaghettiOs right now.
I would like if the kids said, "Hey, I want some of that type of stuff for dinner." I mean, I'll eat it,
You know what?
but that doesn't mean I go crave it.
You know what makes me sick about SpaghettiOs, though, and makes me not want to eat them? Have you ever, and shows you that they're made of poison.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when you would eat like hot SpaghettiOs and you would eat them and they would burn in your stomach? Yeah. Like they would be hot burning and you would eat it. Like you could eat a hot piece of pizza, but once you get it
like
down, it's fine.
It's a radioactive meal.
Right, but you eat the SpaghettiOs and you swallow them and you're like, why is my stomach hot? Like, why is it burning the...
Because it's upset with you.
Why am I getting the roof of my
I
mouth
just-
burning sensation, but in my gut?
I'm not above SpaghettiOs. I definitely ate them as a kid quite often until a certain point. Like I said last night, my brother was sick once and he happened to eat SpaghettiOs and he puked them up and I like saw it and I can't eat them again.
Sean
You know
says,
what I
I have
mean?
noticed April is not swearing today. Good job.
Thank you. I really am trying to do better.
Kyle says, Aaron, by the way, I did one of those. My
Oh,
elbow-
that's a really terrible feeling sometimes.
It feels like you're free falling for a brief second.
It's like a jarring sensation.
Aaron would eat a pizza Lunchable, but April would have to assemble it, says Kyle.
You want me to put your lunch together for you? Oh, you want me to put this straw in your Capri Sun?
I love a Capri Sun, man.
See, I don't get that. Like I'm past that part of my life.
Sugary and shitty.
I'm
I like
okay
it.
with it.
Adult Lunchables are called charcuterie boards, says Golden Loaf Piggy.
Yes, they are.
It's not the same.
It's a charcuterie.
It's not the
It's
same.
a charcuterie snack.
It's Lunchable.
And that's supposed to be a snack, not a lunch.
Hooters girl says, I put the ham from a Lunchable in the microwave so my daughter could have a hot ham and cheese, and it started sparking in the garbage. It went, really? There's got to be video of that.
Gross.
Lunchable ham.
Oh, that ain't ham
Microwave.
then. There's something else in there.
Oh, no, somebody did it. So yeah, you might have actually got some metal on there.
Light show sparks concern.
Lunchables light show sparks concern. Oh, shit. Now, come on. This is back in 2009, so they might not have been able to embed the video with it.
No,
That's too bad.
it looks like a prehistoric article.
Yeah, Lunchables Junior warning. I started putting the ham from his Lunchables Junior in the microwave for 5 to eat. They spark and burn. Please, I want some
There's
video
no video,
of that.
but there is an account of it happening.
Lunchable
And
ham
That's like 15 years ago now.
videos. Oh, here we go. Let's check this out. I want to see this. 4 minutes. All right, we got it. Fucking understood. Get to the show already.
Yeah, you have to dry the turkey first.
God, old YouTube sucked. People didn't understand.
Even just
Okay, you
the
don't need to give
photo.
us a tour of your microwave. Clean the door.
He's letting you know there's nothing else in there that would spark.
All right, we know how a microwave works.
The photo quality was so bad.
Set the microwave for 6 seconds.
Not long at all.
Oh, this is terrible video quality.
Ew.
Got it.
Ah, shit.
Did it do it?
It's a terrible terrible video. This is the edited version.
It showed it though. It did spark.
Ham and cheese. That's the only one I can find. Microwave ham and cheese sandwich. No, that's not what we're looking for.
Is it safe to eat food in swollen or bloated packaging? The answer is no, guys. That means there's something in there.
Right. Like
like there's a bacteria giving off like its own gases or something that's making that bloat.
April is disgusted by this part of me, but I'm more willing to take a chance on food than she is. And even I would say if you got swollen or bloated packaging, no.
Like if I can avoid... How many times have you texted me like you've just randomly disappeared on the kids and I... And you'll text me and be like, dude, I've got like severe stomach cramps right now.
Probably because I took a chance.
Right. Like, in my opinion, like, good for you. You get to have pride in the fact that you take chances.
Yeah.
I don't. Like, for me, I would like to enjoy my days as much as possible.
I'd rather get nasty stomach cramps than throw food away. I'm a real trooper.
Well, then eat it before it's bad.
Oh, look at you with all your ideas.
It's pretty simple.
Sean Raz with $5 says adult Lunchable equals charcuterie tray. Yeah, everyone kind of saying the same thing on that. 1:30 into tonight's goal, so we're 120 away from tonight. There is no goal today. And we told you guys, no goal. We're just going to go till 10. And you guys got mad. And you're like, yo, E-bag, do overtime. And we're like, we thought we'd make a deal with you. Like, we're not going to hassle you today. And you just enjoy the show, and we'll take off a half hour early. You guys got mad, and since you guys are the investors, you are the funding mechanism of this program, we did make you a deal. If you knock out this evening's goal, we will then go ahead and we'll do a half hour of overtime today and tonight.
So are we going to keep trying to pay it forward per show? Like if we knocked out, what, tonight's
I guess,
goal?
yeah, if we keep that roll going, we'll just keep doing it.
What do we do?
I suppose. Roots Calhoun says, Jesus may love you, Aaron, but everybody else thinks you're an asshole. April, you look halfway decent today. Good luck trying to impress the Lord by not swearing. You're not fooling anybody, hussy.
Ironically, it's not the Lord I'm trying to impress, but you'll know more later.
Hobo Chili explaining, he says, we have abandonment issues. Oh, okay. Well, that explains it then.
I kind of wanted to ask something, I guess, regarding like old childhood foods.
Who doesn't love a good childhood food segment?
Know.
We call this our nostalgia moment.
Is anybody okay with cosmic brownies?
Oh, they're
or
delightful.
Really? I wasn't okay.
Yeah.
I think like the way, because I had one probably, like I had one last year for some reason. And I just remember eating it and thinking, wow, this really doesn't taste like anything like I remembered. So I sometimes wonder if like you really just do eat bad foods as a kid and you just think they're the greatest thing in the world. Like, is it truly that your mouth changes or was it just what you were okay with?
I think we all if you loved your childhood, you want things that remind you of it. That's why But
then you go back, you dip your toe in the nostalgia pool. And it's not what you remember it to be.
That's why I'm starting to think as an adult, like maybe I didn't have as good of a childhood as I thought I did. Because everyone else like, oh, wouldn't it be great to go back to this and that? And I don't think that way. I'm like, no, I'm kind of looking forward to tomorrow. I'm like, I want to, keep leveling. I want to try and level up in life and shit. Like I'm into the kind of the adulthood thing.
Yeah. For me.
And a lot of people go like, oh man, I wish I could go back to when I didn't have responsibilities. Like to me, that shows a lot of, when my friends talk that way, to me, that shows a lot of lack of ambition.
I see it both ways. I think it depends on what type of day I'm having. Like if I'm having a day where, and these don't happen often, but it's overwhelming. There's way too much bad, stressful crap going on. I'm like, wow, how great it would be to want to be one of those kids right now and just not have a care in the world. But then you couldn't have, like, you don't get to make adult decisions. You don't get to go do adult things. You can't even have a beer. I mean, like right down to little stuff. Like
I just think even when I have a rough day,
you don't call the shots in your own life when you're a kid.
Yeah, like when I'm having a bad day, I get that. I get why people think that. But when I'm having a bad day, I kind of look at it as like, oh, cool, a challenge. Like, oh, this is like a level that I have to be. Honestly, I've been working on this theory for a while. I actually think video games for kids are good for them. I think it's good to play video games. I think it's good to be leveling up, gaining points, moving on, facing a boss or whatever. I think those kind of games are actually really good for people because I think it teaches them to, to confront things, to level up, to move on. Now, the flip side of that, this is why I don't publicize this theory very often, because I also have a secondary theory working that a lot of people do video games to escape, and they go into video game world.
Yes, thank you for following up with that, because that is the correct answer. Most people that I've known, especially adults, use a video game to escape from reality. And when you're talking about kids beating bosses and challenges in games, you're projecting a lot of like adult opinions of that action onto them. They're just seeing it as, oh, I want to get to the next level. They're not seeing it as a life lesson.
Right, but do these things subtly get into your head as an adult and teach you ambition and
I mean, not in my experience with men who have been that way. You know, like
maybe it's because I never
games.
played online. I controlled my own experience.
I have not had that experience with men.
I've always said about like video games, like the whole reason I don't play online, and the line I always use is I like to control my level of immersion.
I don't even think that's a bad thing, though. I don't think people are going to video games to teach themselves life lessons. I think it is supposed to be fun. Like, it's just like if you take your kids out fishing and stuff and you're spending all this time together, you could put like big overarching, like, you know, emotions onto it and like, hey, we're doing more than just fishing right now. But nobody really thinks that way a whole lot. Like I do sometimes because I'm sentimental, but
now
the
see,
kids won't think
you
that.
just said I think that way.
That's what I'm saying. It's
I
projection.
think some people are just built different. Like I'm built different. I do think that shit.
I can promise you your kids don't.
Well, then there's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying is like, but was I learning it by osmosis when I was a kid? Was I taking that in and it formed me to now and I didn't know it back then?
I don't think so. I think you just get older and learn some lessons and then you put your new opinions on something.
I'll make you this promise. I will continue my research. I will continue.
More video games.
I will continue my research and we will see. What cartoon does Aaron have a favorite Nicktoon? Oh, man. I liked a lot of them. I'm going to go Doug.
Doug was good.
Rocco's Modern Life. I wasn't a big Ren and Stimpy guy. I can appreciate them now, but I wasn't a big fan. I'm going to go Rocco's Modern Life or Doug.
Doug was pretty good.
Were probably my two favorites. What was the one with the frog husband and the frog wife? That was Rocco's Modern Life. That was definitely on top for me. Kmart Ready says, oh, I just read that one, Aaron, you dipshit. Let's catch up with you guys, then we'll get to our next few things. Silverwolf says, I killed the boss last night. My court date is Monday. We'll miss you guys. Oh, no.
Oh, Silverwolf.
That's like, I like that Carl guy who's on Gino's show, that cornball Carl. I love him.
Cornball Carl.
Cornball Carl. I like him. He's like, he's got that old joke where he goes, oh, yeah, I just shot a pilot. Yeah, Frank Wilson works for United. Just shot.
That is the type of stuff that would get you. Huh?
He shot a pilot.
That's the type of jokes Aaron says like on a daily basis.
The other? You know what?
To, like, bother the kids or something.
It's Wednesday. Gino's got to get up early to do the Gum Friday episodes. Why don't we call Gino Bisconti real quick? I need to know what those other jokes are. Let me just search him real quick. I am hooked up to the board, by the way.
Impressive.
It's impressive, right? Let's see if Gino will answer. Let's check it out. See what this gay F is doing this morning. He never answers.
I don't think he wants to be on the phone.
He'll text like a teenage girl, but he will not answer a phone. He is one of those guys. He'll text all day long, paragraphs and paragraphs, but will not pick up the phone.
There's plenty of people who do not like talking on the phone versus texting for some reason.
Son of a cunt.
Just
I wanted some of those Carl jokes. All right. I still buy the generic Chips Ahoy from Aldi, says Roots Calhoun, but I'm also the kind of dude that won't buy any meat graded less than prime. I spend an insane amount on cheesecake.
Cheesecake is delicious.
We were having a weird conversation during our meeting yesterday about how we all have both trash and high tastes when it comes to stuff, and it doesn't make any sense.
It makes absolutely, it is very selective. It's strange.
Golden Loaf Piggy says, Roots, if the cheesecake isn't at least $30, it's probably not worth buying.
There's some pretty bomb cheesecakes out there.
Really?
I will give Cheesecake that. They're good.
Never been a big cheesecake.
Ooh,
Unless you
it's
load it
so
up with
good.
other shit, I can't just eat the
No.
cheesecake part.
I could eat a plain vanilla cheesecake if it's made correctly.
Prank says April has objected to everything Aaron has said this morning. She's on her period.
What?
That's the theory. I don't think you've objected to everything I've said.
Not at all. I think we've had great conversation today, but seems like somebody's being a little projecty in the chat.
Sydney Shaw says Gino does talk to text. He's the word. Yeah, he does. Gino talks to text everything because and you have to basically have a Rosetta Stone to read Gino's text because I now read Gino's text in his talk to text. I don't even realize the typos anymore because I just correct them on the fly.
But you used to do that.
I did. I grew out of it.
I thank Christ for that every day. Like I used to get texts from Aaron that'll be like you can tell when he even told it to like put a period in after a sentence because they'll just say period.
Yeah.
Randomly.
It happens.
And I just don't get the talk to text.
I grew out of it. I don't remember why I grew out of it, but I grew out
think
of
because enough people shamed you.
Was
out
it
of
shame?
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. Somebody said check out Snacklebox. It's the adult trash snack. All right. Snacklebox charcuterie container. Oh, that actually looks fun.
Oh, I kind of want one of those. Like you can just put all your stuff in there.
Yeah, I love a Snacklebox.
$30, huh?
$30 for a Snacklebox. Does not come with the grapes and the strawberries. Just letting you know. That would be disgusting once it got to you. Oh, could you
I don't
imagine?
think I'd want something like dark chocolate in there. I'd want something salty, something fruity.
Hi, everybody. What are you putting in your Snacklebox? Why don't you give us a call on the program and tell us on the morning show today, hey, what are you using in your Snacklebox? Hi, April. I don't know about you, but personally, I love some chocolate-covered almonds in my Snacklebox. That's what's taking up one of the spots.
How about some jerky?
Hey, I'm jerky enough. Am I right? Hoogly, googly, boogly.
Ew.
At any rate. Snacklebox seems decent. I could go for a Snacklebox.
I could do a snackle box.
I could even say Snacklebox. I thought I would hate that.
That might help you actually with your like negative snacking.
Yeah.
We could put you a snackle box together and say like, hey, this is supposed to last you for these few days, and we're gonna put like some like indulgent ones in there. Like you can have some M&Ms and some stuff, but then you put something healthy next to it. You got to mix it.
I hate one of my favorite snacks. I hate that they're one of my favorites because they're one of those snacks that trick you into a false sense of you're doing the right thing. Banana chips.
A lot of sugar.
I could eat a shitload of banana chips all day long. Like, oh, banana, it's good. But if you ever look at the sugar content in banana chips, you will die. You're just going,
is pretty bad for you. A lot of dried fruits are that way, actually. They'll like stick a bunch of sugar in there. Like I like craisins a lot, but if you don't get like a sugar-free one, there's like a lot of sugar in there.
Yeti Flyer says bento boxes were the original Snackle box.
Yes, that is true.
Are those the sushi ones?
Well, they come at like Asian restaurants usually, but yeah, they're like the little compartmentalized trays.
You know how we talk about Canada's MAID program a lot?
Good segue.
Thank you. Killing yourself with food. How they're now like reaching out to the mentally ill and saying, hey, why don't you just let us kill you?
Mm-hmm.
You know? And it's getting a little weirder. And, I've always been someone who's been pro allowing people to decide when it's over for them. But now as I'm seeing I definitely don't want it to be a government program because they'll just use it for population control and to literally murder people. I would like people to go to like, I don't think Dr. Kevorkian did anything wrong. I think if a private doctor, if you go to a private doctor, I don't think anyone should be allowed to solicit you for it. I think it's wrong. I mean, the MAID program does that. People ask for a chairlift and they're like, are you sure you don't want to die instead? Like, I don't think that's okay.
Yeah, I've got some type of respiratory infection. Can I get some antibiotics? Are you sure you don't want to just have the maid come over?
Are you sure you don't want us to just put medicine in your arm that makes you die?
You won't have an infection.
Right. Oh, shit. Chip Galloway says, where's the cameo? I can't find it. Fuck, we totally forgot to set that up. I'll get on that, I promise. It's on my list.
You used my email for some reason.
I fucked that up. I'm sorry. So anyway, I don't like the idea of the program soliciting you. But I think if you want to go to a doctor and say, look, I've got this terrible diagnosis. I'm a goner. I've got like Lewy body dementia. And I'm a goner. Or I've got mad cow. And I've only got 3 days to really tell you what I want before I can't speak anymore. You want to just juice me up and call an end to this charade once and for all? Yeah, then I'm okay with it. But it has to be your idea.
Yeah, but how about like the situations where it's somebody close to you and it's just that they're really depressy and refuse to go get help and they just quit?
Well, then
Are you okay with that too?
Well, then they can sit and die. They don't. I don't want the government going.
It's hard for people that are left behind after that, though.
No, friendo, I don't think receding hairline should be something that you. And it's a widow's peak. I will say that until I'm totally bald. But
can you hold on?
Yeah.
If you didn't have that widow's peak, though, your hairline starts right here.
It starts right here.
No, I'm saying if you didn't have it. Come on.
If I didn't have the widow's peak, wouldn't it start where the front of my hair is?
I figured it'd start where the rest of your hair is.
No, see, I see the widow's peak as like the sides go in.
See, and I
like
see
if I didn't have
like,
a widow's peak,
wow,
my hairline would be across
you and I
here.
are really opposite on this. I see it as like your widow's peak is protruding.
See,
I don't know. What is the answer?
I wouldn't like that.
Somebody tell us what actually happens. Did his hair start here and protrude, or did it start here and retract?
For as long as I can remember, and this is a very sad story to tell,
Uh-oh.
for as long as I can remember, my hair's looked like this.
No. That's not what anyone's saying.
I'm saying is I can't answer that question for you. I don't know. I've always been able to feel the top of my head.
See, for me, I feel like I don't know.
I like legendary side effects idea. His brain is outgrowing his head. I'm just too fucking smart.
Maybe
That's all it is.
It's all that wisdom and misogyny in there.
All that
could
what?
change the world.
The wisdom?
Wisdom.
Do I have a lot of wisdom?
Did I say wisdom?
You did say wisdom.
That's 'cause I was
quick.
following it
Let's
with
go to Rumble. Let's
misogyny.
see.
Be excited that we weren't hitting you up for anything today.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I got to go to live.
Misogyny in there.
All that
could
what?
change the world.
The
Wait,
wisdom.
hold on.
Maybe. It's
That's
all
all
that.
it is.
It's all that wisdom and misogyny.
Wisdom.
I did.
You did indeed say wisdom.
All that
Like it's because there was an M word coming after it.
Yeah.
Wisdom.
I get it. Words are tough.
Yeah, words is hard.
Words is hard and English is rough. So what are you going to do? But at any rate, I can't remember where we were going. Oh, yeah. Assisted suicide.
Alex Nerio says that ain't no peak.
Don't.
I don't know.
No peeking at the peak.
We have proved it on the show before. We've shown
High
like
school
the
pictures.
picture board from his high school graduation on the show before. His hair was very much the same.
It's the same. It has not moved.
Now, I haven't seen a baby picture of you ever, I don't think.
I was actually completely bald as a kid, so I've actually improved.
I had a lot of hair as a kid, and it was black.
So
Isn't that weird?
in Cyprus, the reason I bring up the MAID program is that this next story is a little suspect to me because it's a guy killing his wife, smothering her with a pillow, which I'm not necessarily against. But it's kind of the Chris Rock bit, but I understand.
I understand. Wow.
So this guy smothers his ill wife with a pillow.
Okay.
And conveniently, his defense he went with in Cyprus. So this British guy on vacation in Cyprus smothers his wife with a pillow because that's what you do. You go on a nice vacation, you kill your wife. And his defense was, she told me she wanted to die, so I did it. That's amazingly convenient when one party is dead.
Yeah, and they can't defend themselves.
Yeah. And
They're screaming down at you from heaven like, I never said that.
right.
But
The one party's dead, and then the other party's like, oh, no, they totally wanted it that way. It's like,
that sounds like something you could say in defense of graping, too.
Well,
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, well, they just asked for that. That was their fantasy. They had grape.
that was the defense in Law and Order last night.
Right. They had grape fantasies, and I fulfilled that for her. So, I mean, that's a pretty loose defense, in my opinion.
And then MRSA from the hand cut killed that lady. Poor gal. So,
Ugh,
I hated her anyway.
she was unbearable.
And she was a victim.
And then it made me feel so bad because I think 6 times before we found out she had MRSA in her hand and she died, I was like, God, she's unbearable. I hate her.
I fucking hate that bitch.
And then she dies, and it's like, well, now I feel kind of bad.
Yeah, now I feel like a total piece
I'm
of
gonna
shit.
go
for
hang my head.
saying that about her. But I think also she was the very definition of that phrase, there are no perfect victims.
She was hateable.
Because you were like, God, you kept having to remind yourself, like, she didn't deserve what she got, but boy, do I fucking hate her. Like, I'm really, if there's a cosmic thing where someone having that happen to them mean that someone else was scheduled for it and didn't get it, then stick with me on this one. I'm going to need backing. I'd rather it be her if there had to be her or somebody else. You know? Unless that other woman was like Imelda Marcos. I don't know. At any rate, guy kills his wife.
Says she wanted it that way.
Says that she wants it that way. So the jury in Cyprus fucking bought it. They acquitted the guy.
Tell me why.
He's free. Ain't nothing but your intake. This my pillow will not break. Tell me why. Hold on. I never want to hear you say of murder I'm guilty. Tell me why your wife is a dying willow. Tell me why you smothered her with my pillow. Tell me why. I love it when I hear you say euthanasia is okay. Tell me why your wife is not a widow. Tell me why, 'cause you strangled her with my pillow. Tell me why.
I can't look at you.
Tell me why. You're in Cyprus and you'll get away 'cause the jury said that it's okay. Now I can see that you're falling apart from your terrible Lou Gehrig's disease. Oh. No matter your lifespan, I want you to know that deep down inside of me,
Stop looking at me.
this is your pillow. I am your widow. Mike Lindell just wanted to sing for you guys a little bit.
He does miss our congregation at times.
Yeah, my pillow will just make you die. We thought it was Lou Gehrig's disease. It's just a wonky eye. Oh, no. What if that was the problem? What if they did the autopsy and they're like, yeah, she just had food poisoning. It wasn't dysentery. You didn't have to murder your wife.
It was not Ebola. She would have gotten over it.
She was not bleeding from the eyes or the asshole. She was bleeding from the asshole, but it was just from terrible
Just
diarrhea.
diarrhea.
Yeah, cha-cha-cha. When the toilet makes you cry and you think you're going to die, diarrhea.
Do you think that to yourself ever?
When you're looking at the window and he smothers you with my pillow, diarrhea. Diarrhea.
I can't look at your face today. Oh.
When you see your loving wife and you smother out her life, diarrhea. Kurt Gustafson says, gee, I wonder why my pillow dropped steel toe. I can't figure it out.
Oh my God.
Cannot figure it
They
out.
have no sense of humor though.
No.
Like,
None. And now
I
they're
can't
losing
even
money.
look at Aaron right now because he just makes me laugh.
Now they're selling
what's
all
wrong
their
with you?
shit. Exactly.
Right. What if they stayed with this show and kept a good sense of humor and got back on track?
Magic 8 Ball says, this is the big secret. My Pillow back as a sponsor. One guy just wrote, my wife just asked me, what the fuck am I watching? How is this not the funniest thing your wife's ever seen? And I'm barely trying over here.
Friendo says, I feel that way every day. April, it's hard to look at.
Friendo,
because he's funny.
you wouldn't still be here if I wasn't the funniest guy in this stratosphere.
Aaron's a pillow biter.
These are just accusations because you guys, here's what it is. You feel bad that I'm making you laugh this hard because you just want to make fun of me, but you can't because you have to admit to yourself that was hilarious. It's making you upset and you're lashing out. Stop it. Be a man.
Why is Aaron that gay?
Skeptical Skeleton says, when you're sliding into home and get kicked by Holly Holm, diarrhea. Oh, it's a callback.
It's a weird combo.
Need Trump says the special cotton he uses, I wonder who's picking that cotton. Oh.
Well, wonder no more. Aaron wrote a book on it.
Oh, don't.
Oh.
Hold on. Don't worry, the cotton is handpicked by the finest Negroes. There you go. I think they're coming back. I think we'll see My Pillow again. I think we have to be able to move this sign back a little bit so I can get more mobility.
I was just thinking that. I think just get a paper cut or what?
No. It's just I didn't have a lot of mobility. Like I bumping into this shit and all that.
I actually think My Pillow probably could use a few more diversity hires. The videos we've seen were all white people.
Exactly. King of all diff says, Aaron, you are not funny. You're obnoxious. Dude, you're so wrong. I'm sorry, but you can't. You're just mad at yourself because you're finding me remarkably funny. Roots Calhoun says, Aaron's arrogance is only matched by his flabbiness. It's actually quite amazing. See, again, this is you lashing out over laughing at the Mike Lindell thing. Just be a friend.
Right, don't lash back at Roots, though. Roots is here. He enjoys us daily.
I know Roots enjoys us, and I'm telling him, embrace it.
Roots.
Roots, embrace it. You could be like this woman in the Cypress story. You could be like this David Hunter's wife. She was terminally ill. He smothered her with a pillow.
Or like Wife Hunter. Sorry.
Ah, crikey. We've got one with Alzheimer's disease. Well, don't worry. I've got a pillow, and I outweigh her by $1.50. So we're going to take care of this one.
Oh, my God. Maybe Steve Irwin started the maid program.
What you've got to do is you've got to sneak up on the sick wife, especially if she's got an ear that's not as good at hearing as the other one. You sneak up on that side, and you hold the pillow down on their face. When they stop kicking and struggling, you got to hold it on there for another 15 seconds.
If you can't.
When she shits her pants, you'll know the job is done.
It really is just undignified when you die.
You see, it's the relaxing of the sphincter muscles as your body can't pump enough blood to keep them tight, so then the shit falls out of your asshole.
You turn into a waterfowl and just drop poos.
Yes, when you die, when you smother her with the pillow and a loose stool drops out of her anal cavity, that's how you'll know you've finally killed the bitch. This and more tips on the next episode of Wife Hunter.
I wonder if there's people out there that constantly do like enemas and stuff just like worried about dying and pooping their pants.
I know. I've thought about that before.
Yeah.
When I get old, I am going to clean shit out of my asshole on an hourly basis, like around the clock.
You're just going to clean
my anal walls you'll be able to eat off the floors of my anal walls.
You're that concerned about pooping your pants.
I don't want to have people going, oh, his life's over. I feel bad. Oh, Dad,
what
no.
does that smell?
And then all of a sudden, and there's just shit. You're probably not even going to fart because your asshole muscles are loose. And just poop will fall out of it.
It'll just be an air puff.
Yeah.
Can you make that sound too?
Yeah, it'll kind of just be that thing.
Profile view of you doing that is not okay.
Or is that more of a queef? Which one was that? Hold on.
That doesn't exist, I don't think.
That was kind of a queef. That was a little bit of a queef.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but women don't just walk around doing
Well, no, they can't fart out of their vagina. It's trapped air from a dick ramrodding them, and then you flip them over and their vagina opens, and you get a little vagina toot.
See,
yeah. The more you know.
Wow.
Wood Chippy. Crikey, she's a feisty one. Now, sometimes you got to make sure you manicure their nails beforehand. Otherwise, your wife could scratch you up something fierce. So you take the pillow and you shove it on their face. Now, some people have the strategy of pushing down on the middle of the pillow. Oh, crikey, that's going to be a terrible way. You got to grab either side of the pillow and really lean into her. Because remember, even though she wants to die because she's got Lewy body dementia, an obstinate animal will still lash back.
If you can't fight off somebody with a pillow on your face, you did deserve to go, didn't you? Like, if you can't get a pillow off your face, they're clearly not holding your hands.
It's time
they're
to
holding
go.
the pillow on
yeah,
your face.
if you can't fight off someone smothering you with a pillow, I don't think you deserve life.
It's what always troubled me about movies, too, where somebody puts, like, a rag in their mouth so they don't talk or something. Just spit it out. What are you doing?
Right.
Just
yeah,
spit
every time someone gets gagged in a movie, I'm like, would you just go... There. It would just take a little mouth wiggling and so...
I've seen worse than that. Somebody, like, just shoves... like just a loose rag right in their mouth, not even tied around their head, and so you can't spit that out. Are you an infant?
T. Jefferson says, queefs totally happen, LOL. I have had 2 girlfriends that could queef on command.
Ew.
Good muscular control. Those are weird bitches.
Why is there air in there like that, though? Come on,
They've
man.
either been molested by an uncle or they've got serious daddy issues or both. Nobody has that good of vaginal muscle control unless they did it on purpose to, like, attract a man because there's nothing good about them and they're ashamed of their history. That is a serious issue.
Why can you do that on command, though? Like, you'd have to find a way to put air up there because it's not like your digestive system's different where it creates its own gases and stuff.
I have a friend who can suck air into his asshole and fart it out. There used to be a video on YouTube about it, and I can't find it anymore.
That is a real video. I've seen it.
Yeah, Farty Marty.
Oh, you're not kidding.
And I don't think Farty Marty...
It's still up there, but we're calling it the wrong thing.
I can't find it anymore. I think it's Farty Marty Strikes Again.
Well, then put that in there.
But I don't know that that's it.
Well, you should try it.
Farty Marty Strikes? Yeah, I can't find my buddy's Farty Marty video. We'll get it for you tonight. I'll text a buddy and he'll get it to me.
We all got really drunk one night and you guys just started playing like old high school YouTube videos. And I was like, that's what you did with your time.
We taught it says, and that friend was probably molested as well. I would not doubt it. He has a serious drinking problem.
Yeah, that one I think might be trying to, make up for something.
Yeah, Grank Nutterbutter says, even if just playing around, saving a log for a loved one in a time of need is a time-honored tradition. Yeah, I don't want to shit my pants around my loved ones when I die. Nope. Nope, not gonna shit my pants. Nope.
There's somebody out there that cleans your duty up after you die.
Friendo says, let's talk about squirting. I love talking about that. He says, I've seen it, but some say it's not a thing. Discuss. It's a thing, but it's mostly piss.
You've seen it?
Squirting is a thing, but it's a woman pissing herself.
Yeah, it is mostly.
During an orgasm. So it's a regular orgasm, and then they just start pissing all over the place.
It's urine.
Yeah. I believe I think they said it's 90% urine.
Yeah, it's urine with like a touch of mystery goo in it.
They've called it mystery glue. They've called it female ejaculate, whatever. But it's like you're having a normal orgasm, contracting, releasing, all that shit. And oh my God, it feels great. Unbelievable. But then you're also shooting piss across the room.
You literally came so hard you peed.
Yeah, the squirt part, that makes you think, oh my God, she's really loving this shit. No, that's just the piss shooting across the room. Sorry, guys.
What is gleeking?
Nothing to do with squirting. That's just shooting
it's like
spit
from
through your teeth.
It's like from no, it's not. That comes from like under your tongue. I would really like to know what gleeking is.
I don't know.
It's like raining a fine mist on things on occasion, but you can't I can't make it happen. It's happened on occasion on accident for me.
Laughing Lion's calling squirting a peegasm. I think that's a great way to put it.
A peegasm.
Yeah, it's peegasm for sure. Oh. So Oz can suck air into his ass and fart it out. No, this is a high school friend.
Oh yeah, this is.
Oh, I said alcohol. I'm a silly goose. JJ says porn girls during interviews say they do it. When they do it, they chug a bunch of Pedialyte before the scene so they can basically pee. Right? Not basically pee. They're peeing. That's what squirting is. Just letting a piss go on someone.
Do you understand how much clean? You know what stops me from doing all that type of wild stuff? And a lot of butt stuff too. I'm like, do you know how much cleaning you have to do after all that?
That's the difference between a woman just dating in college and a married woman. Is I'm not cleaning my fucking room because I had to piss all over the place.
Screw that, college too. It's like, do you know how much mystery goo is on everything now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's butt goo. I don't know if that's pee.
Toon says the driving cat says it's 89% urine, 11% mystery juice, 100% fun.
But
gleeking is your saliva gland under your tongue. You are correct.
Okay, but why does it happen? Why does it suddenly rain?
Because you're part Saint Bernard, I think, is what it is.
That's why I'm so hairy.
Yeah, if your mom fucked a Saint Bernard.
Hey, don't you talk about my mom like that.
Yeah, well, did she fuck a Saint Bernard? Then
No.
I'm not talking about your mom.
No, she did not. Well, I only have one mom.
I don't like it when I say shit about when I generally say things about stuff and people go, "Hey, you're talking about me." I'm like, "That's your fault. That's
I
not
just
my
got
fault."
done saying that I gleek.
Well, then your mom fucked a Saint Bernard. or your dad has partial St. Bernard sperm. What I'm trying to say is somewhere in your family tree, there was somebody that fucked a St. Bernard and you have overactive salivatory glands.
Salivary.
Salvatore would be an Italian guy. You have a gland of a closeted gay man from Mad
I
Men.
actually wish that's how it was. I wish there was just like a cute little Italian man living under my tongue that would just
spits a lot.
Yeah.
The only problem is when he spits, he'd probably move his hands a lot and gesticulate.
Mamma mia.
Oh, mamma mia, here's a little spit for you. Right on your meatballs.
I thought they looked a little dry.
Italians aren't real people. Greg, what? Hold on a second. Who said that? I meant the Irish. Italians,
it was
though,
Patricia,
also.
your other.
Yeah, like, no offense.
Personality.
And maybe this is just me being German. I look down on a lot of different groups of people. That sounds really fucking bad. What I meant to say was, like, not by skin color. It's more like geography and what I think of the place you
Class
came from.
system.
Yeah, it's like, I don't think much of the place you came from. You haven't done shit since, like, the 400s. And so fuck your country. It shouldn't even really exist. It should be like back to like Lombardy and Venice and Milan, and it should be like different city-states because it's fucking useless, Italy. Friendo says this Italian bashing must stop. Like, no offense, but what do you guys do? Like, what do you, I feel like the Irish and Italians are the most replaceable by machines and robots of any other group of people.
You're a bad person. I don't know where you ever got like on about the Irish people, but it does seem misplaced.
But what do they do?
Exist like other people.
Okay, but Germans innovative, aggressive, like passionate.
They're very aggressive. That'll give you that much.
What do Irish do?
We got a lot of half of my family is 100% German, and you're right, they've got some attitudes.
Don Lemonzades nails it. He says Italians are ethnic whites, but basically white chimps. You know?
Jesus Christ.
Right.
Are
Well, is
you
that offensive?
trying?
Is that an offensive
I'm
thing
sorry,
that we said?
you know.
Okay.
I misused the Lord's name. My apologies, but still.
Fauci's Pangolin says, "What about the Jews, Aaron?" I didn't say anything about the Jews. I didn't say anything untoward about Jewish people ever
like they're
in my
all
life.
Good people.
Yeah, wonderful. Why? Did you hear something?
Stop it! I'm trying to hold myself together.
What did somebody say something? I don't know. Am I missing out on
this?
This
Is all you.
Okay.
Yeah, Ryan's right. The Irish do make good whiskey.
But only out of necessity because they drink it all. Because they're alcoholics. They can't control themselves.
On occasion.
They only make good whiskey because they need it in their fuel tank. It's like, oh, the Middle East, makes oil. Yeah, because they're sitting under it.
Good food. They've got corned beef and cabbage.
It's not good food.
I'll eat it. I do like it.
Somebody says if you're from central Minnesota, you're mostly German or Somalian at this point. That's pretty accurate. Imagine when the Somalis and the Germans start fucking and reproducing together.
Scandinavian, too.
That's going to produce a crazy-ass race of people.
No offense. I don't think that's going to happen.
All right. Gino's calling in. Let's get Gino on the phone here.
Shit.
Gino Bisconti, hello, sir.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
How do you get up this early every day? You're insane, people.
Crack cocaine, but we didn't need to talk about it.
There's sirens in the back.
Yeah. How do you live in an absolute jungle where there apparently the zoo people are rounding up chimps this early?
You just get used to it. It's our fault because remember all the slaves the three of us had growing up? Remember that?
Wait a minute.
So they're mad at us now. They're mad at us because of all the slaves we had and how we just run around oppressing people and making them get vaccinated. So we've earned this. We've earned it.
Hey, time out a minute. What's with this we shit? I'm German. I'm we. You're Italian. You people basically were slaves. I don't want to hear it.
Oh, no.
And again, I love doing this history lesson. If you don't know how slavery started, one white man about my size and stature with a pith helmet ran into Africa with a gun and said, everyone get on the boat. Everyone get on the boat. They did.
The reason...
And the fact I'm walking through fucking Times Square screaming this right now makes me like the asshole that I am even more.
Now, I needed to ask you something. First of all, great news. We've got, I believe, I said 16 and there was an order. 14 tickets left after we expanded seating for the comedy show at the anniversary party on Saturday, August 12th. So those will be gone soon. But also, we were calling because we were trying to remember, of course, the lovely and talented Carl, the head of comedy. We were trying to remember some of his jokes, and all I could remember was the shooting the pilot joke. and we needed the rest of them.
Where is he?
The thing about Paul is, sorry for the noise, you get stuck on your favorite. I was stuck on that, and the college name is actually not Fred Wilson, as you said, it's Tom Dagny, but you can use any name. The latest one he said was, so my son came home in a gay jacket the other day, so I put him in a straight jacket. That kind of stuff.
That's a lovely joke. No, the pilot one was usually followed up by something else, and I think it's my favorite, but I can't remember the damn thing.
He's got, he juggled them. I don't go to topless bars anymore. I went to a topless bar last week, and it started raining.
That's so fucking stupid.
I know, and I've said this countless times. It's always the same pattern with him. The first time you see him, he'll open the show and you'll be like, this guy is terrible. Then he'll go up the same show in the middle and he's so committed to you, like, this is the greatest man alive.
Yes.
It's the greatest thing.
He's wonderful.
He goes, and he just sits on my show and he gives me the panel. Hey, I hear you got an Amazon special. I did. Free shipping.
That's the one I was thinking of, the Amazon special. By the way, people are wondering in your chat if you should probably look around. Are you sure it's not 9/11 right now?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, 9/11 is synonymous with January 6th, according to Kamala Harris.
Right.
And she's not one to monkey around with the facts.
Oh.
I was going to say January 6th and 9/11 are the same thing, both planned by Jews. No. There was that.
Did you watch me lose my mind on it's going to be the clip yesterday on In Hot Water with the LeBron James Jr. thing? Like, you understand? Like, we do jokes about race, guys like us, so me and you are racist, but when the NBA basically says, hey, you're black, this is what you have to do with your body, or we will fucking, we'll kill your career. That's not slavery. That's not slavery at all. And when LeBron James says my vaccination status isn't your business, and this is the beauty of it. And then in the off season they basically say, hey, fuck stick, we're losing all our China money. You really need to push the vaccine. So he vaccinates his family, and here's the thing. Like, I can see DeMar Hamlin, no one knows who he is or where he came from. But when you have, let's hypothetically say, you ready, guys? The most elite athlete in the world, the most well-known athlete in the world, the richest athlete in the world, the most famous athlete in the world. And we grow up watching his son, who you see every step of the way. And you know he's the healthiest kid in the world. And you know he's got the best medical care. And then all of a sudden, after he gets vaccinated, he collapses.
We have no idea what happened. We have no idea what happened.
What
We have no
happened?
idea whether or not it was that. Gino has no idea. Gino's just saying, what an interesting coincidence that these two things.
Right now, I hear Aaron under his breath going, we just got back on YouTube. Do you love me or do you fucking hate me? I'm not sure, Gino.
All I asked you was, what were Carl's lovely, nice, innocent jokes? And you, while sirens are blaring in the background, you start going, and you know what? COVID. Here we go.
All right, we'll do one more. So me and my wife got into a fight and she wanted to have makeup sex. But I ain't wearing that shit. Are you happy?
There you go.
Are you happy?
Gino Biscotti, In Hot Water, 1 o'clock Central Time, 2 o'clock Eastern
We cannot
Time.
wait to see you guys. And Deanna's looking forward to watching alongside your girl, me and you offending an entire golf course.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, we'll make the tea time for 4. We'll only allow 2 to play. And then we'll upset. I'll make sure I make a reservation at the really nice one then if we're trying to upset people.
Whatever you want to do. We can't wait, buddy.
All right. It's going to be very exciting. Thank you very much, sir. I have to let you go because apparently you're volunteering at a soup kitchen and it's time to do dishes.
It doesn't sound good.
I got to go nap in my car. Later, guys.
Later.
Bye, Gino.
Holy shit.
Wow.
I would never live in a place like that.
New York sounds lovely.
Oh,
in
my
the summer.
God, what an absolute shithole.
Simultaneously sounds like he's at a fire station, in a tin can, at a soup kitchen. You're right.
Oh, my
At a zoo.
God, is that just a remarkably awful place to be?
Keanu and I can probably share clubs, don't you think?
Yeah, you guys could share clubs.
Share them in many ways.
For sure. Yeah, you both squat on them and
We
see
can
if you
share
can
one at the same time.
you can meet in the middle.
I'll let her have the fun end of my putter.
Oh, Oh, man, that would be...
I'll let her have the business end of my
Yeah,
partner.
usually a girl wants to work up to that. But,
Yeah.
some girls are...
She's with Gino. She's already worked up to it.
Some girls are all
Heard he's got a
business.
Pringles can down there.
Oh, really? I heard it was scissoring. But I could be wrong. All right. We got a lot of stuff to do. We got a lot of stories to do. Now, we do not have a goal today. As you can see in the pinned comment, no goal. And so we said, hey, guys, we're not hitting you up for anything today. We're just going to be a fun show. We're having a great time. So we're going to head out at 10 o'clock. No overtime today. And then people started yelling at me. They started getting very upset at the beginning of the show today. And they're going, hey, wait a minute. Why?
I just wanted to touch you.
I get it, but touch my dick next time. So at any rate.
I'm professional.
I understand. So I said to the audience, I'm like, Jesus Christ, I didn't know that the e-begging part was such an important part of your day. Here's what we'll do. If you knock out tonight's goal ahead of time, we'll do 30 minutes of overtime on both shows after we canceled the goal.
Is that
for
what
today.
you said?
Yes.
I never heard the both shows part.
On both shows. So there's $120 left
Okay.
in tonight's goal. So overtime tonight is pretty much guaranteed at this point. That's a pretty small goal. But if we knock it out this morning, you guys can have your overtime. Corey K at work says, this is no time to be professional, April. Yeah, you are being chastised.
Sorry. You know what? It was a long ways away. That thing sags to the floor. I got to pick it up first.
Yeah.
And
I actually wrapped it around my right leg today, so it is on the far side, unfortunately.
You're a brave man wearing shorts with that thing.
I know.
It dangles out the bottom.
I believe one of them boys was from Arkansas. Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Got a dangly hang down.
Ooga Booga says 5'2", 102-pound white dudes dying of dehydration, starvation, and scurvy ran around. I'm not going to do... See, Gino started the slavery talk, and now... Here we are. Jesus Christ. Well,
no.
guys, get ready for Rumble Thursday tomorrow. It's
Gino, like you said, brought up the COVID.
He got the COVID.
Yeah.
I got the COVID.
I feel like Gino's always got the COVID. He's always talking
right
about
up here.
It's front and center.
Right up here.
Yeah.
So we'll go into this next story. This is actually a wonderful woman. I'm actually going to let my misogyny take a rest for this next story because I believe this woman in this next story went above and beyond, and to the point where I think she's actually making a mistake. This lady. I think,
no matter what, women cannot win.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird bias I've set ready in my head.
You set us up to fail.
Yeah, exactly.
At every turn.
I can't handle it. So, I'm just sorry. I can't read the chat. I gotta go to the story.
Get out of here.
Get out of the fucking chat, Aaron. So this woman was engaged to be married to this man.
Wrong. Don't do that.
And then he suffered. Actually, they're both black. We kind of want to encourage that. We need to pump the numbers up a little bit. The whole having a family, trying to fix the inner city. You're really leaving me hanging on this.
I was not. I'm looking at you because I wasn't sure which direction you were going with. You better take that shirt off and tan a little.
I do have well, no, look at my tan. It's great. Look at that. Oh, well, we didn't, come on. We didn't need to do that.
Look at those muscles, though.
Oh, yeah, look at this.
Yeah, you flex.
Look at the striations. Oh, look at that. I'm very vascular. Anyway, there you go. Thank you. Let's straighten out that sleeve. See, these muscles are too big, so the sleeve won't go all the way down.
Let's untuck you.
It's a tricky situation. So this woman's engaged to this man. And
First mistake.
He suffers serious chemical burns on his face. Just gets all burned up.
Yes.
She says there's nothing that would stop me from marrying this man. She never wavered. She is going to marry this ugly, burned up fuck.
He looks like Deadpool now.
Looks like Deadpool. He looks like
Harvey
Wade Wilson.
Dent.
Yeah. And she's going to marry him. Let's take a look.
Oh, no.
Let's see.
What the hell happened to Dave Chappelle?
Wow, she's still going to marry me.
He's coming to town, by the way.
He is. He's going to be performing the XL Energy Center. Are you guys excited to spend thousands of dollars if you don't get tickets before they sell out?
Really?
Oh, yeah.
The
resale tickets on that will be out of this
I've never
world.
been to see an actual comedian before.
I saw Joe Rogan at the X.
That's
and
cool. Humble brags.
He's fine.
You're fine.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I want to see if I can find the video version of this story. Preston Cobb. That's the story I want. Preston.
I press your cob every day.
Oh, I appreciate that. So here we go. Here's the story. You guys decide if you would be able to do the same thing that this woman did.
Oh, look at his tuxedo T-shirt.
We know to expect the unexpected when it comes to wedding days. One Georgia couple understands the meaning of that, though, to a different level. Sydney Hood takes us to the largest burn center in the country, the JMS Burn Center at Dr.
Well, I'm horny. Let's go to the largest burn center in America for a romantic story. I'm like, yeah. But is this really a story that needed to be told? You're just going to make me feel shitty.
He did not want to go there. But yeah, like, okay, before we even delve into
shit.
this.
I didn't want to do this part of the story.
Oh, yeah. I knew. I either knew you were going to ask me in regards to you or vice versa. So here we go. If I got a nasty burn of any sort on my face, I was thrown into a bonfire. I got acid on my face. Doesn't matter.
You went to school in Afghanistan. I get it.
I'm screwed up, man.
Yeah.
I go from this, stunning
specimen
sure. One day to, like, I don't know.
Okay.
I just look. I'm wrong.
Did your tits make it?
Everything made it but my face.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I can still marry you.
You would marry a butterface, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, I know what you used to be, so I can kind of explain it away to people who look at me like I'm dating a monster. I can be like, yeah, but she's still got a great ass and nice tits and a nice snug puss. So
what are you going to do, though? You already, when you wake up in the middle of the night, you freak out on your own accord. Like, you freak out when you wake up like, oh, my God, what is around me?
Well, here's the deal. You're not allowed to, like, lean over me while I'm sleeping. I'll fucking kill you if you do that. Like, if you take that hideous, I'm sorry, her soup face scared the shit out of me. My voice is not that high.
I got burned. I got soup burned.
Yeah, if you had soup burn face, I would be fine. It's the scabby over thick scabby burn that would be a problem for me.
I'm going to go through that stage.
Yeah.
What if I got burns?
I would delay the wedding. I don't want some scabby face bitch walking down the aisle.
What if I had burn scars in a phallic shape on my cheek?
That'd be funny. I would trace it all the time. With a Sharpie while you sleep.
You're a mean person. You're funny, but you're mean.
Trace the cock scar.
So I'm fine, though? I'm safe?
I would. Look, if we had first met and we were dating, I'd find a way to weasel out.
I would, too.
For sure.
Yeah.
But, like, once we're there, you'd think that a personal bond has developed where you'd be like, now they're like your soldier in the foxhole with you. And you're like, we don't leave any men behind.
I do agree with you there. If it happened after, like, I had fallen in love with you or something, I'd be like, well, I kind of got to stick it out now. I'll find a way.
I wouldn't even say got to. I would say,
I'm trying to be funny. It's a show.
I get it. But I'm saying I'm trying to be a better person than you. And this is
that's a first.
This is a rare moment for me. So I'm trying to play it up.
But if I was just dating you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I'd probably break up with you in a really shitty way, too, because I'd feel guilty. It would be like a text or a quick little, hey, just picking up my shit. Gotta go, bye.
You probably ghost me, or it's not you, it's me. I'm not ready for commitment.
Yeah, it's not you, it's me. I can't be with someone with a monster face.
Then I see you with some hot chick from the gym or something.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Or even a pig. No, I'm just kidding. Never in a million years. You know what's funny about you and I? This is what shallow cunts we are. We're like, yeah, if you suffered a terrible victimizing chemical burn, I would stay by your side and I would love you forever. But if you gain 20 pounds, I'm fucking out ski. Because I've told you that. I said, if I gain 20 pounds, you got to get the fuck out of here. You can't let me live that way.
He's actually kicking me out the door. He won't let me stay.
Yeah.
If I stay, then it's just like, well, now I feel enabled.
If I get to 240, you got to go. Because, like, I've been 230.
How bad did it hurt, though?
Before I started boxing, and I felt like a Jell-O mold, and it was the most uncomfortable thing. And I've been 240 before, and it's like I can't even imagine that. That was like 5-6 years ago.
Well, what were you when we first started dating? I can't recall. I can see you in my head.
I was between 220 and 225.
I can see you. Your hair was a little different. But, like, other than that, you looked pretty much the same.
Yeah, I was about 220, 225, exactly what I am now. Then I started fighting, and then for when it was close to a fight, I'd get down to 215. I want to get down to 215 again. It really would just be changing the diet.
Well, the friend we saw yesterday, you could take a few tips from him. He's clearly in some shape.
Yeah, but he also... Yeah, never mind.
What now?
I was gonna say, well, he has his hobbies, and I'm sure that helps a
No, it
little
doesn't.
bit.
That doesn't.
Oh, that actually is
That-
detrimental.
That does not. Yeah.
All right. Well, maybe
I'll
I'm
explain later.
wrong. Oh, see, I don't partake.
That would cause you to actually ingest more things.
Oh well, shit.
Typically.
Oh, gym. The gym. That's what helps a lot.
Yeah.
Under that gym.
Gym and not eating bad food.
I got the first part down. The second part I've been working on my whole. It's so good though, and it's so comforting.
Well, then, Aaron, you might as well enjoy your life.
Yeah.
Eat
James Toney kept eating. James Toney's like my idol. He got to be a pudgy little fella, and he outboxed everybody.
Hospitals, where a team of nurses made what is already the most special day of a couple's life even more memorable.
Oh,
We dream about our wedding day.
I'm not.
This is so awkward. I already feel
Yeah,
uncomfortable.
this is
I
really
don't like
weird.
it.
He's got to get married in a tuxedo shirt because he's too burned to wear heavy suits.
Screw that. He can't even stand up.
We're gathered here today in the sight of God.
He is
So I was
hideous.
like, man, she's not going to want to marry. Like, I'm not the same person that.
What the fuck
We're doing
happened?
an interview at their wedding.
Guys, can we not skip ahead to this part? Could you let us know what kind of chemical burn caused all of this? This man has been withered away.
I'm telling you, this is a Chappelle bit. He's making fun of white people that would do this.
Oh, man.
That asked her to marry me.
But their love now is stronger than ever.
Look at his ear.
Oh, God, he is just...
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'd have a hard time.
That's troubling, right?
These are those scabs or like
That's
this?
skin,
Like
it's skin
stuff?
grafting.
Oh.
That is like he probably had to have skin removed because it was so damaged, and then he had skin put back there.
So his ass is raw right now. He's got
Why
no
he can't
ass
get up,
skin.
actually.
Yeah. He's got no ass or hamstring skin. It's all just
God, and that
grafted
stuff's
away.
got weird. Like if you're a man, you've got like weird puby dark hairs on your ass and your thighs. You've got weird puby hairs.
His eyebrows now are gonna grow weird butt hairs.
and they're gonna be curly.
Yeah.
Ew.
He's gonna grow weird butt hair beards, but only half of it.
Oh, okay. If you're her, you get to kiss on that face someday. But that skin you're kissing was his butt skin.
That was
You're literally
booty
kissing
skin.
booty.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, there's something kind of screwy about that, right?
yeah,
They
you know,
had to reconstruct his ear. His ear looks like a thick weld.
I'll tell you this. Those are pretty nasty burns. I don't
That's a
think I
bad
could
one.
do it.
You can't look at that and love it the rest of your life.
That's rough. I mean, if
The skin tone doesn't even match.
if the doctors could show me like an animation of like 2 years from now, and if it looks relatively normal, I'd be like, okay, I can gut it through.
You need proof that this is gonna work out.
Right. I need to see projections. I need to see a forecast of what this motherfucker's going to look like.
What if she marries this guy and he straight up cheats on her?
That would be awesome. I hope this guy fucks everything
He
that
doesn't
moves.
respect her because she didn't leave.
Right. Because as like a woman, she's like, oh, I'm doing him a favor. Like, as nice as this woman probably
She's
is,
gonna
women...
she gets brownie points for doing this, right?
Right. Women always think of what's in it for me. I
Right.
hope this guy fucks everyone because she looks down on him and looks at herself as a really charitable person for marrying him.
Right. I'm sure she probably does love him, but she's on the backside, on the
Right.
flippity flop. She's like, I'm gonna, get a little sympathy points for marrying this guy. So
Precisely.
when this is over, I get to be like, oh, but I stood by him.
That's
and-
exactly what she's going to
Oh
do.
man.
There's nothing
That's it,
that
baby.
would stop me from marrying him. Nothing.
What if he had a
And so
small
I did.
pecker
Yeah, what if the burns were on that dick?
on that hang down? Yeah, he had a crusty ween.
Yeah, now he's got ass skin on his dick. So he's always got shit cock. Are you still going to say I do?
What do you think? The skin just oozes poo?
He comes diarrhea. They just fucked up all the tubes and wiring. And now every time he's like, oh. And then all of a sudden, he shoots hot shit all over your tits. What a horrible medical malady that this man has incurred upon himself.
Can I quit now?
That is a
I've never heard such a thing.
horrible situation to just have diarrhea come.
They actually they really screwed up. They were trying to, you know how you got to have that nice round tubular shape down there to reconstruct
Yeah,
and stuff. They
sure.
actually took out colon. And it's
They
just
put the wrong
colon now.
skin on, it grows weird. He gets peyronie's and his dick turns into a hexagon. It's like, what the fuck? How did this happen?
Wait, can he get peyronie's? Who gets peyronie's?
Men. It's a
Just
dick.
anybody can get it.
It's
so
a
like
dick
you
bend
could
disease.
get it.
Yeah, I can get peyronie's.
I don't want a guy with that.
I think it's fucked up cartilage and it makes erections remarkably painful.
I'd have to find some. Yeah, we'd have to find other ways of loving each other. Because
Well, no, you can fix peyronie's. You don't just sit there
really?
and live with it forever.
Oh, dude. See, I was imagining like anytime you became erect, it just hurt you. And I'm like, well, we're going to have to find a solution here.
Fuck that noise. Then you would just have assisted suicide all the time for Peyronie's disease. Guys would just be offing themselves because they got Peyronie's.
I knew that this day would come. I didn't think it
These two are having such an emotional moment and we're shitting all over it. I love this show. She has to put the ring around. She's not putting the ring around his neck because he's burned. He just really wanted a chain because, well, you know.
That's a different type of ring
like
around
this.
his neck.
It almost never happened after an accident landed.
They're stuck together because the skin grafting didn't take yet. And there's still adhesive on his lips from the skin grafting. He's like,
Back up. Back it up while they're still kissing and watch that yellow tube get in the way.
It almost never happened after an accident landed this.
Yeah.
She vomits in his mouth. She goes, okay, here we go. Like Stan talking to Wendy.
The yellow tube like briefly stuck to her lip.
Pulls it out of his nose and he goes into cardiac arrest. She's like, I can't breathe.
There's boogers on it.
She yanks out the yellow cord and boogers smear on her face. These two are having a rough start.
Groom inside the burn center.
I literally watched the skin from my elbow detach and like literally just go to
You see her
dust.
take a napkin and wipe her pussy because she's so wet with him talking about his chemical burns.
Can you at least tell me why we were burning?
I hope it was his fault.
Crumble. I literally felt like that was going to be the end.
In sickness and in health.
In sickness and in health.
Far
She
from
giggles.
We're starting there.
She goes,
She's like, this can't get any worse.
yeah,
right?
she's like, can't get much worse.
the end and threw it on.
Actually, he's at a very discount burn center. Those aren't skin grafts. The doctors are really bad at their job and they don't have great equipment. That's actually just duct tape on his eyebrows to hold it on. They just thought it would work.
All he has his bride right there next to him.
In sickness and in health.
In sickness and in health.
Even though, my condition, it still didn't stop anything. It didn't stop me from...
Look at her face. She's like,
I know.
Yep.
Something seems scammy about this. His arm looks like one of those big red fat boots, the Croc boots or whatever.
She's looking at the doctor like, because it's only temporary, right, fuckface?
What if it's not, though? What if this guy
Right.
doesn't... Like, what if his hand, clearly there's something wrong with his hand. What if he can't use that hand anymore? Like, what if you got to do some wiping?
My dreams.
And it's thanks to the nurses who brought him to the chapel.
I wanted to give him something positive out
I
of
bet
all
you
this
did.
negative. Preston was adamant that he was not going to change his wedding date.
She was like, I got good news for you. And I was like, what's that? And she was like,
Our wedding just got cheaper
Yeah, I sure as hell did.
because you can't get out of bed.
you getting married on the 22nd.
Yes, sir. You made
She gives him a lap dance as their first dance because he can't get up. She's to the window, to the wall.
Got some WAP playing.
Yeah.
your bride.
Get a mop and a bucket for the skin that's sloughing off my body from the chemical burns.
How bad do you think those burns smell? God, every time you go in for your kids, it's got to smell bad, right?
It's not good.
And from this day forward, these newlyweds understand what in sickness and in health, for better or for worse, truly means.
We get it. He's hideous. Thanks for reminding us.
In Augusta, Sydney Hood, on your
She
side.
starts jacking him off
She laughs every time she comes back from kissing him. See,
because she knows she's scoring pity points.
yeah, that makes me nervous because I'm like, if they're truly this in love, I there's a girly side of me that's like, oh, that's great. I'm glad
Yeah.
she did stand by him and he's a lucky dude, unless she's scamming him.
Right. Friendo says, hey, guys, no sense in roasting him. Life is already done so.
Like, she could just run off with any of his functionable friends right now and he can't do anything about it. You know what I mean? Like, there's something, like, I don't like the laughing after she kisses him.
Golden Loaf Piggy says it's not adhesive, it's staples. Oh, okay. He's like,
Ouch.
hold still. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk.
Can you imagine just stapling your butt skin to your
Look, your insurance is not very good, so instead of skin graft, we're just putting shingles on you. There you go. You got a fucking nail gun.
He actually hires my dad and I as his Skinning crew.
Yeah. Death Proof says the point of this show is to shit on people's happy moments. I thought. Well, I mean, we're doing what are we doing?
We're doing a pretty bang up job.
Yeah, mission accomplished over here. Sorry. 01 writes, LOL, marriage twerking. This is brutal. What? I feel like we're having fun.
What?
He knows what he looks like. Death Proof says, hey, butt face. It's actually really offensive. It's literal at this point.
That one actually hurts. I call Aaron butt face lovingly.
Roots Calhoun says, I have skin grafts over 90% of my body. This is insensitive and cruel. You guys are going to hell. Well, then you probably look disgusting, and us making fun of this guy should be the least of your worries, fucking monster face.
See, Roots, if you're full of skin graft, I would hope there's a lady to stand by you.
Do the monster mash and pledge yourself to the graveyard bash, all right? You fucking Halloween
decoration. I don't
decoration.
want Roots to be upset. It's all in good funsies.
Not for me. This is personal.
Well, for me, I'm doing a show. I find this very funny. Not the actual burn.
I hate burn victims. I'm just kidding. Thomas.
You and Johnny are bad people. What is it? Johnny doesn't like deaf people or wheelchair bound people, and you don't like a lot of things.
Thomas says, how can you not love this show? $10. Thank you very much, Thomas. Thomas. I'm talking like a burn victim over here. No goal today, but we are now $110 away from tonight's goal.
Wow.
So no goal today, so no overtime, but you guys complained about that. So what we decided to do was say, if you knock out tonight's goal ahead of time, we will do a half hour of overtime for both shows. So there's the links: Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, the whole deal. You guys have about 15 minutes to get $110 in to do overtime for this morning and this evening. We kind of thought that we were doing everybody. Like I said, we always have new people checking in all the time. So just to update you, Old Capital closed out their sale of their business and everything and said, hey, thanks for being so patient. Here's the advertising that we owed you. And we weren't really banking on that, so it's just kind of extra.
Right.
So anytime anything extra comes in, we go, well, we're passing it on to the audience. We're knocking out goals. And so we said, we're doing a no-goal show on Wednesday morning. And we're going to get out at 10 and not going to hit you up for anything. And then you guys went, fuck you, do overtime, ask us for money. And we're like, no, we can't. But I tell you what, you knock out tonight, we'll do both of them.
It was like handing a treat to your dog, but then the dog eats your hand.
Right, exactly.
Angrily. How dare you give me a treat?
We weren't communicating properly with each other, I suppose. So, yeah, go ahead. If you want to chip in a couple of bucks, you absolutely can. We're 110 away from tonight's goal. All right, so we got through that nightmare of a story.
Can Roots tell us he's not truly upset? I don't want to upset Roots.
I don't think Roots takes anything in this world seriously.
You don't think he takes root on any conversation?
No, I don't think he's, if he's going to have a past, he prefers it to be multiple choice.
I bet he doesn't even have burns. He's just making
I bet you Roots is AI. Bet you he doesn't even have skin. He's probably a Nephilim.
A Nephilim?
Yeah, it's the lizard people in the Bible. How dare you? I'm trying to be all Christian now because White House Gramps raided us yesterday.
I don't feel as Christian as I should now.
Look, the Nephilim were the big lizard things, the big scary shits, right? I don't fucking know. Or are the Nephilim just the lizard people that secretly run the world? Hold on, Nephilim.
I've never heard of a Nephilim.
The Nephilim are mysterious beings or people in the Hebrew Bible who are described as being large and strong.
That's not
the word
lizard.
Nephilim is loosely translated as giants in most translations of the Hebrew Bible. Okay, so the Nephilim are big giants.
Nothing reptilian about that.
The Nephilim are basically what the people beyond the wall brought to the Battle of the Bastards. That guy was the last of his kind.
How about the fact that going to the wall, you had to say you were taking the black?
Yeah.
In that
there were so many women in Westeros who were like, yeah, I'm in. And they're like, do you know what that means? And they're like, yeah, I'm taking the black. They're like, no, you have to go to the wall and fight White Walkers. Like, oh, no, fuck that.
Seems a little backwards.
Yeah, that doesn't, no, thank you. Yes, taking the black. And it was all a bunch of, teenage boys taking the black. So it was a Game of Thrones little ode to the Catholic Church. Need Trump says this show should be in the best of categories. Well, thank you very much, sir. I'm glad you enjoy the program today. It is.
I thought it was good.
It's what we're looking forward to doing once we get everything closed up here and our goals go down to about 150 a show. It is kind of what we're looking forward to doing.
That'd be cool.
Is focusing more on the content and less on the old offering plate. Taking the Wakanda. Says Hobo Chili
Hobo
recipe.
has got to be one of the best chatters we've ever had.
He is pretty good.
I do like him.
All right, guys. So those of you who do want overtime, we are 10 minutes away from wrapping up today. We weren't planning on having overtime, but 110 away from tonight's goal. So we'll leave it. We'll leave it up to you.
Some serious issues going on over
Oh
here.
yeah, psychological or medical?
Mostly just Stockholm syndrome.
Okay. Stop me from eating McDonald's today, if you could. I want to play this one.
Well, you said no.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying stop me.
You said you wanted eggs after the show.
Yes, so let's do the eggs.
And I'm going to give you eggs. And if you go to McDonald's after having breakfast, I think that's on you.
That is a disgusting thing, and I shouldn't do that.
You have to start seeing it as like, am I bored eating, or did I just eat some food and I'm sustained for a while?
I do a lot of bored eating. You know what my worst thing is driving eating. I get bored driving and I'll just eat.
See, for me, I don't like making a mess in my vehicle. So that stops it. Like, you could see it that way. Like, hey, I want to keep my vehicle clean. But also, like, I only eat in the car typically if I'm tired, like if I'm falling asleep, because I need something to, like, wake me up.
Yeah.
You should try that.
All right.
You should only give yourself a couple rules. Like, I'm only going to eat in the car if this and this.
I'm only going to eat in the car if I really want to pass the time.
Or you know what? Get like a box of like the healthier or healthy-ish like gummies.
Yes.
Like
that's a good
Welch's or
point.
something.
Yeah.
Keep those in the console and only eat those.
Are chocolate-covered almonds bad?
They're not as bad as some things.
Oh, okay. How about those seasoned almonds?
Get the wasabi ones.
Yeah, are the seasoned almonds okay?
I think the salt content's bad.
That's not good.
But I still eat them. I'm such a sucker for Blue Diamond wasabi.
Then you
almonds.
feel all chunky and whatnot with all that salt
Like a
in you.
monkey.
The Women's World Cup, the Morocco Women's World Cup team was getting ready for competition and whatnot. And a reporter, see, this is where the Western world needs to cut the bullshit with projecting all of their woke, like checking all the diversity boxes, because other countries where there's more of these minorities that you claim to care about so much, they don't give a shit about this stuff.
Right.
Like there are no countries that are predominantly black that go, boy, we need to really be extending more opportunities to white people and Latinos and Asians.
Never heard of that.
Never. Asian countries don't go, oh man, we got to pick a white person for this next deal. It's, we got to have more diversity. Like white countries are the only countries that give a flying fuck about any kind of diversity.
Right.
There's and it is 1,000% white guilt. I mean, really think about that for a moment. White people are looked at as this big, bad, evil thing. Name one country that is not white population majority that gives a fuck about diversity, that gives a shit about giving white people or Asian people or any kind of minority in their country any extra rights or any extra jobs or any extra appointments. It's literally white countries are the only ones that give a shit about it. That's it.
Yeah, I can't think of any.
And here's great evidence as to that point. They go and talk to the Moroccan soccer team and they start asking them about LGBTQ people.
Stop. You know where that should stop anyways? It has nothing to do with soccer.
Right.
Stop it.
And the Moroccan soccer team just basically goes, yeah, I don't know what you white people are thinking, but we don't talk about this shit in our country.
No.
We just don't. We just
I
play
don't think
soccer.
anyone should be talking about that. You know where the conversation about that needs to happen? Between the confused person and their doctor or their therapist.
It
doesn't
really
need to be part of our lives.
It's very interesting now that we're at a point where America and the Western world needs to start looking at Morocco. It's never been this way till now, where we go, we need to start behaving more like Morocco and not asking about this shit and talking about it.
As a whole, like as humanity.
As a whole, yes.
Humanity as a whole with holes.
With holes.
I don't like that we've made everybody else's problems our problems. Like there is a big difference between that individual has an issue and I don't.
Right.
Like that problem was never my problem, but you've now made it everyone's issue.
Watch this question at the Women's World Cup of the Moroccan soccer team and watch their reaction.
Thank you. This is a question for Gisela and Shabak. In Morocco, it's illegal to have a gay relationship.
This has nothing to do with soccer, but go ahead.
Do you have any gay players in your squad, and what's life like for them in Morocco?
Hey, you fucking idiot. Are you trying to get people killed?
Yep.
I love how he thinks he's being all noble and wonderful. You're going to get one of these players killed. You just said it at the beginning of your question.
It's illegal.
In their country, it's illegal to do gay shit. And what's the first question you ask? Got any gay people on your team? What do you have a Moroccan police officer behind you ready to club them to death if they are?
So you're asking me to publicly rant. Or rat.
What an ally. Oh, he's so brave and wonderful. No. God, I hate us.
Don't ask, don't tell was better.
I really do hate it. Right, it was.
It was a better time.
We didn't need to know.
And I didn't care if you were.
I wasn't going to suck your dick anyway, or your duck. I wasn't going to suck your duck or your dick. But I wasn't going to suck your dick anyway.
Don't knock it till you try it.
It's not something I needed to know. It's not something me knowing was going to benefit you. So let's just,
But also, once you know, who are you telling?
Everybody. The president.
Even they have a McDonald's logo in there. It's haunting you.
McDonald's everywhere, baby. Yeah. And Coca-Cola.
Sorry, this is a very political question, so we'll just stick to questions related to...
She literally took her earpiece off, and look at the look she's giving that guy. She's like, hey, fuckhead.
They're both disgusted.
Right. They're like, they don't fuck around in Morocco. If I say yes, but I won't tell you who the lesbian player is, they will shove bamboo shoots under our fingernails until we give up who the gay person is. By the way, it's female athletes, so probably all of us, and they will kill us.
Right, you've put her in danger now.
Right.
Because if she says that there is anybody, she's on the hook until she spills.
And in Morocco, it's not socially fashionable to call yourself bi or gay, so they probably have far less gay people than we do, so they're probably generally disgusted by the question more.
Get it? Because for some people, it's not a true feeling. It's just a trend now.
No, please. It's about people. It's
Thank
got nothing
you.
to do with politics. Please let her answer the question.
Yeah, they're embarrassed of him.
Wow. Look at this guy. He's so disgusted right now.
He's like, who gives a shit?
I came here for soccer.
Yeah.
شرف سرجاني.
They just move on to the next guy.
Well, thank God.
Oh God, it's so nauseating and embarrassing.
What's extra nauseating to me though is somebody will see them reacting that way and not saying anything. They'll be like, "Look at these homophobes."
Yeah.
Or
Is the Moroccan soccer team homophobic? Like, no, they're just trying not to get killed.
Transphobic.
It's the communist playbook to focus on the gay stuff. I know, Shamu. I agree with Shamu. I agree with the giant killer whale. Yeah, Wood Chippy says, bro is begging to see a rooftop.
Dude,
right?
I know.
Dude.
Even for asking that question.
Yeah, Brian Boswick says, or your duck dick. Yeah, duck dick, tick duck, duck duck goose, duck duck dick.
Is it them or pigs that have the corkscrew penis?
I believe it's ducks. Roots Calhoun says, did Aaron just real life autocorrect? I did. Suck a duck or a dick or a duck's dick or a dick's duck. I don't know. Whack. It's all falling apart.
Can you quack like a duck?
Can you quack like a duck when you suck? Can you buck like a horse when we fuck?
Oh, no.
Can you quack? Timothy with $25 says, come on, I need overtime. So that's going to put us at $85 away.
Thank you.
From tonight's goal. We do have about 2 minutes left.
I kind of like this system where we could keep trying to knock out the next show's goal.
If
you
guys want to knock out tonight's goal, we'll do overtime today and tonight. But otherwise, we did plan on it giving you guys no goal for today.
Yeah, we were kind of supposed to be out of there right now, right?
And we're going to be out of here at 10 o'clock. But if you guys, if you want to give it a chance, you want to knock out tonight, we'll do it for both. We'll give you guys a couple minutes here. We'll catch up with our chats. And then we'll either take off or, 85 away from tonight. We'll give you both. Scarface with $5 says, April, you look lovely in that jersey. I'd rather it be a Yankees jersey. Aaron, do better, Loaf Piggy.
Thank you, Scarface.
I mean, fuck you, Scarface, but I get it. I understand it. Different strokes. 80 away from tonight's goal. Shut the F up, Karen says, prize night tonight. No, the prize night will be Monday night. Devil Pup says, no begging. No, I thought you guys wanted a break from that shit. We were so happy to give you guys.
It's so weird. Aaron and I are so excited last night. Oh God, just a show tomorrow, and they're gonna be so excited.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, "Wait, where is the begging?"
Yeah.
I almost miss it.
Won't you guys beg for us? Like, no, guys, we're good. We knocked it out. We're already done with today's goal.
We're gonna go have some breakfast, I think.
Yeah. Well, fuck. All right. Brian Boswick says Aaron is doing reverse psychology on us. No, fuck you. You're doing reverse psychology on me.
I feel
you guys are gaslighting us. If I could use gay
that a
single
proper use
woman
of that word?
No, gaslighting shouldn't exist. It's a stupid.
I don't
word.
use that word. I don't know.
It's a weak white woman's word.
I feel like I'm being treated interestingly. That's how my stupid brain would put that together.
Exactly. All right, guys, we got a lot of stuff to do tonight. Don't you worry. We'll be back at it at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
And $80 away from tonight's goal. So it's going to be perfect. Aaron's sending us money. So confusing.
Look
No,
at
we're just
White Rex. I can't read it because I'm not swearing now.
Sean says no begging and no swearing. I want my money back.
What? No, I want to prove that this show can be very funny without using those words.
Skeezy says no begging in overtime. We want our cake and eat it too. Sorry, guys. We gave you.
I'm gonna go make some eggs.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go fertilize my own.
We're hanging out with you guys for a little bit and giving you a couple
Just
minutes
kidding.
of overtime.
Nobody in this country can afford fertilized eggs right now.
Fuck you, dude says you are part of our routines. When you end early, it messes everything up. Well, I thought it was a nice trade-off. We're finding out that all the things we're worried about, our audience worrying about for this show, are completely wrong. Veldrain says,
"What do you want?"
Yes. Check everything before you go, just for the heck of it. All right, let me hit refresh on everything. We'll give you a couple seconds, couple minutes here.
Couple seconds.
$80 away from tonight's goal. Let's just go ahead from tonight, not today. There we go. Nothing there. Nothing on PayPal. We cleared all those out. We cleared out all the super chats. We cleared out all the memberships. We cleared out all the rumbles. Yeah, Death Proof says those weirdos want you to enslave them.
Yeah,
it's very strange.
I do feel like I'm like in a weird relationship with somebody. I'm like shaking them by the shoulders, like, "What do you want?"
It's just so weird.
Do you want to leave? Do you want to stay?
Brian Boswick says, "Why don't they want our money anymore?" That's not. We wanted to give you a $350 discount and just do a funny show for you for 4 hours, and in exchange for that, like we thought you guys would be okay letting us go a half hour earlier than normal, and you're like, "No, ask me for my money a lot." And I'm like, I thought we.
They're getting partial overtime right now from us being so confused.
Yes. T. Thompson says if the goal was made, we should have overtime. The goal wasn't made. We wiped it out. Like I said earlier, Old Cap paid up from when they were going out of business, and we said, you know what, we're going to pass that savings along to the audience.
And for our generosity, we'll take a half hour for breakfast.
Right, and for not bothering you guys with asking you for money, we'll take an extra half hour before we go pick up the kids and have some breakfast. No, ask me for money.
With John Domingo, we want to be begged. We're like women.
Oh, man. Well, thank you, guys. We appreciate it. Old Cap made the goal, so better keep going.
Oh, my God.
Do you know that every other show you watch that lives on listener contributions would have taken that Old Capital money and never told you a fucking word?
Yeah, you wouldn't have heard about it.
You never would have heard a fucking word about it. They take in more money, and they keep asking you for the same amount. And I think that's horseshit, but we're getting flamed for this one. All right, wait, we gave you 5 minutes of overtime. Is that a good compromise?
Yeah, you got partial. It's not like I get it though. Like I said last night, when I used to do like a normal like a 10-hour shift job and then do this at night. During the day, like when you guys would quit on me early, I'm like, well, my other show doesn't start until, this time, and now I'm without.
Sandy Squatch, renewing her membership for a 14th month, says, thank you guys and have a wonderful day. Oh, boy. Sorry we enjoy the show so much, says Kane J. No, it's very nice.
It's flattering.
It's flattering.
It's a little...
You're making us feel like dog shit for leaving.
I do feel bad.
We thought we were doing a nice thing. Now we feel like shit.
30 minutes of my life in shambles.
I know. Fuck me. You guys have guilted us into 10 minutes of overtime. How's that? Crank Nutterbutter says, see, you're destroying schedules with your meddling. Now my job left my wife. Thanks.
I think you can blame Old Cap.
Old Capital Tavern's fault.
Old Cap made you leave your wife.
You know what it is? It's really more my ego just watching people beg me to stay.
It is. I'm sitting here thinking, wow, I have eggs in my belly, but...
All right, boys and girls. Thank you very much. You're only $80 away from tonight, so it'll be a nice, easy evening show as well. And so really, technically, just 2 goals left to hit for the week.
See, I think today's show was so fun. It was great. I liked it. I know some Atomic Ray said I was being a curmudgeon today for some reason.
You were being a giant cunt, apparently.
I thought it was very fun. And not having a goal to worry about was nice. I'd like it if we could start knocking out the next goal before that show.
Right, I hear you.
So that we could always do that, but I understand.
We do have a little extra left over from Old Capitol and a little rainy day fund for goals that get missed. So who knows? Maybe we'll tap into that a little and stay ahead. I don't know. All right, guys, we will talk to you again tonight at 7 p.m. for the evening show. We hope you enjoy it. And, please go and watch some old Steel Toe. Catch up with the evening show. Join the Patreon. You can listen to every show we've ever done. Patreon.com/Steel Toe Show. And you can do that. April, thank you very much.
Thanks.
To the rest of you, have a great